Sweet AF by Tyla Walker.
You like your stories, sweet baby, but you love them with a little spice.
Sweet and spicy is exactly what I want.
That's what Miss Tyla is offering.
Sweet and spicy stories that make your heart flutter and your toes curl.
But since YouTube can't handle the heat, you'll have to find your spice from TylaWalker.com.
It's frustrating to be interrupted when the steam is getting steamier, to listen to ads that bring you out of the story.
Luckily for you, Miss Tyla has a solution.
Go to TylaWalker.com and get the unabridged version of any audiobook you see on this channel.
Plus, you can get a 40% discount on any digital product she's offering when you apply the code SAVE40 at checkout.
Thanks for choosing Tyla Walker's Sweet AF. Chapter 1. Erica. I stare at the mess in the office of the women's shelter. Items are piled every which way, stashed on any flat surface they could fit. It looks like a tiny tornado blew through, leaving washcloths and miniature shampoo bottles in its wake. Oh my Lord, I mutter under my breath. Leslie pokes her head in the doorway behind me, quickly realizing why I froze. It's a bit of a mess, she offers hurriedly. I know. I've just had so many other projects going on, but we're down to our last 3 welcome kits, so I guess it's time to go through this stuff. I shake my head but jump right into work. I've been volunteering regularly for the past few months, and I've never seen the office look like this. I know she grabbed most of this stuff out of the storage room over the last few days. That's where it normally is kept. She probably meant to make the kit sooner. I don't really judge her for the mess. Running a shelter is hard work, and she's always getting called to put out more urgent fires. I start rearranging the items, putting similar items together in orderly, sensible piles. Leslie watches for a minute and then begins to follow my lead. Soon we have a logical path to follow across the counter. 1 plastic storage basket, which gets filled with a small hairbrush, miniature shampoo, tiny body wash bottle, washcloth, lotion, toothbrush, and toothpaste. It isn't much, but a lot of the women who arrive at the shelter come in with nothing. It's a start. Something that they get their first day here, something that they can call their own. As we work, we chat idly back and forth. I can hear the residents on the other side of the wall doing the same thing. It pops into my mind. How strange life can be. A few years ago, I could easily have been on the other side of that wall, with them. My own history in an abusive relationship is a big part of why it's so important to me to be here helping. In a way, I know better than Leslie what those women are going through. It may be her shelter, and she may have the fancy degrees that make running it possible. But she will never know what it feels like to give up everything. To burn an entire life to the ground in one last desperate attempt to build a new one that doesn't bring pain. I have been there. I have lived it, and now I am here to make sure that these women can get through it, too. Jennifer comes in about 30 minutes later with lunch. She greets us both warmly, and we laugh and talk as we take a well-earned break. My eyes roam over the completed baskets, proud of our work so far. I have a job for you, Jennifer announces between bites. A job? I echo uncertainly. I have a job. Officially, I am a painter. It's not always easy to make ends meet, but it is what I want to do with my life. I have waited too long to live life for myself. Now that I finally am, I have no intention of stopping. If she wants a job, I call dibs first, Leslie complains. She has been trying to offer me a paid position here at the shelter for a while now, but I always refuse. I enjoy volunteering, but I'm not willing to give up my art career. Not yet, anyway. If the bills keep piling up, I might not have another choice. But that's a worry for another time. I roll my eyes instead. I'm right here, you know. I can hear you. I have a job. I'm a painter, remember? A little part of me winces inwardly, half expecting them to make the usual comments that come with that sort of announcement. Advice that painting is not a feasible career, or remarks that they could never survive on my paycheck. Of course they couldn't, and they'll never have to. They're wealthy and married to rich men. I'm divorced and struggling, but that doesn't invalidate my right to choose my own path. They don't say anything like that, however. They're too good of friends for that. Jennifer jumps out of her chair looking surprised, and I instantly feel a little guilty for thinking the worst. I know you're a painter. That's the point, she blurts out. I want to pay you for a nice portrait of me and Bruce. We think it would be perfect in the den. How much? I feel my face heat. For multiple reasons. The idea that a woman wealthy enough to pay someone for a painting for the den is friends with me boggles my mind. Just a little. I can barely afford the rent on my tiny little apartment, and it definitely does not come with a den. My uncharitable thoughts from a moment before spring to mind, causing some discomfort as well. Not least of all, the fact that she would think of me for such a request is flattering and touching. All of these feelings play out in the span of seconds, and all I can do in response is shake my head. You won't do it? Jennifer asks, sounding confused. No, I'll do it, I agree. But I won't take your money. We're friends, Jennifer, and that means more to me than any gig. Just keep being my friend. She protests at first, trying to coax me. I am adamant in my refusal, and we finally share a hug to seal our friendly arrangement. I can smell the fancy perfume she wears when she wraps her arms around me. For a second, I wonder why these two rich women are so nice to me, when they could be friends with someone so much more glamorous than I'll ever be. But then a laugh comes from the other side of the wall. The residents are cheering at something funny, happy even in what might be one of their most challenging times. I remember how easily I could have been on the other side of the wall, instead of here now. And I decide not to question what has brought me here instead, with Jennifer and Leslie. I am a work in progress, and I am not yet done. After a long but satisfying day at the shelter, I tiredly make my way home to my small apartment. I unlock the door and step inside, coming to an abrupt stop. Everything is in chaos, as if the tornado in Leslie's office arrived here next. This mess is somehow even worse. It is not the overwhelm of clutter like in the office. Someone has trashed my place. Books and CDs are scattered on the floor. Drawers are dumped out, spilled everywhere. A lamp lies smashed into pieces on the floor. Was I robbed? My heart races with fear of the unknown. A thought much darker than robbery forces its way into my mind, but I refuse to acknowledge it. What if he's still here? I walk slowly through the apartment, my eyes scanning for any signs of an intruder. The mess only gets more shocking the further I go. My cell phone trembles in my hand, and I try to pretend I don't notice. I unlock the screen, ready to call 911 at a moment's notice. But when I enter my bedroom, I see a sight more horrible than anything I could have ever imagined. I let out a loud, hoarse scream, the phone clattering loudly out of my hand to the floor. My cat lies at a strange angle across the bed. Dead. This was not a robber. This was a warning.
Chapter 2. Creed. What are you doing here with him? I ask a pretty girl out on the club floor. I don't even care about her, not really, but it gives me something to do. Listen, pal. She came with me because she wanted to. The guy isn't a small guy, especially now that he's puffing up around the shoulders trying to make a statement for his date. If I had any sense, I'd run the other way. No one ever said I had any sense, though. Dogface, you are cramping my style. If I throw a stick, will you leave? He rears back, ready to throw the first punch. I can't blame him. I've been antagonizing him and his girl for a good 10 minutes now. I'm in prime asshole mode tonight. Bruce materializes from seemingly nowhere, hooking one meaty arm under my shoulder to drag me away. The man swings anyway, possibly confused by the sudden movement. His punch lands on the side of the tree trunk Bruce calls a neck, Bruce scowls and donkey kicks the man, deftly pushing him away so that he can continue with his original mission. That is, getting me the hell out of Dodge. I'm a little disappointed nothing more came of it. I've been itching for a good fight tonight. I'm not at all scared of getting my ass kicked. In fact, I'm craving it. I haven't felt anything in so long that at least it would be something. Bruce is too fixated on me to let that happen, though. I guess I'm not going to have any fun while he's around. He grabs the collar of my shirt and drags me with him all the way up the stairs to the second floor, where he promptly dumps me unceremoniously on the first red leather couch he sees. "You need to get your life together," he booms out. It's not really a comment as much as it is an order. I rub the back of my sore neck, glowering at him. "Are you the house mom these days, Bruce? I hadn't heard." He doesn't take the bait. "You've been stirring this all night. The club is in pieces right now. Bouncers can't take a damn rest for a second without you starting in on someone else. You might be a miserable piece of trash, but you don't need to take it out on everyone else. Everyone else came here for a good time, and the bouncers just want to do their job, so chill out." I force myself to my feet, pushing Bruce out of the way. He's built like a brick wall, so all I really do is knock him slightly off balance by surprise, forcing him to take a few steps back. Still, it gives me the room I need. I push around him as he tries to steady himself. Smoothing out the collar he just manhandled, I glare. "It's none of your business, Bruce. I'm here doing what I do. And I'm a member too. Let them kick me out if they want me gone." Bruce doesn't look angry. Instead, he looks almost pained. Frustration lines his face, and he raises his hands in a helpless shrug. "Look, Creed, this isn't the way to handle this. You're being destructive, okay? We get that you're hurting, but it isn't fixing anything to carry on like this." The little hint of pity in his tone sets me over the edge. I grit my teeth, pushing him harder this time. This time, I want to make him hurt. The urge to fight someone, anyone, swells back up, more insistent this time. And since Bruce won't let me fight anyone else, I guess he's the only option left. He remains stoic even when I put my hands on him, and the damn oaf is too big to rattle with my fists alone. So, I decide to go for the jugular. "You know, sometime you should bring Jennifer to the ranch. I bet she'd have a good time. Just make sure you put a bell on her or something so we can tell which one's the horse." His collected composure falls instantly away, replaced by a primal rage. Clearly, making fun of his wife is the most effective button to press. I had a feeling, but it's nice to know for the future. He grabs my collar again, lifting me to stand on my tiptoes to face him. "Don't ever insult my wife," he warns, his eyes flashing. "Next time, I'll pummel your face in myself." "You're right," I agree too smoothly. "It wasn't fair. Jennifer's not a horse at all. She's a very attractive woman." He eyes me warily, starting to release his grip. I can see the suspicion in his eyes and wait for just the right moment to continue. "In fact, she's too good for you. She'll get tired of you and be with someone else soon." He drops me to the ground in annoyance, roughly pushing me away. "You're always like this time of year," he grumbles. "Trying to drag everyone else into your misery. Getting cranky because it's almost the anniversary, huh? Guess you should have taken better care of your wife." I'm not sure that anything I've done tonight would be considered stable by a more rational man, but that officially pushes me over the edge. Red clouds my vision, and I lunge for Bruce, punching him. He spins to retaliate, and the next thing I feel is a hail of fists. Adrenaline courses through my veins, giving me the thrill that I've been seeking. It hurts like hell, but I have no regrets. Well, I'm full of regrets, but not about this.
Chapter 3. Erica. I stare down at the creased plastic fabric of the police station chair, picking at it nervously with my fingers. Little scratches across the surface make me wonder how many other people have sat here, doing the same thing. The door bursts open forcefully, and I tear my gaze away from the chair to look. Leslie rushes in, wide-eyed. I stand up from my seat and she hurries over when she spots me. "Oh, Erica," she exclaims, wrapping me in a warm hug. The police officers have been polite enough, but this is the first real comfort I've had yet. Instantly, I know that I made the right choice when I called her for support. I feel shaky and nervous, but the physical touch is surprisingly soothing. Who knew that a little human contact during a difficult time could make such a difference? It sounds simple, so silly, but this hug feels like the best hug I've ever had. "What happened?" she asks, pulling away to look at me. She keeps one arm over my shoulder, slowly guiding me to sit back down as I tell my story. I explain the basics, telling her how I came home to find my apartment in disarray. My voice gets progressively more choked up by emotion, trying to control myself so that I can at least get the words out. When I get to the part about my cat, Tanya, I can't stop the tears. I break down, sobbing, as Leslie strokes my hair gently. She doesn't say anything, just lets me cry. I can hardly breathe as I try to explain my feelings to her. Tanya has accompanied me for years. She is one of the few things that made the transition from my old life to my new one, my constant companion in even the darkest of times. When I left my abusive ex, I had to give up almost everything that I had come to know. My way of life, our shared friends, my comfortable routines, all of that was gone. I started over like a phoenix, rising out of the ash as someone I didn't even recognize. It was terrifying but necessary, and it helped so much having Tanya there to help me keep it together. I feel like I lost a part of myself tonight. I feel like I let her down. I feel like the walls are slowly squeezing in, suffocating me just when I thought I was finally free. I'm not sure how much of that Leslie can understand. I'm not sure she even can make out the words. I blubber, shaky and breathless around my tears. But she nods, murmuring little noises of comfort and keeps stroking my hair. Eventually, I start to calm down slightly. "Take a deep breath," Leslie advises. "You're going to make yourself dizzy. Remember to breathe, and remember that this isn't just your problem on your own. You have me and Jennifer, and the police are looking into it. They'll find the culprit soon." I nod uneasily, tensing a bit at the reminder. My first thought when I found my cat was that Giovanni, my ex-husband, was somehow responsible. Now that I've had some time to think it through, I realize that doesn't make sense. It can't be him. He's in jail. Still, the thought of him returning for me after all this time sends shivers down my spine. I thought I was finally free, and I can't shake the sensation that I'm just now seeing the cage I've been in all along. But it can't be. He's in jail, right? The voice of reason in my head is suspiciously quiet, unwilling to offer an opinion. I take a deep breath and try to steady my shaking limbs to walk to the front desk. There's only one thing that will put my worries to rest. "Giovanni Dolph," I say to the officer. "He's my ex-husband. He went to jail for 10 years for assault against me. He's still in prison, right?" I'm sure that this will be the first place the officers look in their official investigation. But I want to hear it now, straight from someone's mouth. She types a few things in on the computer, silently clicking around. I hold my breath the entire time, trying to tell myself not to be nervous. I'm asking for confirmation, that's all. He has to be in jail because he still has several years left on his sentence. Besides, my lawyer said I would be notified when he was finally released. If you ask me, 10 years wasn't long enough anyway. But he had money and connections, and it seems you can get away with pretty much anything that way. Some people said I was lucky he went to jail at all and didn't just buy his way out of it completely. "Yes," the woman finally answers. "He's in jail." I let out the breath I've been holding too soon. She wasn't done talking. "He's scheduled for release next month." "What?" My jaw drops, and for a moment I can only stare with wild, unseeing eyes. How can that be? He was supposed to have. I start counting in my head, doing the math. 6 years left? My breath comes in short, shallow gasps, my chest beating so wildly I can feel it thumping painfully in my chest. My vision is tunneling, and I can hardly think straight. How can that be? I demand in a shrill, panicked voice. How can that be? Are you sure? Check again. You have the wrong man. He's supposed to be in for years still? Leslie is heading toward us, concern evident in her deep brown eyes. Are you okay, Erica? What's going on? Check again. I gasp breathlessly. I shiver, chilled by the light sweat suddenly breaking out across my skin. Leslie comes to stand beside me, rubbing a hand across my back in an attempt to calm me down. It barely registers. I stare at the woman's computer screen so intensely that I'm surprised my eyes don't burn a hole. She clicks a few more times, then shakes her head in apology. The judge reduced his sentence a few weeks ago. He's been an exemplary prisoner, the officer explains calmly. Then why wasn't I informed? I say in a voice that is nearly a wheeze. At this point, the officer's patience begins to grow thin. I have no idea, she replies, an edge to her tone. Ask your lawyer why they didn't have you file when he was considered for parole. I have nothing to do with that. I turn to slowly walk away, ignoring the woman's snarky attitude. Normally, I might be willing to give it right back to her, but I am tired, and my head is ringing with the bad news. I have no energy right now to worry about her disrespect. I shakily sit back down in my seat, my thumb scratching across the fabric once more. Leslie sits beside me and leans so that our heads are close together. Then she whispers quietly to me. Giovanni, he's getting out? She asks. I can hear the worry in her tone. I turn to face her. Her eyes are confused, but her forehead is drawn and pinched as though she already fears the answer. He's back, Leslie. My voice is strangled, a hoarse whisper. He's back. What do I do?
Chapter 4. Creed. Bruce and Jennifer sit across from me in the emergency room waiting area, and their glares tell me they're not happy with me. I understand why Jennifer is angry. I mean, she's the reason for the fight in the first place. Bruce's irritation seems a bit arrogant and pricks at me. He's the one who threw the first punch, so I'm not the only one who started the fight. But Jennifer is the reason he's in the hospital. I hit Bruce on the head with a bottle of gin, and she made him come in to get checked. He listens to her more than anyone I've ever seen in my life. She can tell him what she wants, and he does it instantly, without question. Watching how the previous playboy acts with her is almost insulting. The nurse gets Bruce to take him back for a scan of his head to check for any issues, leaving Jennifer and me alone. She won't stop glaring, making me uncomfortable, so I look away. I can't take her stares anymore. If she starts criticizing me, I'll run away and cause a whole issue with the hospital staff. I can still feel her hostility. Her eyes nearly burn through my skin, even though I'm not looking at her, reminding me of my words about her earlier. Despite the rude things I say about her, more than I'd like to admit, I don't mind her as a person. She's good for Bruce, and it makes me happy that he has someone to look after him. I'll never admit that I think she's good for him to Bruce's face, though. I start to envy Bruce. The love he and Jennifer share is something I miss. It's something I will never feel again, and it's hard to remind myself why I'll forever be alone. Tears start to well in my eyes, and I have to try and get my mind off thinking they're a cute couple. It's hurting me, and my alcohol numbness is wearing off. Hey, Jennifer, do you want to come to take care of me like you've been taking care of him, huh? I got hurt too, I say to her playfully. Her eyes meet mine angrily, sighing in response. Take care of yourself, you asshole. We wouldn't even be in here if it weren't for you. So just sit there and think about your hand hurting, she grumbles. How about you slap me? And we move past this anger, huh? Slap me and swear at me. Call me whatever name you want and fight me like a man so we can let this go because I can't handle the angry woman and silence crap, I exclaim, sitting up against the backrest of the chair. She shakes her head at my request. I don't need to hurt you, Creed. Since you're already hurting enough on the inside, she responds, raising her eyebrow. It sends a hit straight to my heart. Her comment kills me when I'm already trying not to think about my past. I look down at my hands folded in my lap and take a deep breath. Does everyone know that I'm a pathetic, guilt-ridden loser? I ask, uncharacteristically meek. I really want to know. Or at least, I think I do. You are not, Jennifer says harshly, tilting her head at me and piercing her lips. I'm bracing myself for the lecture that usually follows her head-tilting glance, but to my surprise, it never comes. She just looks at me intently, making me more uncomfortable than when I'm hearing one of her lectures. What now? I wonder. But before she can say any more, Bruce's voice interrupts us. Jennifer? Bruce asks as he steps out of the swinging doors and back into the waiting area. She stands up and waves at him so he'll know where she is. He approaches us and glares harshly at me, nearly piercing my soul, but I don't shy away. Great. Now he hates me, I think. But I don't show any indication of backing down. I don't want him to have the satisfaction of intimidating me. Hey, Creed, he says to me before walking away. You need to clean yourself up and calm your head. This behavior is not okay. You have to figure out how to get your life together before something worse happens. I nod as they turn and start to walk away, out of snarky responses for maybe the first time in my life. I watch them reach the doors when Jennifer suddenly reaches for her phone, answering a call. Hello? Leslie, what happened? She asks worriedly and steps outside. They disappear, and I can't help feeling horrible about myself as I sit in the waiting area all alone. Watching the two of them leave reminds me how alone I am, and that I have no one willing to sit in the waiting area of a hospital with me while I wait for stitches. Luckily, the nurse interrupts my depressing thoughts when I hear her call my name. I stand up and walk toward her. That's me, I say. She smiles and gestures for me to follow her through the heavy doors. They take my weight and put me into a room just as the doctor walks in behind us. Hello there. I'm Dr. Friedman. I'll be giving you your stitches today, says the short, red-haired man approaching us. Perfect. Let's get it done, I say, wanting to be the hell out of the hospital. I'm pissed Samuel is off on vacation this week. He usually can fix me up while I'm still at the club and drinking. It's annoying to have to deal with this bull. He nods, and the nurse starts organizing his tools as he pulls on plastic gloves. I wince at the slight pinching of the needle as he sews my palm back together. All done, he says, snapping off his gloves. Thank you, I call as he walks out. The nurse has me sign my release forms, and I'm free to go. I start walking down the hall, ready to leave when I spot the staircase door. I decide there's nowhere I need to be, and I don't want to go home alone just yet. I sneak out the door and climb to the roof instead. I have no idea what I expect to find there, but at least the silence will feel adventuresome instead of empty.
Chapter 5. Erica. My eyes slowly open and reveal the horrible lighting in the room around me. Suddenly, my vision comes into focus, and I recognize the awful lighting of a hospital room. I glance at my lap, noticing I'm in a hospital bed as panic starts to set in. I see Jennifer and Leslie by the door talking to the doctor. What happened? I ask anxiously. They turn to face me, and Leslie speaks first. You fainted from anxiety, and we brought you in to get checked out. But you're okay now, she says. Jennifer walks toward me, resting a hand on my knee. How are you feeling? She asks gently. My head hurts, I reply honestly. But I'm so glad you're both here with me. It surprises me that they're here because I'm usually all alone. I have no one. So it feels great seeing two people who might actually care about me for once. I've forgotten what it's like to face problems with someone by my side. That's what friends do, Jennifer says excitedly. It warms my heart to hear her calling us friends. I don't have many. I know she says we're friends, but it feels different right now. When she's being called to action in the hospital room, it feels genuine. I smile as Leslie jumps in. You don't have to go to the shelter tomorrow. You have to stay here for a few more hours, doctor's orders, and I don't want you stressing about how you will fit in time there tomorrow. I want you to focus on getting better and getting some much-needed rest, okay? I nod in agreement because I don't want to be alone in my house anyways. Sitting in this hospital bed is the safest place for me right now, so as long as they allow it, this is where I'll be. That's fine. I don't really feel like going home quite yet anyways. Jennifer gasps. Oh yes. That reminds me, you're coming home with me after you're released. It's safe there, and Bruce is a security expert, so our house is equipped with all kinds of things. No, really, I'm okay, I say, refusing her kindness. I don't want to impose. Where are you planning to stay then? She persists. You can't go home right now, and it's not safe. Plus, I'm pretty sure it still looks like a crime scene. They won't let you in even if you want to go, she points out. Leslie chimes in. Or you're welcome to stay with me too. I shake my head in disagreement. I appreciate you both. But really, I'll be fine. I don't want to be a bother or inconvenience to anyone. I'll just stay in a hotel for a few days while I look for a new place. Maybe I can find one closer to the shelter, I add optimistically, trying to find a silver lining. Leslie sighs but shakes her head. Okay, I'll help you search. Jennifer, the not-so-subtle type, jumps right in, asking questions about my ex-husband. I have to know what happened. Who is your ex-husband? Obviously, he's a pretty bad guy if he's in prison and hearing about his release made you faint. I'm not asking to be nosy. I just want to offer my help in any way that I can. But it might help if I have an idea of what's going on. I'm not expecting her question, and it hits me hard, causing my head to spin. I bite my lip, trying to hold back the tears that want to spill over at the thought of him. I take a deep breath to calm my nerves and prepare to speak. But before I can, Leslie seems to notice my expression. Knowing that I'm willing to share, she steps in and starts to tell her the story, saving me the pain. He's a horrible man. He abused her for years, and her parents finally found out about it and rescued her. But her husband went crazy and found them all. He killed them both for helping Erica escape him, and then instead of getting a lifelong sentence for the crime, he unfairly only got 10 years. But he isn't even getting that, Leslie says, her voice breaking as she speaks. Tears are streaming down my cheeks after hearing it again out loud. I hate that they have to know about it. I hate that I'm bringing them into it. I hate that this is my reality at all. The last time someone tried to help me, they ended up dead. Oh my God. Erica, I'm so sorry, but we can go to the courts and contest the decision, Jennifer suggests, determination in her voice. I wipe my tears. It's useless. He has money and power. It won't hold, and he'll just be more angry. It's only going to make it worse. I can't bring you guys into it. There's no reason to. I can't let him hurt someone I care about again. We can help. Please let us help you, Leslie insists. I shake my head no repeatedly, refusing. I can't let you. I can't run to my friends every time. It's probably not even Giovanni who broke in because, as the officer told us, he's still in prison for the next month. Leslie grabs my arm lovingly, stroking the back of my hand. Okay, I understand what you're saying. I just want you to know we're always here for her, no matter what happens. My heart swells with their kind words. I reach an arm toward them both, squeezing their hands tightly. I'm so happy to have them as friends. It feels so good to finally not be alone anymore, even if I can't let them get too close. Bruce and Jeff open the door, interrupting our embrace. Jennifer, we're leaving, Bruce announces. She nods and walks toward the door. Leslie follows, grabbing Jeff's hand. I wave goodbye to them and decide I need to get out of my room for some fresh air. I get out of bed and walk down the hallway to the door leading to the rooftop. I don't want anyone asking questions. I just need to clear my head. I open the door and walk up the stairs to the roof, where I see a man standing on the roof's ledge. Oh my God. What is he doing? Is he going to jump? What are you doing up there? Please come down, I yell nervously. Is he trying to commit suicide? I wonder, slowly moving toward the man so as not to startle him. The last thing I need now is that on my conscience.
Chapter 6. Creed. The cool breeze blowing up from the side of the building helps calm me down. Standing on the ledge gives me a rush as I stare at the street below, looking at how far the sidewalk is from where I'm standing. It's a long way down, giving me a feeling of power as I stand so close between life and death. It's human nature to anticipate the fall time it might take if I lean forward, and my guilt is no longer my problem. I'm not even thinking about it right now, but I'm only looking. I'm not actually planning to jump. My notice on the fragility of life is mere curiosity. Ending it all is not why I'm here. It's just one of those human thoughts you have, a distraction. It doesn't matter anyway, because then my thoughts are interrupted by a crazy woman bursting through the door behind me. "What are you doing up there? Please come down." I wobble a little, for show. She gasps and immediately starts screaming at me to get down off the ledge. "It's okay, sir. Please don't do this. Whatever your problems are, we can figure out how to solve them. You can tell me what's bothering you. Whatever it is, maybe I can help you," the woman says in a shaky voice. As she speaks, she's slowly walking toward me, looking scared. I can't help but find her worry amusing as she stands before me in a hospital gown. Clearly, this woman needs help. That must be why she's here. But me, Creed Steele, dying by suicide. I might be living a miserable life, but I've never thought of suicide. I will live with my guilt and accept my fate like a man. I don't want to be the person who gives in to his demons, even if it's an easier way to go. I decide to play with her for a moment. She's the one who decided to make assumptions, so it's only fair that I let her go along with them. But I have nothing left to live for. I have no family. My wife died. I have no children. Nobody loves me. She keeps telling me to get down and come talk with her. I'm so sorry to hear that. But your life isn't over. It's not. Maybe someone out there is made for you, and you just haven't met them yet, she offers. She continues dramatically, flourishing her hands for effect. Someone will come and take you out of the misery you're drowning in and show you why you've been struggling. They'll come along and help give your life meaning again, letting you feel something besides sadness, and you'll finally understand. Her words infuriate me, and I gaze at her as my emotions run wild. My nerves burn at the sight of her, but I don't know why she's bothering me so badly. Maybe Bruce is right. I can't get a handle on my emotions, and it's proving to be a problem again. But how dare this total stranger come out here and act as if she understands? How dare she act like she knows anything about my life? The anger inside me boils over. "What do you know?" I ask, becoming more serious. "A man like me doesn't deserve to be happy. I killed my wife. I killed her." The words escape my lips before I can stop them, and I'm terrified to see her expression. Her eyes are wide with surprise. I expect her to run away, screaming for help. I can see it playing out in my head as she calls for help, and I'm towed away in handcuffs. But she doesn't run. Her surprise shifts back to her previous expression of worry as she responds. "If you were the killer, you wouldn't be here right now and this conversation wouldn't be happening. You'd be in prison, rotting and serving a life sentence for the life you took. I can honestly say that you wouldn't be feeling this much guilt and sadness. I personally know that psychos don't feel anything but happy when they take something from you. So if you were her killer, you wouldn't be on the roof ledge of a building right now." I look at her, questions from her pointed answer running through my head. Before I can voice any of them, she continues. Look, I know what guilt is, and I know how hard it is to live in a constant state of guilty thinking. I've been living in it for years. I'm alive and in front of you, but I'm dead inside. I'm broken from it. It's taken everything from me, my family included. So, I understand how you're feeling. The vulnerability in her eyes makes me frown, and our encounter is no longer fun for me. I jump down from the ledge and walk toward her. Damn, it sounds like you probably need the ledge more than me, I say sarcastically, brushing past her toward the door. I hear her gasp. The gravel under her shoes crunches as she whips around to follow me. Are you kidding me? That was all just a show? How could you do that? What's wrong with you? How can you play with people's feelings like that? I was generally concerned for your well-being and trying to help you. Why would you make up something like that? The anger in her voice brings me happiness. She's no longer worried or pitying me. She's angry, as she should be. I like this version of her much better. I turn around to face her, smirking at her irritation. A little part of me wonders when I got this way, when I started feeding off everyone's annoyance. I don't pursue the thought any further. Deep down, I already know the answer. It happened the same time everyone started looking at me with pity in their eyes. It happened the moment I became Creed Steele, unfortunate widower and a general sad sack of a man. I'd rather be thought of as a rotten son of a bitch than either of those. Hell, I embrace it. Her eyes are still big, advertising her shock. Her mouth opens and closes a few times, flabbergasted as she tries to find the words. Finally, something comes out. You're an asshole, she remarks in a quiet, stunned voice. I grin cockily at her. Darling, I already know that. You're going to have to try harder than that if you're flirting with me. She takes a step back, as though she can't get away from me fast enough. It's a silly gesture, being stuck on a roof like she is right now. Something about the gesture makes a new, unpleasant emotion start to bubble up, one that I don't want to deal with. Wordlessly, I turn and slip through the door, heading back downstairs. I'd rather leave her on that note, forever remembering me as the strangest asshole she ever met. I think I can live with that.
Chapter 7. Erica. Leslie drives us down the road after picking me up from my restless night at the hospital. She's filling the silence, rambling about everything and everything. I don't say much in response. I can't stop thinking about my encounter with the man on the ledge. I decide I don't want to keep it to myself, and I have to tell her. As soon as she takes a breath, I blurt it out quickly. Hey, Leslie, the weirdest thing happened last night. She raises her eyebrow and glances at me as I continue. I met someone last night. Oh, at the hospital? Girl, you are good. She laughs. I shake my head. No, not like that. This man was a crazy bastard. He scared the life out of me, and it was all an act. Her glance shifts to confusion. What do you mean? After you all left, I needed some air, but I didn't want to be bothered, so I went to the rooftop. I didn't think anyone would be there, so I went. But a man was standing on the ledge when I opened the door. Leslie gasps. Oh my God. Was he going to jump? Did you save him? You didn't see him fall, did you? She asks, sounding horrified. No, see, that's the crazy bastard part. I thought he was going to jump, so I started trying to talk him down, right? He starts telling me he has no reason to live and no family. He even tells me his wife died and that he killed her. Leslie's eyes widen, but I don't stop talking long enough for her to interrupt. But obviously, I decided that's not true. I'm thinking he means he made a mistake, like a car accident. I tell him that I know how he feels carrying around guilt. You know, trying to relate to him so he doesn't feel alone. This asshole has the nerve to step back in front of me and tell me that I need the ledge more than he does. He made the whole thing up just to get a reaction from me, I guess. You're kidding? I wish I was. He walks past me and says he's kidding or something. I'm yelling, asking how he could play like that. He says some sarcastic comment as he walks off like he didn't just do this awful thing. My temperature rises again as I recall the events and his smug attitude. Holy hell! How could someone do something like that? That's awful. I'm so sorry. That pisses me off for you, she adds angrily. Who is that asshole? Did you find out? Did you see him again after that? I shake my head, still irritated. I didn't, but I'm glad. I never want to see him again. She continues down the road. I feel better now that I shared it with someone else, and my anger starts to subside as I melt into the music blasting through her speakers. Suddenly, she changes the subject. So I found you a place to live, she says excitedly. Really? Where is it? I ask. She glances at me momentarily and grins. It's my husband's old condo. We still have it, and I think it'd be perfect for you. I try to refuse, but she plays the friend card. Please let your friend help. I can do this. It will help you a ton, and you don't have to feel guilty because I'm not spending a dime. The condo is just sitting there empty, and you only have to stay until you find a new place near the shelter like you want. It's safe with security on staff 24/7. I don't respond for a moment as I let my mind sort the racing thoughts. I don't want to involve her in my mess more than I already have, but it will help me a ton to have somewhere to go. If it's that easy for her to let me stay, wouldn't it be rude to refuse? Fine, I'll stay, but only until I find a place. I don't want to be your charity case, I say, laughing. She drums one hand excitedly against the steering wheel, almost like clapping. Well, good, because we're here. I look out the window to see we're pulling into a parking lot outside huge condos. They're absolutely gorgeous, and way more than I could ever afford. They look like the condos you would see on the cover of magazines, the kind which act as celebrities' vacation homes. Jeff's condo is on the 15th floor. She brings up the security again as we ride the elevator. Some big name, prominent people live here, so the security is probably as tight as the president's house, maybe tighter, she says, half joking. Then her face turns serious again. You are completely safe here, she notes earnestly. I smile, not knowing how to respond. I hope I won't have to put their security to the test. The elevator dings and the doors slide open, revealing the 15th floor. The first look at my new home, I guess. Leslie unlocks the door and hands me the key as it swings open. I look around the room at the brilliance it holds. Every tile is strategically polished, and bright lights delicately dangle everywhere. The furniture is shiny and looks brand new. I'm instantly regretting my acceptance. This place is way too nice and expensive for me, I think. What if I spill on this carpet? It's probably worth more than my damn life. But as I try to tell her I can't, she stops me. No take-backs. I won't be able to sleep at night knowing your ex is out there and you're not in a safe space. Especially when I have this sanctuary here that is like a fortress. Please stay here so I know you're safe until you figure something else out. I nod reluctantly in agreement. And she squeals excitedly. She half hugs me, and then her phone starts to vibrate. She pulls it out, heading toward the door. I'll leave you to sort your things and make yourself comfortable. If you need anything, please let me know. Having excused herself, she steps out into the hall to take her call, shutting the door behind her. As I look around the room, it sinks in just how much bigger it is than my place. I feel like an ant living in a giant's house. It's so beautiful, but I feel out of place. I continue my tour, checking out the window to notice a huge pool overlooking the streets below. Wow, oh my God. I can't believe there's a pool. I think as my stomach starts to rumble, it reminds me that I haven't eaten anything this morning. My discharge papers were being signed before breakfast came. I glance curiously into a few cabinets, but I'm not surprised to see they are bare. Of course they are. Who would move out of their old condo and leave the food behind? I'm hungry, but there won't be anything here until I go shopping. I grab my keys and head out to look for some food. I walk by Leslie, who is listening intently to someone on the other end of her phone. I quietly hold up the keys, mouthing the word groceries at her, and she nods distractedly. I notice a man standing in front of the elevator on his phone, waiting for it to come back up. I stand beside him as it dings. The doors open, but he doesn't move. Slightly annoyed, I started to walk around him. He starts moving just then, simultaneously, and we bump into each other as we get in the elevator. We look at each other, both surprised by the sudden encounter. I think he is more surprised than me, as I'm pretty sure he was in his own world and not even aware someone else was there. As soon as our glance meets, my eyes widen, instantly recognizing him. "It's you," I say. My heart is pounding as I scan over the man standing beside me. The same man from the rooftop ledge. God, do I have the most crap luck or what?
Chapter 8. Creed. As I stare at the woman I drunkenly bumped into, the elevator doors close in front of us. She pushes the button but doesn't look away, staring at me the entire time. There's a weird tingling sensation washing over me. I can't seem to break out of her trance. It's like the mocha coloring of her eyes attaches to mine and won't let go. I'm sinking into her, nearly leaning toward her until I realize my strange behavior and finally snap out of it. Clearly, I have had way more to drink than I thought. I need to slow down. Maybe it's time to try a bottle of water. Once I can pull away and force myself to get it together, I notice her familiarity. "Crazy woman," I exclaim after a moment, realizing who she is. "It's you. What are you doing here?" I ask, thinking about how her eyes seem more inviting in the daylight when we're not on the roof of a hospital. Maybe it's the lighting in here. She scoffs and rolls her eyes. "What's it to you, ledge boy?" she asks in a tone that lets me know she's offended. "If there's a crazy person here, it's you." She breaks eye contact and leans against the metal wall. Her tone is acceptable for the situation of our second unintentional encounter, and I can't help but grin at her apparent dislike for me. "I never expected to see you again." "Yeah, I never expected to see you again either. Maybe I jinxed myself. It seems I've been very unlucky these days," she declares in a dry voice. I ignore her blatant contempt, a deserved response for my actions last night. Instead, I quickly change the subject. "So, how's life going for you? Still living in misery?" I ask. "I hope it works well for you." I try making my response as sarcastic as possible, and I shrug my shoulders, wanting to rile her up. For some reason, I can't stop thinking about her feisty attitude. I want to squeeze the reaction out of her. I want to see her get mad and wrinkle her nose at me. She purses her lips, glaring at me, then proceeds to give me exactly what I want. Her eyes spark with anger as she tells me off, and I eat up every moment of it. Some of us do our best when bad things happen, instead of pretending like we have problems to trick pity out of anyone unfortunate enough to cross our path, she snaps. "I'm doing the exact opposite of living in misery." "Thank you very much. In fact, you're my biggest source of misery right now." The words would probably sting if I had any heart left. But I don't, so they don't. Just the opposite, in fact. They make me feel the closest thing to alive that I have in a long time, even though I'm pretty sure I'm just feeding vicariously off her energy. This woman cares so much about such small things, even taking the time to tell off a basic stranger instead of just walking away. I almost want to ask her how she finds the energy, to teach me her secrets. But we don't ask these things from strangers, so I bite down the words, stifling them. Plus, the booze of choice this morning makes it nearly impossible to focus. I probably wouldn't be able to make sense of the answer even if she gave it to me. Instead, I watch the expressions that dance across her face, enjoying the show. When I can tell she's done yelling, I start asking mundane questions. They are dull and pointless and mostly annoying. I know it and she knows it, but I don't want the conversation to stop. I hide behind pretending that I'm just doing it to goad her. I am in a way, though I know that's not all. She starts off giving soft, blunt, one-word responses, as though she's hoping I'll get bored and go away. When I do not stop, her frustration starts to leak back out. She isn't angry as much as sarcastic, and she replies with comments biting enough to make me pause. This is the soft woman who tried to talk me down from a ledge yesterday? I think I like this version of her better, catching traces of a dark sense of humor that amuses me. If anyone else was brushing me off like this, I would probably get annoyed or bored. But nothing she says is boring me. Each bizarre, snarky response only makes our interaction more memorable. My thoughts are all over the place as my mind bobs up and down through the booze it's floating in. I suddenly remember she doesn't know my name, and I interrupt to introduce myself. I put my hand out for her to shake. It's probably time I introduce myself since we keep meeting like this. I'm Creed Steele. I stare at her, waiting for a response that never comes. What's your name? I finally prompt. She ignores my question and my gesture for a handshake, instead asking me a question of her own. Are you drunk? Just after lunch? She asks. Damn, is it that noticeable? Just a sip, I reply, putting my hands in my pockets. You're lucky. You caught me almost sober. That isn't a common occurrence. She scoffs again, looking down at my stitched hand and hospital bracelet. Not that it's any of my business, but you shouldn't be drinking on any type of medication. The elevator dings, interrupting before I can respond, and she quickly starts walking out. I stand still, watching her exit and trying to remember what I came down here for in the first place. It escapes me in the moment, probably another effect of the booze. I can't really concentrate on the question anyway. More pressing is the feeling I can't shake, one of wanting to follow her for some reason. I find myself liking being in her presence, and I'm not sure why. Is it a sense of camaraderie because I can see the familiar look of anguish she's holding behind her eyes? Or is it because I find comfort in how she looks broken beyond repair? Because we were both crazy people on a hospital roof? I can't quite put my finger on it, but something about her makes me feel like we are two broken hands on the same clock. And that means we should stick together, doesn't it? Whatever it is, it makes me follow her out the doors and down the hall. Where are you going? I ask, sounding nosy. She doesn't say a word, just continues walking down the hall and out the front doors. I follow closely behind her to the supermarket just down the street from the condos. I see her keep glancing at me as she walks, until she grabs a cart and finally turns to me. You're acting like a freaking stalker. What are you doing here? Did you actually need something? Or are you just following me? I laugh. If I were going to stalk someone, it wouldn't be you, darling. She glares at me and picks up her pace, noticeably trying to get away from me as she heads toward the entrance. The words sober me up a little, though, and I don't want to scare her. Maybe I'm acting like a stalker. I decided to stop following her and leave her alone to shop. I stand there trying to decide where I should go next. I still can't remember why I originally left my condo at all, which seems like maybe the next thing to figure out. I watch her walk across the parking lot, letting her go this time, when I notice a car speeding toward her from the corner of my eye. Something trips in my drunken brain just in time. The car is too fast and too close. Every hackle on my back goes up, and the effect is instant sobriety. I run to her, pushing her out of the way just as the car races past. Her cart careens wildly away, bouncing off the car's bumper with a sound that is only chilling when I realize it was nearly her. We roll on the ground, our bodies taking a moment to slow in motion. She's on top of me suddenly, and her wide eyes are staring into mine. She looks shocked, understandably so. Her mouth opens and closes a few times, reminding me of the way she did the same thing yesterday on the roof. When she finally gathers herself to speak, I'm expecting tears or perhaps a request to call the police. Neither of those things come out. Erica! Call me Erica, she says instead, panting. It takes me a minute to catch up, remembering how she ignored my question a few minutes earlier. I suppose if I saved her life, giving me her name might be the least she could do. Still, it makes me chuckle to think she pulled that response out of her pocket with everything else going on. Well, you're one unlucky woman, Erica, I reply, matching her casual attitude. It seems we're going to pretend that didn't just happen. It suits me fine. I'm good at pretending things didn't happen. She giggles as she slides off me, standing back up. She reaches out with one hand, pulling me to my feet. We dust off our pants as a strange thought occurs to me. My urge to check out her ass as she walked to the doors may be the reason she's still alive. Most women would complain about that, but it turns out some good can come from leering. I almost consider pointing it out to her, but swallow the remark just in time. When she tentatively puts her hand back in mine, inviting me into the grocery store with her, I decide not to risk it.
Chapter 9. Erica. My whole body is shaking, but I try to control the response. I hate feeling afraid. I've spent too long living in fear as it is. Still, I'm terrified thinking about how close they were to hitting me. It's so scary to think that Creed is the only reason I'm still standing here. What just happened? Is someone targeting me, I wonder? I can't help but think maybe Giovanni is somehow behind this after all, even if he is still in prison for another month. I don't want to think about it right now. Instead, I reach for Creed's hand, feeling a sudden softness for this brisk man who acts like an asshole, but saved my life when it mattered. Creed gently pulls his arm out of mine, waving a hand as if to say wait. He spins in a circle, studying the parking lot, and spies the car that nearly hit me. It is stopped at the edge of the parking lot, waiting for oncoming traffic to stop so he can make a right-hand turn. Creed trots briskly away. I chew my lip, watching nervously. It's not that I judge Creed for going to yell at the driver, who clearly deserves it. I just know that anything could come out of it, including the other man might be armed. The confrontation makes me uneasy, despite Creed having plenty of good reasons. Creed's voice cuts through. I can hear him clear across the parking lot, and he sounds furious. "Watch where the hell you're going, assholes. You could have killed her," he yells. A younger man pops his head out of the window, giving him the finger. His rudeness doesn't even piss me off. Instead, I breathe a sigh of relief, thinking maybe it's just a coincidence. It wasn't Giovanni after all, not even some armed thug he sent after me. Just some snotty young punk. Creed doesn't take it as well as I do. He starts leaning in through the open window, and I fully expect that he's going to drag the kid out by his hair. The kid seems to think better of his bravado and slams on the gas, peeling out of the parking lot. The act nearly causes another accident, and a car honks loudly as he cuts them off. I squint, trying to see the license plate of the car, but it is too late. I should have thought of it sooner. This kid has no business behind the wheel of a car. I watch as Creed trots back my direction, his face twisted in a scowl. Goddamn kids nowadays. They have no respect for anyone but themselves. I can't believe he sped off like that and didn't even stop to ensure you were okay. What an asshole. Creed mutters angrily when he gets near. I nod. I know. It's ridiculous the lack of parenting some children have. Thank you so much for saving me. I wouldn't be standing here if you hadn't been stalking me, I say sarcastically, and playfully nudge his shoulder. The weirdness and anger for him are fading away after finding out he's willing to risk his life for a complete stranger. I'm starting to have a more favorable impression of him now. I'm not sure why, exactly, he acts as prickly as he does, but he can't be all that bad underneath. No problem. I'm just glad I was here. It would have been awful to read about that on the news. It probably would only have added to my lifelong guilt, he responds. He lets out a choked laugh, like it isn't really funny at all, but he's trying to force himself to think so. I still need groceries, so I'm going to head inside. I take a few steps away to grab another cart. When I bring it back near the door, he is still standing there. I glance at him uncertainly, then decide to just go for it. He did save my life after all, and he seemed to want to come shopping with me. Do you want to help me pick my groceries? I offer. He doesn't say a word, just follows me inside. I can't help but wonder, for maybe the 1,000th time, just what this man's story is. I decide I don't care. It's not like I don't have my own story, one I'm not particularly eager to share. If anyone gets it, I do. As I walk down the aisles, I think about how fortunate I am not to have any marks. I have not a single injury because Creed took the fall for me. It amazes me that someone who doesn't know what a good first impression is can be so kind as to jump in to rescue me. Suddenly, I hear Creed's voice behind me, interrupting my thoughts. Are you really going to the snack aisle first? My kind of girl. He laughs as I set a bag of potato chips in my empty cart. I'm not used to shopping with someone else. It's oddly comforting, not doing it alone. Maybe Creed was on to something. It's a good place to have company. Hey, don't hate on my snack habits, all right? I need some comfort foods every once in a while. I promise I'll get actual meal items too. Give me some time. I laugh. He helps me gather some more items, and then when I turn around, he's gone. That's weird. Maybe he got a call or something and had to leave, I think, and continue shopping. It's a bit odd that he disappeared. But to be honest, it was a bit weird that he came at all. Suddenly, a cart speeds up behind me. I can sense the movement and hear the little wheels whirring, closer than I am comfortable with. I spin around quickly, startled. I figured I should probably get some things while I'm here. Then I don't have to make 2 trips, Creed declares, pushing his cart next to mine. You can go do your own shopping now. You don't have to stand here with me. I promise I'm okay. But again, thank you so much for saving me. It takes a special person to risk their own life to save a stranger's. I'm okay. You're actually making grocery shopping sort of enjoyable, which is surprising because I usually despise it, unless you want to be left alone. He says the last part almost as an afterthought, like it occurred to him just then. He doesn't wait for a response, already starting to back away. I grab his cart and stop him. No, that's not what I was saying at all. I didn't want you to feel like you had to watch out for me or something. It's nice not shopping alone, actually. In fact, would you want to come over for dinner? I want to make you something to say thank you, if you're okay with that, I add hastily. Despite having a more favorable opinion of him now, I'm still not quite sure how to talk to him sometimes. He swings wildly between being very good company and being kind of a jerk. Inviting him to dinner feels like it could be a mistake and open myself to further teasing. He doesn't say anything rude at all. In fact, his eyes widen and his face lights up. Really? You want to have dinner with me? It's one of the only ways I can thank someone. I think you'll like my cooking. I've never had any complaints. He agrees excitedly, and I'm surprised to see the first genuine emotion he's had, besides anger. We continue to the next aisle as I search for the ingredients I need for dinner. We settle into a more comfortable banter now, both of us a bit more at ease than we started. Am I reading too much into this? Or does he really enjoy my company? I wonder. It gets the best of me until I can't take it anymore and have to ask. So why do you like being around me, huh? Is it because I'm funny? I ask playfully. He sighs. Misery loves company. Since we're both seemingly miserable people, we might as well stick together. He laughs and playfully nudges my cart. His words sting. I don't want to be seen as the miserable person who clings to other losers. I'm rebuilding my life, not wallowing. No, I'm unfortunate enough on my own, I retort with a hint of jest, but there's an edge to my words. I walk past him, grabbing more things. He tells me he likes a good taco and picadillo, and I can't help but roll my eyes. To me, he looks like the standard carnivore who only eats meat with a lot of chilies and nothing else. I can't tell if he's teasing me or if he hates the idea of whatever he thinks I'm making him by what I'm setting in the cart. He laughs at my eye roll. I'm only being considerate of you. I don't think you'll like my choices in meals. He gestures to his cart, and I scoff at the items inside. It's scarce. But what he does have looks like something a freshman frat boy in college would have in his cart. Yeah, I'm certain I wouldn't like your meal choice. I eat like a grown-up, not like some kid being left home for the weekend while his parents go out of town. But I'm also the one cooking, and it's not up to you, so we don't have to worry about it. We continue our banter back and forth across the store. As we grab our last few items, we make fun of each other's choices as I continue to tease him for being juvenile and he teases me for being boring. Just before we finish up, I finally take one last look inside my cart. I realize I definitely have more than I originally came here for. This trip seems to have gotten away from me a bit, maybe because of Creed. But I decide that's okay. Food is food, right? I won't have to come back tomorrow this way. I'm sure it will all get eaten. I take a peek at his cart again, noticing it's worse than before. It's almost all junk food, but now he's added beer. Healthy. How do you stay in your current shape if this is the kind of food you eat? I ask in shock. He's incredibly trim for a man who seemingly hasn't tried an apple in years. He gives me a toothy grin. I'd be happy to demonstrate for you, darling. Oh my God, he did not just say that. I roll my eyes again, but this time the comment doesn't irritate me. I'm starting to get used to this man, believe it or not. Instead, I simply walk past him. Let's just go pay for this stuff, I reply. This isn't going to be that kind of dinner.
Chapter 10. Creed. Erica leads me back to her condo with our armloads of groceries. As we're walking, we're teasing each other, and the endless banter continues. It feels so good to be myself around someone again, joking and having a good time. Our banter makes the walk and the elevator ride to the 15th floor go by quickly. We arrive outside her door, and I watch as she fumbles with the keys and the lock. I file it away in my mind, wondering how long ago she moved in. I hadn't noticed her before, but I tend to keep an unusual schedule, so I'm not always up on the latest events. Plus, I'm not always sober, to be quite honest. For all I know, I passed her 20 times before here, and just didn't notice her until our encounter in the hospital. Finally, the door opens. She walks in, inviting me in with her. We carry the grocery bags into the kitchen and place them on the bar. I start pulling things out, even though I have no idea what to do with them next. When it seems like we have taken up all the available counter space, I pick up my own groceries. I'll be right back, I tell her. Just going to run these to my place. She nods her agreement. I don't leave the door unlocked, she informs me. Take the key with you. She gestures with her head to where the key sits on the counter. When you come back, just make yourself at home while I prepare dinner. I'll let you know when it's ready. The TV is right in through there, she says, pointing at the seating area behind me. I nod, thinking it's interesting that she's so uptight about leaving the door unlocked for a few minutes. I mean, I'm not arguing. Her place, her rules. But I'm literally just running across the hall and I'll be back in 5 minutes. If it were me, I wouldn't worry about it. Of course, maybe that's the difference between being a man and a woman. I can appreciate that. I just scoop up the keys as directed, letting myself out. Groceries in hand, I double-check that the door locks behind me as requested. A few minutes later, I return from my place, bringing along a bag of chips and a beer. I unlock the door and return the keys to where she had them on the counter, watching her cook for a minute. She is busy, so I head into the living room and grab the remote. I kick my feet up and open my chips as I scroll through the channels. I finally find some show on monster trucks and set the remote on the end table. After several minutes of watching the screen, the kitchen starts smelling amazing. I'm getting anxious to find out how her food will taste, but if it's anything like it smells, I think I'm in for a treat. I'm watching the show and finishing my beer when a strange feeling starts to rise. What is that? Missing her presence when she's only in the other room? What the hell is going on? What's wrong with me? I try shaking out the thoughts from my head, but the show makes me lose interest. I'm bored and can't take it anymore. The kitchen to sit with her. It's almost ready, she declares when I emerge from the living room. I nod and sit at the bar, watching her in action. She looks like she's on a cooking show, like she has a certain professional grace to her actions. She must like cooking, I think, then wonder why I'm paying enough attention to even notice. Am I learning things about her just by my observations? Why am I allowing myself to care so much? The longer I watch her, the more my interest grows, however. Eventually, I have to ask her, "You're a natural. Are you a chef or something?" "No, not hardly. I'm just used to doing this," she responds with a smile. The kindness behind it makes me feel giddy, and I know I immediately need to draw my attention from it. "So, did you buy this place from the owner?" I ask, changing the subject altogether. She sighs and looks around as she stirs. "No, I'm only temporarily staying here while looking for a new place. The owner's wife is a very good friend of mine." I watch as panic suddenly washes over her face. "Oh my God, I shouldn't have invited you here without telling her." She hurries to her purse and starts looking for her phone. "Oh, you're Leslie's friend? We're friends," I try to reassure her. Her alarm is, I'm sure, unnecessary. Jeff isn't going to care that I came into his condo. She glances up, looking confused, and I realize I need to explain. I mean, Jeff. That bastard struck it rich by siphoning money from divorced, lonely ladies. "Are you serious?" she asks, suddenly looking offended. I laugh. "I'm kidding. You don't have to be angry. The last thing I need is for her to go tell Leslie. His face is fine. He doesn't need to chase old women for affection," I remark. "It's his personality we need to put a bag over." This time she laughs at the dig. The laughter makes me feel strangely pleased. "See, you believe me. I'm right, aren't I?" She shakes her head, still smiling. I begin helping her set the table as she prepares our plates. We sit down to eat, and it looks delicious. I compliment her cooking immediately, letting her know how amazing it smells. Her attention to detail while making our plates looks like a professional chef's work. It's a real step up for a guy who tends to eat cottage cheese straight from the tub and calls that a meal. She giggles nervously and takes the first bite. I watch her lips tightly form around her fork, and my mind starts going to a dirty place. I quickly grab my fork and take a bite, filling my mouth before I say something embarrassing and ruin our evening. "This is amazing," I say with a mouthful. "If you're not a chef, what do you do for a living?" "Thank you. I was hoping you'd like it. And actually, I'm an artist. I paint. It's usually noticeable from all the spills on my clothes, but you were lucky enough to witness one of the few pairs of jeans I own that aren't covered in it." "Oh, wow," I remark. "It's an interesting job choice. I encounter plenty of accountants and businessmen, but I'm not sure I've ever known a genuine artist. I would never have guessed painter. That's cool, though. I'm impressed." I continue eating as she tells me about her most recent paintings. "I'd love to see them. I'm very interested in art. I never really find the time to appreciate it as much as I'd like to. The software company keeps me pretty busy for the most part. There are so many aspects to it and locations, and it doesn't leave much time for hobbies." "Oh, I'm sorry, that must get boring." "Actually, it's kind of nice being able to dive into work and be so busy that everything else seems to fade away. It's the only time I can lose myself in something, feel a little bit normal for a while." She nods. "Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I lose myself in my artwork, too. I love it. Being able to be me without fear or judgment is the best part of my job." She continues talking about her paintings, telling me where she finds her inspiration as we finish the last bits of food on our plates. I remark once more that I would love to see them, and she finally admits shyly that she has some here. "Really? And you're holding out on me?" I tease. I get up and start clearing the table, rinsing the dishes as she puts away the fridge items. That was so good. Thanks again. I haven't had a home-cooked meal in quite some time, I say, finishing the last dish. Felt good to cook for someone, so I'm glad you liked it. Now, the paintings, I demand impatiently. She bites her lip, but leads me to a small den where they are stacked up against the wall, waiting for their new home. They are really very good, and I tell her so. She smiles with appreciation, but I can tell she's a little hesitant. It doesn't take long for her to change the subject, dragging me away. Do you have somewhere to be? Or would you want to stay for a drink? Something tells me I need to leave, that I shouldn't trust myself to be here with her for too long, but I can't make myself tell her no. I want to come up with a lie to get me out of here, but the only thing that leaves my lips is a yes to her invitation. What the hell are you doing? You can stay for a glass, that's it. One drink, and then you need to leave. Please don't overdo it, I think to myself. But all I do is nod my agreement. She leads me back toward the kitchen, and I watch her sexy figure reach for a bottle of wine and 2 glasses.
Chapter 11. Erica. I can feel Creed's eyes on me as I reach for the bottle of wine and our 2 glasses. It's a mixture of emotions, noticing his eyes on my body as it stretches to grab the highest bottle. Am I into his reaction and blatant staring? Or is it making me uncomfortable? Maybe he isn't even staring to try and catch a glimpse of my shirt tightening on my chest, and I'm just being overdramatic. I shake my head, tossing out the thoughts of him finding me attractive. I can't decide if I want him to or not, so it seems easier to not consider it anyway. Instead, I focus on the wine cork. It pops off, and I pour us each a glass of my favorite red. We walk into the living room and sit on the cushions next to each other. This is some good wine, he says, breaking the silence. It's cheap, but it's one of my favorites. I nod and take a bigger sip than usual. It feels comforting to have something familiar, even if it is just a glass of wine. So, you said you're friends with Leslie. Have you been friends for long, or is this a newfound friendship? I just wonder because I've met a few of her friends, being close with Jeff, and we haven't met, so I wasn't sure if she was hiding you from me, or if it was just something new. Yeah, it's kind of a new thing. I help out at her shelter as often as I can. I needed an escape, and it's a nice way to give back to the community. I started over when I moved here, not knowing anyone. I thought volunteering somewhere would be a good way to get out and meet people. I give him the simplified version of my story, leaving out a lot of the more intimate details. I don't want to mention my ex or my history. I continue with my light, breezy version of events, even if it was just the people I was working with. But then I met her and Jennifer, and they changed my life. Leslie is such a good person, especially for letting me stay here when she didn't have to. In fact, she even insisted that I do it to make her feel better. She's so selfless. Damn, look at you being all sweet. Where's your award for being a good Samaritan? He laughs, teasing me. You're the one who tried to talk me off a ledge. I playfully nudge his shoulder. They don't make enough of those awards for how good I am. I laugh with him. How do you know Leslie? I ask, returning the question. Well, I don't really know her all that well. I spend a lot of time with Jeff, and she's around him some of the time we're together, so I don't know much about her, but she seems like she's good for him. I'm surprised by the genuine sentiment, so different from his usual demeanor. He seems to sense it too, changing the subject. It's awesome that you do something so selfless, but you said you needed an escape. What could someone like you be trying to escape from? He asks. I want so badly to be able to talk to someone and let out the thoughts inside my head. Escaping and being able to vent is what I really need right now. I can't talk to Leslie about coming home to this condo that's not mine and trying to get comfortable when I feel so uncomfortable. I don't want her to feel like I don't appreciate all they're doing for me. It's just hard to be here every day, thinking about why I'm not in my own house. I want to tell him how hard it is to come home to an empty house, how I'm tired of doing it, and now I'm stuck somewhere that isn't even mine. Knowing there's a security system here fit for the president is the only reason I'll have any chance of sleeping tonight. I stare at him for an awkward amount of time, wanting to tell him but knowing I can't. I can't bring someone else into my mess, especially someone I haven't known very long. I decide it's not the time to share, and I need to keep my thoughts to myself. Instead, I grab the bottle of wine and pour more into my glass. Creed stares at me, looking as if he's waiting for an answer I can't give him. But as I sip from my newly filled glass, he awkwardly raises his and does the same. He sets the glass back down, and the clink gets to me. My nerves suddenly feel uneasy, and I'm unsure why. Maybe it's being alone in the presence of a man after so many years. Perhaps I'm starting to realize my dinner invitation is to a man I just met and let him into my house without thinking about it. As my thoughts start spiraling and I begin to get nervous, his voice rings in my ears again, and his tone immediately calms me. "So you were saying you moved here and started over. Why is that?" he says, asking another question I can't answer. I sigh and smile at him over the brim of my lipstick-stained glass. Man, there you go again with such personal questions. I laugh, trying not to sound serious, but also hoping he'll stop asking as they're getting harder to dodge. I can't quite figure out why, but you interest me. I'm just trying to get to know you. I don't feel like casual conversation will tell me much about you. Well, I don't know much about you either. Are you from here? I'm trying desperately to avoid his questions. I don't want to lie, but telling the truth only puts the people I care about in danger. I don't want to bore you. How about we open another bottle of wine? He says, seeming to be avoiding my questions as well. I smile and tell him I'll be right back. The whole time I'm in the kitchen opening the wine, he's jokingly asking what's taking so long. He teases, asking if I know how to use a bottle opener or if I need a man's help. I take it in stride, making snide remarks back to him. I like this version of him better than the serious, inquisitive one. It warms my heart the longer we banter, and I don't know why I'm letting myself feel comfortable in his presence. It's like I'm enjoying his company, though every part of me is telling me to stop. I can't let him in and get used to him being here. I need my walls, my distance. I bring the new bottle into the living room. He pours me a glass, still making fun of how long it takes me to get back. He asks if I got lost on the way, unfamiliar with such a big house. We're laughing and joking with each other, and it feels strangely familiar. I do not want the night to end. I find every reason to keep him talking, wanting to stop him from leaving for as long as possible. But I can't help wondering if I just feel more secure with a man here, or if it's his company I really can't let go of.
Chapter 12. Creed. It's late and I should get going. I'm sure you have work in the morning, I say to Erica as I set the wine glass in the sink. She nods, finishing her last sip. Yes, I do. You do too, I'm sure. Thank you for coming. I enjoyed your company. Thank you for having me and for cooking. It was delicious. She giggles and walks me to the door. Thanks again for saving my life. I think you earned a meal. Anytime. I hope it's not anytime soon because you'll prove even more how unlucky you are. I laugh and walk into the hall. She gets her phone out of her pocket. Can I get your number? You know, in case I ever need saving again? It surprises me and excites me at the same time. It's been a long time since I've given a woman my number, even if it is just in case she needs rescuing. I try to convince myself not to read too much into it. Yeah, of course. Here's mine. We can just put each other's in real quick. I unlock my phone, pulling up the contact sheet so she can I hand it to her, trading her phone for mine. We add our information and trade back. I wave goodbye, heading for my door. Hers softly shuts behind me, and I feel a strange sensation growing as the distance between us gets bigger. My condo is only a few doors down from hers, but it feels like too much for some reason. I rush inside my condo and the door slams behind me as I make my way down the hall to the couch. I sink into the cushions, throw off my boots, and scroll through the channels. I'm looking for anything to get my mind off her. The scanner stops on the same damn show from her place, and I can't take it. This house feels suffocating. I can hear her voice saying my name and our laughter ringing in my ears. The silence is closing in on me, and I'm losing it. I jump off the couch and sprint to the kitchen, grabbing and opening a bottle of wine. Damn it. Why does the wine have to be red? I think, and bring the bottle to my lips. I start chugging, thinking she'll disappear just like everything else I don't want to remember if I get wasted. I'll add her to the list of things that make me an alcoholic. The bottle of wine is nearly gone, and I'm still not feeling numb enough. Her long brunette hair sways in my mind every time I blink, and her contagious laugh rings in my ears. I can't take it anymore. I have to get out of here before I do something stupid, I think, and race out the door. As the elevator takes me to the bottom floor, I'm trying to decide where I'll go. It's late, and few places will be open at this hour. The only place I know of that's always open is Inferno. I grab a cab and make my way to the club. Maybe if I stay out long enough, I'll get laid or wasted in the club, sufficient enough to drown everything else out. The cab pulls into the Inferno parking lot, and I pay the driver. I stumble inside and see Fred sitting at the bar, flirting with the ladies. I sit on the stool next to him and clear my throat, trying to get his attention off the woman that's clearly not his partner. "Hello there, Fred," I say, waving down the bartender. "Jesus, you look like a zombie," Fred says rudely. I laugh, trying not to let his comments bother me. At least I'm the better-looking zombie. "Well, that's true," he says easily, laughing. Fred is the opposite of Bruce in that way, almost always unflappable. It's not even fun to try most of the time. Too much like kicking a puppy. The bartender hands me my usual drink and hands Fred a refill of whatever the hell kind of girly drink sits before him. He introduces me to the girls he's flirting with, and my inner playboy instantly resurfaces. They're tall and blonde, with huge breasts that they want you to look at. The usual type of girls that come in here. The ones with too tight skirts and their shirts too low. The kind of girls I'm usually into. The ones down for a one-night stand, having a little fun, and then leaving me the hell alone. It excites me when several of them start flirting with me, grabbing my collar and complimenting my eyes. It's the kind of thing that I usually take girls home for. But tonight, for some reason, I can't concentrate. I sit on my stool, staring at them and trying to imagine us going home together. I keep hoping one of them can get my mind right, but everything coming out of my mouth feels like I'm forcing it. I haven't had to work this hard to flirt since my awkward and unconfident high school years. My inability to find them attractive infuriates me. The more I try to get handsy or up the dirty talk, the more I fail miserably. My frustration only grows when I notice the girls becoming uninterested. They slowly start backing away from me until they make an awkward escape to be rid of me altogether. I stare at the empty space before me and can't understand what's happening. I never have issues talking to women. Any other night of the week, they would be fighting over which one gets to come home with me. What the hell is going on? What's different about tonight? I wonder as I rack my brain, trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong. Suddenly, I remember Erica, and my mind stops. My heart flutters as her laughter fills my head again. A frown appears as I realize she's the reason for my inability to pick up women. What the hell is wrong with me? Is she getting to me? There's no way. I can't let her get close to me. It's unfair to even think of bringing someone else into my mess of a life, I think, as I drown my sorrows with another shot.
Chapter 13. Erica. After 2 weeks of staying in Jeff's beautiful condo, it's finally moving day. My new place is a tiny little townhouse, only a block from the shelter. which is perfect. The owners were older and wanted to go live with their granddaughter, so they sold it for a low price. Perhaps my luck is beginning to change. As I pack my things, I find the 2 wine glasses that Creed and I used the night of our dinner, making me think of him. I haven't seen him since that night. It's almost like he doesn't live here anymore. Or maybe he's just avoiding me? Maybe I upset him? I sigh, trying to stop my overthinking. I push the thoughts of us out of my head. It's disappointing because I enjoyed our time together, but it is what it is. I bury the emotions in my heart, not wanting to let him get to me. There's no need for unnecessary feelings like this. You need to focus on getting out of here and starting on your own adventure. My thoughts quickly shift to why I'm starting over in the first place. My ex-husband and his obsession with me. Maybe he hired someone to trash my old place and nearly strike me with a vehicle at the grocery store. Maybe he didn't. And they were unfortunate coincidences. Either way, his release date is getting closer, and it's driving me insane. Picturing him being set free is making me physically sick. It's interfering with my sleep, my eating habits, and even my ability to leave the house. I can only see him finding me and making me pay for the years he's been behind bars. It doesn't matter what I say or do. When he finds me, he will make me pay. He will punish me for the things he's been through, and it's all I can think about. I even sought out my lawyers, begging for any shred of hope that I might be able to stop his release. All they keep saying is that I can file for an appeal, but it won't stop his release. They tell me to wait, that everything might be fine, that he might have already decided to move on in a better direction, properly rehabilitated by the system, as the judge seems to think. I keep hearing it repeatedly. It should be comforting. I know it's their reasoning for saying it, trying to calm my fears. They're right. There's a slight chance he won't. But the chance is about as small as me seeing Creed again, and I don't like those odds. A part of me wants to believe that he'll get out and stay far away from me, not wanting to get sent back. I just can't quite convince myself of it. I know him. Maybe he'll mind his own business. Hell, maybe his family will keep him in line because they don't want to lose him again. Either way, I must stop thinking about the what-ifs and learn how to live again. I can't live in fear forever and must let this go. Nothing is going to happen, I say to myself, trying to be as convincing as possible. I sigh and continue packing the last few things. From now on, I can't let fear get the best of me. I grab my suitcase and head for the door, making sure everything is tidy the way I found it. I'll miss this place. It's such a gorgeous condo and very comfortable to stay in, despite the vast space sometimes making the loneliness more apparent. I enter the elevator and ride it down to the main floor. Once outside, I flag down a taxi to head to my new place. "Hello, where are you headed?" the driver asks as I buckle my seatbelt. Without thinking, I answer, "To my new home. Today's the day I start my new adventure." "That's lovely. Now, where is your new home?" he replies grumpily. He isn't as thrilled by my change of pace as I am. I giggle awkwardly, realizing he needs an actual address. "Yes, I'm sorry," I say, and give him the exact address. He speeds away in the direction of my new home. I stare out the window and imagine what it will be like starting over. It's a new concept, not necessarily one I haven't done before, but this time I'm starting over for different reasons. It's exciting but scary all at the same time. My heart pounds at the idea of coming home alone again, to a house that isn't taken over by security precautions. I will miss the security of knowing no one is allowed in, of feeling confident that if something happens and someone gains access somewhere in the building, security will catch them. My new house is in a safe neighborhood, but I'm going back to coming home to an empty house. One I know hasn't been watched by cameras all day long. One without Creed right down the hall. It's scary to think about, but I know it's all a part of the healing journey. I start thinking about the other differences between my starting over this time and before. My friends pop into my head, reminding me the major difference this time is I'm not alone. At least this time, I have someone to keep me company and get me through the rough transitions. Hopefully, it isn't so scary. My best friends will be here for me whenever I need them, and that reassurance helps a ton. Leslie and Jennifer want to be a part of today, but I want it to be a special occasion for me. I want the first part of my new adventure to be all on my own, but I do find myself missing them. Their laughter and jokes might make this an easier transition. Finally, the cab stops at my front door. I pay the driver and carry my suitcase inside. An intense flood of happiness rushes over me as I walk through the door. My new place is cozy and homey, just as I want it to be. I got it for a bargain too, so it's a good deal all around. I stare around the room, taking in the scenery and enjoying a place with my name on it. "Welcome, Erica," I say out loud while setting my suitcase down. "It's time to start your new life." My heart pounds with excitement as I look around the house. I scan all the empty walls, just waiting there for me to give them my personal touch. This is it. Be proud of yourself. You got this.
Chapter 14. Creed. The cool outside breeze on my face soothes the burning sensation from all the alcohol in my system as I walk down the sidewalk toward home. I pull the entrance doors to walk in, but the glass rattles when they don't open. The buzzing in my head causes me to pause and stare at the doors, knowing they can't lock me out of my own building. Then I start to laugh at myself as I realize why they're not opening. I'm trying to open a push door. How many times have I done the same damn thing? I've been into this building a million times, and I still don't understand why they don't have a sticker for us to know which way the door moves, I think, as I continue chuckling to myself and make my way through the lobby. I'm stumbling to the elevator and trying to focus my eyes enough to find the right button I need. Once the correct button is glowing, I grab a hold of the side rails as it goes up, trying not to get dizzy. Finally, it dings, and the doors open to the 15th floor. My plan is to go to my condo and lay down to sleep off the alcohol in my system, but for some reason I can't make myself find my door. I stumble down the hall to a random door instead. I'm not sure why I'm drawn to it until I see the number. My heart sinks as soon as I recognize it. It's Erica's. I stand at the door for a few moments, wondering why my drunk mind is bringing me here. 10 minutes go by while I stand at her door. Several times I raise my fist to the door, trying to convince myself to knock. Then it falls back down by my side, talking myself out of it. Finally, I decide I can't take it anymore. I need to see her. My subconscious is why I'm here, so I feel like I need to honor that instinct. What if she needs something? My anxiety is through the roof as I bring my shaky hand to the white wood of her door. I knock quietly. My whole body starts to twitch for a moment as I wait impatiently for the door to open. My ear perks up, listening expectantly for her footsteps to come to the door. They never come. Not a single noise arises. I knock a little louder, thinking maybe she couldn't hear me. I wait for a few more minutes. There is still no answer, making me nervous. Where is she? Is she okay? What's she doing? I start frantically ringing the doorbell, questioning my inner thoughts, wondering why I'm worrying about a stranger. The doorbell continuously sounds, and I continue knocking loudly when I still don't get an answer. I'm coming off as impatient at this point, but I can't seem to stop myself. Suddenly the door opens and I hear a voice call out my name. "Creed? What are you doing?" I look up dizzily and see Jeff holding the door slightly open. Leslie stands behind it. I stand still, glancing at the two of them, and wondering why they're standing in the doorway, not Erica. I can't get out a single question or come up with a hello. "Where is Erica?" I finally ask awkwardly. Leslie's expression turns to surprise. "You know each other?" Jeff opens the door a bit wider when she engages with me. I glance around the condo looking for any trace of her, Jeff steps into my line of vision, seeing my gaze. She's no longer here. She left this morning to move into her new home. This was just a temporary arrangement. The words leaving his lips hit me in the stomach like a punch from an iron fist. I can't breathe, and I feel faint. My face gets pale, and I feel the alcohol rising in my throat. She's the one person I've connected with in how long? And she's gone too. She's leaving me. Why didn't she tell me her plans? I don't notice Leslie's eyes are still on me until she interrupts my thoughts. I can give you her new address if you want. I'll have to ask her permission, though. As her friend, I don't feel right giving her address away unless she gives me the okay to do so. I want so badly to agree and get her address. I still want to see her. I could call a cab and have them take me to her place. There's nothing I want more than to just check in with her and make sure she's doing okay and that she doesn't need any help. Leslie starts to pull out her phone to message Erica, but I force myself to stop her from hitting send. I can't let her know that I'm here looking for her. Leslie looks at me, confused, but I try to ignore it. No matter how much I want to see her and continue our friendship, saying no is probably for the best. It's too desperate, too needy. I don't want her to think that I miss her. You don't miss her, I try to convince myself. You hardly knew her. Still, the words feel empty in my own head, hollow like I can't quite believe them. I awkwardly run my fingers through my hair to gather my thoughts, bringing myself back to the couple standing before me. Never mind, I say. Sorry for disturbing you. I just thought I'd see if she was home. It's fine, though. I should go and leave you to it, I say, trying to sound as indifferent as possible. I turn to flee back to my own place, but as my feet make a few steps down the hall, I overhear Jeff's remark to Leslie. Did he just apologize? My anger starts to boil inside me as soon as I hear his question. I hadn't even noticed. Am I apologizing for my behavior now? What is she doing to me? I need to stay away from Erica before I break any of my other bad habits. I can't be the person she seems to be turning me into. I worked hard on this crusty asshole persona, and I'll be damned if I'm giving it up like that.
Chapter 15. Erica. I'm spending the morning in my spacious painting room. My new townhouse has 2 bedrooms. The one I've designated as the painting room is the biggest space in the house, but it's worth it. I need somewhere to go and clear my mind, a place that is beautiful enough to get my mind open and clear. The right inspiration and setting makes the best paintings possible. Everything seems to be back to normal since moving in. I'm finally getting used to being here, feeling at home and safe. After a few hours of working, I need a break. I decide I will go help at the shelter for a while. It's only a few minutes from my house now, which is so convenient. I love spending time with the women and helping Leslie. It's such a great atmosphere to be in, especially when you need to get your mind off of things. Nothing makes you stop fixating on your own problems, like worrying about someone else's. As I walk to the shelter, I can't help thinking about the thing in the back of my mind that I've been trying to ignore for weeks. My ex-husband's release date from prison is approaching. I can't ignore it any longer, though I try valiantly. It keeps sneaking in and taking over my thoughts. I'm hoping the shelter can help dull the thoughts today. I want to go. I want to be there and see the face of the man who is the cause of my parents' death, the cause of my losing everything. But I can't do it. I can't let myself see him or let him see me. I don't want him to know it still eats away at me. I can't let him have that kind of satisfaction. It's unfair he's even getting out early anyways. I want to appeal, and even my friends have been trying to get me to do it since hearing about his early release. But my lawyers advise me, in the gentlest way possible, that it will be a losing battle. I don't think there's any possible way I can go through another trial anyways. The first one nearly killed me, and it didn't even do any good. 4 years in prison probably only gave him more anger toward me, and now he has an early release to pay me back for my efforts. They keep telling me that my parents' death will never be pinned entirely on him, so there's no point in fighting it. The justice system failed me. They advise me to move on from it, find a way to start over. I'm unsure how I can move on from losing everything because of a man who isn't even being forced to face his crimes. They say I won't be able to touch him because of his family's power, and they've exhausted all the means we have to send him to jail. None of it is easy to hear. In fact, it only infuriates me. But they're out of options, so I'm aware it's a losing battle, which means I have no choice but to live with the pain and the suffering. I get to live with the guilt I have every day, guilt from bringing him into our lives in the first place, beside the guilt of what happened to them because they helped me. Now I can't even get them the justice they deserve, and it's haunting me. I keep trying to find any ideas, anything I can do to stop him from finding me. My friends always tell me that they're here to help me whenever I need it, but I don't want to drag them down. Besides, I'm not sure what they can do anyway. If the law and the legal system couldn't stop them, what can they really do? They mean well, and I appreciate that. But it feels like a useless yet genuine sentiment. Leslie helps, even if she doesn't know it, by letting me help at the shelter. It's the only place I can go, which helps heal the wounds in my heart. It terrifies me to think of what he might do, but I'm trying to pull myself out of his shadow. I have been living in fear for too long, and it's time to finally let him go. He doesn't deserve to hold me down anymore. After everything he's taken from me, my sanity is not his to take. I finally arrive at the shelter and see Leslie as soon as the doors open. She runs over to me excitedly. "Hey, gorgeous. I'm so glad you're here. I was actually about to text you and see if you would come in today. Guess what?" she asks. "What?" I respond, trying not to show my distress. She grabs my shoulders and excitedly shakes me. "It's my birthday in 2 days, and you're invited." I raise an eyebrow at her. "Invited to what?" She scoffs playfully. "My birthday party, of course. Now, I know parties aren't really your scene, but it's also serving as a fundraising event for the shelter." I stare at her for a moment, hesitant about what to say because she's right. Parties aren't my thing. I reach for an excuse, any excuse, to get me out of it. "I can see you're trying to think of a nice way to say no, so I'm stopping you. You have to be there. Don't do it for me, do it for the shelter," she says, not letting me refuse her invitation. "There's a reason I waited until the last minute to tell you, so you wouldn't have time to make excuses." I laugh at the way she knows me so well. "All right, fine, if it's for the shelter." "Yay!" She claps her hands, making her approval evident. "Okay, come on. We have somewhere we need to be since you said yes." She grabs my hand and yanks me out the door behind her. "Where are we going?" I wonder as she walks us to her car. I hear the locks click and she climbs inside. She gestures to me to follow, so I climb into the passenger side and buckle my seatbelt as she sets her music. Whatever her idea is, it better get me out of my head, because I will not be able to concentrate on whatever she wants us to do if it's not a good enough distraction. The bass starts bumping with the rap music that starts playing as she speeds out of the lot and onto the road in the direction of our destination. Whatever the hell it might be. Chapter 16. Erica. Leslie is jamming out to her music as we drive down the road to wherever it is she's taking me. I keep glancing out the window, trying to find a hint to our destination and start to see department stores. Is she really taking me shopping for her birthday present? I giggle to myself as she parks. "Taking me out shopping for your birthday present?" I laugh. "Oh my God, no." "We're going shopping for something for you to wear to the party," she responds, turning off the ignition. "No way. I hate shopping, and you know this. Plus, I don't want to attend as a guest. I'll just attend as someone helping out at the party." "Yeah, I don't think so. Come on, let's go. She climbs out of the car and drags me into the nearest dress shop. The party is a formal event, so you'll need something fancy to wear. This is one of my favorite shops. I guarantee they'll have something you'll love. As much as I don't want to go dress shopping, I can't say no to her. I don't have a formal gown, and I don't want to stand out at the party as the only one in jeans and a t-shirt. We walk inside and start combing the aisles. Every price tag I check makes me realize this is definitely not a store I can afford. I walk over to the clearance rack, hoping to find something suitable that won't break the bank. What are you doing? Leslie asks as I start combing through the clearance. Well, I want to get something nice, but I need to be able to afford it. I respond awkwardly. It's never fun explaining my money situation to someone who doesn't understand what it's like barely getting by. She walks over and rips me away from the rack, shaking her head. I don't want you to worry about anything. Just let me do something for you, please. I want to disagree. In fact, I want to run out of the store and never look back. But the joy on Leslie's face when she offers to help me is something I don't want to take away from her. We start combing back through the aisles. She grabs stacks of gowns for me to try on. Finally, once we have a large pile, Leslie asks the tall blonde behind the cash register for a dressing room. I try on each dress and step out of the room to show Leslie and get her opinion. I want her to like it since she's the one paying for it. I try on what feels like 100 dresses before I get to the last one. It's a floor-length satin, ruby red dress with chiffon sleeves. As soon as I zip it up, I feel like a new woman. It fits me perfectly, showing off every single curve and making me feel flawless. This is it. This is the one, I think, twirling in front of the mirror. But I know I want Leslie's opinion, so I open the door and step out in front of her. "Oh my God, that's it!" she exclaims, clapping excitedly. "Yeah, I actually love it," I respond, turning to face the mirror again. I hate dressing up, but this is a nice dress. I can't resist the allure. "I'll go to the cashier to prepare the box while you change," she announces, already heading off to pay. I nod and shut the door, staring at myself a little longer before putting my regular clothes back on. I walk over to Leslie and the blonde, placing the dress on the counter. As Leslie's paying, I watch the cashier arrange the dress in the box nicely. I don't want to see how much it costs. It'll help with the guilt of allowing her to buy me something if I don't know what it is. I thank her, giving her a hug before we continue on our way. She pulls me into a spa a few doors down from the dress shop. I thought we could get facials before our blowouts at the salon. As we lay down on the spa bed for our facials, I can't help but think about how nice it feels to take extra care of myself. I don't know why I haven't been to one of these places before, but it's incredible. Leslie talks through the entire appointment. We laugh and giggle until it's time for our hair appointment next. We're sitting in chairs right next to each other as we get our blowouts, and it's such an incredible feeling. It's the first time I'm experiencing either of the places she's taken me. It's like she's transforming me into someone I don't even know. It feels like such a bonding experience, like a transition into sisterhood. It's coming years later than usual, but I enjoy it all the same. Maybe a new me is just what I need to let go of the past and start over, I think, as Leslie's voice continues. She's such a warm and loving person, and it's soothing the wounds in my heart even more than the shelter does. I'm so unbelievably happy to have such a fantastic person in my life. I don't think I have ever been this happy, I say to her as we're leaving the salon. She smiles. You deserve it. She hugs me, and we climb back into the car. This is the first time someone's treated me this well since my parents died, I tell her. My voice is shaky, and I feel tears trying to spill from my eyes. It's going to be all right. I'm here for you. You even have people here for you that you don't realize, she says, starting the car. By the way, do you know Creed? My heart skips a beat at the sound of his name. I have pushed him out of my brain, so her sudden name-dropping surprises me. I wasn't expecting her to throw him suddenly back into the picture. A little bit. Why? Listening to her story of him coming to look for me the other night shocks me. I hadn't heard from him in so long. I never expected that. Does this mean it isn't just me? Maybe I don't have to forget about him after all.
Chapter 17. Creed. Look, man, it would mean a lot to me if you came tonight, Jeff tells me in a rare moment of earnestness. I don't buy it for a second. It would mean a lot to your sex life if my wallet came tonight, I retort. Jeff laughs. I can neither confirm nor deny whether getting my wife in a good mood means getting some, he says lightly. But I can tell you that yes, a small fraction of your considerable wealth potentially diverted towards the shelter would make Leslie happy. And making Leslie happy makes me happy. Whether or not there is sex involved, he adds quickly. Yeah, right. So you're saying you need my help to please your woman? I smirk and Jeff rolls his eyes. Way to miss the point, idiot, he says, his tone surprisingly biting. I glance up at him. I get on board with what Leslie wants. It's not about my ego, and it won't kill you to do something that makes the world a little less miserable. Ouch. He's not wrong, I think to myself. And anyway, it's not like he and Leslie need my money. I sigh, rubbing my temples. I'm inclined to oblige. The man showed up at work to invite me, for God's sake. At the same time, I'd rather visit Guantanamo Bay than this fundraiser tonight. Sensing my internal conflict, Jeff plays the last card available to him. Besides, there'll be free booze, and Erica will be there. I have to force myself to maintain my body language as I feel my pulse quicken. Erica. I suppress the urge to ask a dozen follow-up questions, instead settling for as blasé and non-committal murmur as I can muster. Apparently, she's gotten more involved with the shelter since she moved, Jeff says, launching into details about the shelter's ongoing programs and why fundraisers like Leslie's party tonight are so important in the non-profit sector. If the circumstances were different, I'd roast the guy for being whipped. But I can barely focus on what Jeff's saying. The very mention of Erica's recent relocation adds another million questions to my suddenly racing thoughts. How is she doing at her new place? Did Jeff and Leslie ask Erica about passing along her address? Would it be too forward to text her asking for a tour of the new place? Would she... Creed? I look up and meet Jeff's questioning gaze. Sorry. Lost in thought, I confess. Before he can interrogate me about the nature of said thought, though, I assure him I'll be at the party. Who knows? Where there's alcohol, there's a way to make small talk interesting, even with impossibly boring socialites who have nothing better to do, I joke. Jeff smiles knowingly. Uh-huh, he says, voice dripping with sarcasm. Alcohol has quite an effect on you. He must think he's a real comedian. Goodbye, Jeff, I say. I have stuff to do. See you tonight, he tells me. When I finally arrive back at my condo a few hours later, I don't waste any time letting my mind wander toward Erica. Images of her dark eyes flash in my mind, and I can practically hear her indignant bark from the hospital roof, demanding to know what was wrong with me. I haven't seen her since that night we had dinner. After the fiasco at Jeff's old place when I nearly kicked down the door looking for her, I've been trying not to seem too desperate. Given Jeff's comments today, I'd consider my efforts unsuccessful. Alone in the quiet of my own home, though, I can ruminate on it all. Why she hasn't called. Why Jeff and Leslie still haven't given me her address. Why he's taunting me with the promise of her presence. I take a shower, actually shave after, and attempt to tame my hair. I pull out my nicest suit and a tie. Taking in my reflection in the mirror, I'm unnerved by my own sudden attention to detail. But Erica's laughter echoes in my head, and I remind myself that I'm going to a formal event. It's fine, I tell myself. Combing your hair is a normal thing to do when you go to a black tie event. The fundraiser is at a swanky hotel, whose lavish interior makes it feel both excessive and impersonal rather than luxurious. I take a glass of red wine from a tray one of the servers is holding as I enter the ballroom, scanning the place for Erica. Instead, I find a sea of semi-recognizable faces beneath a half-dozen gaudy chandeliers. I sigh and brace myself for the tedium of small talk. I manage to mingle with a few acquaintances, spending most of the conversation half listening to them go on and on about where their niece is attending university, instead focusing my attention on the door, watching for a lithe figure with long brown hair and dark eyes. Some investment broker is telling me about his newest golf club when I hear my name. Creed! I spin and find Bruce and Jennifer making their way toward me. The investment banker excuses himself and I grin at my friend. Hey Bruce, I say. You look good, Creed, Jen tells me, leaning in to give me a peck on the cheek. Yo, Freddie! Look who showed up! Bruce calls over his shoulder. Fred emerges with a woman on his arm who I don't recognize. Ah, the latest model, I think to myself, making a note not to remember her name. Just as Fred nears us, another familiar voice grabs my attention. Oh my God! Jeff exclaims loudly. Dude, you're wearing a tie? He says, seemingly demanding an explanation. You said formal. I know. You usually ignore what I say. He smirks at me for the second time today as he comes to stand alongside our friends. I suddenly feel very watched. What? I sound defensive. Nothing! You just seem... Jen trails off. Sober, Bruce finishes her thought, and I see Fred make a surprised face at my untouched wine glass. I didn't even remember I had this thing. Usually, at this time of the night, I'm at least 3 drinks in. They all look at me, and I watch them do some mental math, putting pieces of information together, jumping to conclusions. I don't like it. What? This? I say, picking up my glass. I'm just getting started. Before anyone can say anything more on the subject, I chug my wine. And there it is, Fred says, turning away. I see Jen sigh. Good to see you, Creed, Bruce says, him and Jennifer turning to leave as well. Jeff comes and stands next to me. Well, I guess I should have seen that coming, he says, pointing to the now empty wine glass. It's only 1 drink, and wine at that. But all at once, I feel the alcohol hit my system. It's comforting and familiar, maybe more than it should be. Anyway, thanks for coming, man. I appreciate it, Jeff says. He seems genuine. Of course. It's all I managed to get out. Oh, Erica is selling one of her paintings tonight, he tells me. This information sinks in alongside the wine, and the chatter in the room suddenly seems to get louder. I can barely think straight. Erica's selling a painting? That's great, I guess, I think to myself. I'm happy for her. Why? I ask stupidly. To raise money. You should buy it. It'd make her day, Jeff chuckles. I'm about to protest and say that I don't give a damn when, in my peripheral vision, a pair of dark eyes appears at the entrance of the ballroom. Anyhow, gotta go collect the missus. See you later, Jeff says, patting me heartily on the back. I barely notice that he's gone. I barely notice anything, in fact. The hum of conversation quiets. The room steadies and fades away as my gaze comes to rest on a tall, willowy figure. Red silk skims every curve of her body and falls softly at her ankles. Her brown hair is done up, and she seems to radiate, her dark eyes shimmering as they reflect each beam of light from those god-awful chandeliers, turning them into something real and beautiful. This is the real reason I'm here tonight, I finally admit to myself. Erica is the real reason I'm here tonight.
Chapter 18. Erica. Ooh, I bet La Petite Boucher is catering tonight. Leslie loves that place, Andrea says excitedly. I bumped into her at the coat check, and she insisted we go in together. She's really Jennifer's friend, more than mine. But I like her, and it feels nice to enter with someone else. Now, she's babbling enthusiastically as we make our way towards the ballroom where Leslie's party is in full force. I, on the other hand, am using all my available willpower not to turn on my heel and sprint in the other direction. How did I let Leslie talk me into this? "It'll be so good for you to put your artwork out there," she said a few days ago when she proposed I sell a painting at her birthday fundraiser. She seemed so eager, I couldn't say no. I'm cursing my people-pleasing tendencies now. Andrea and I finally pass through the doors to the hotel ballroom. She continues to chatter excitedly, and I try to regulate my breathing, which is becoming fast and shallow. Luckily, I spot Jennifer in the crowd before I hyperventilate. She beams at me, and my breathing slows. It's good to have someone in my corner, even if I will forever feel like I don't deserve it. Just as my inhale and exhale even out, though, I meet another set of eyes I know. Blue eyes. Creed. He's here, I think to myself, panicking again and dropping my gaze. Instantly, I feel a little silly, wondering why I'm so surprised when he is Leslie's friend. I look down at my dress and smooth an imaginary wrinkle in the red silk. Before I must find something else to do with my hands, I feel Andrea grab my arm, and she drags me across the ballroom. "Come on," she says. "Let's go say hi to Jen." "Hello," Jennifer says warmly as we approach. "You look absolutely lovely," she tells me. I think the technical term is frazzled, I tell her, only half joking. "But thank you. So do you." I mean it. Jen's her usual, elegant self in a strapless black satin mermaid gown with a shawl draped over her upper arms. "How are you feeling? Are you excited?" "Anxious mostly," I reply honestly. "You have nothing to be anxious about," Jennifer assures me. "Of course you're entitled to your feelings, and if right now those feelings are anxious, that's okay. But you're talented, and if nothing else, tonight is a free PR opportunity." I nod, appreciating her support, even though I have yet to internalize her logic. Seeming to sense this, Jen quickly decides on distraction as a tactic to keep me from twisting myself into a pretzel. "Erica, this our friend Fred," she tells me, indicating to a man standing near Bruce. Fred gives a small wave. "Hi, I'm Erica," I say, reaching out to shake his hand. I'm just about to ask how Jen and Bruce know Fred when I hear Jen murmuring something to Bruce. I look over at her, curious about the source of her remark, only to see it for myself. A pair of melancholy blue eyes meets mine for the second time tonight. "Erica, this is Creed," I hear Jennifer say, sounding ever so slightly irritable. "We've met," I mumble, unable to look away from him. "Oh, really?" Jennifer asks. I give a small nod. "When was that?" I finally pull my gaze from Creed's and meet Jen's eyes, which seem to brim with questions. "Oh, a few weeks back?" I say. Creed steps closer to me and extends his hand. Reluctantly, I take it. A wave of heat travels up my arm as our palms connect. He leans in ever so slightly. "How are you, Erica?" he asks, in a voice so low, I might be the only one who can hear it. "I'm all right," I respond just as softly. I drop his hand but brave a look at him again. If it's possible, he's even more handsome than when we met, not just because his suit fits him perfectly and it seems like his already immaculate crew cut has been brushed. No, it's his eyes. There's an intensity in them. I may have glimpsed it when we had dinner, but tonight, something intangible and powerful lingers in his irises. It's so forceful, I find I can't look at them much longer, and I tear my gaze away. Seeming confused and unimpressed with Creed's presence, Jennifer is quick to pull me into the discussion she is having with Bruce, guiding me to stand next to her. "I don't think it counts as soup if it's cold. Ergo, gazpacho defeats the purpose of the type of food it's supposed to be," Bruce insists. Jennifer playfully argues the affirmative, and I only half pay attention to their innocuous back and forth, smiling and nodding when appropriate. The other half of my attention is on Creed. He senses Jennifer's cold shoulder, leaving hers in Bruce's little circle. but I can feel his presence like electricity crackling in the air when it's about to storm. I sneak covert glances at him as he mingles with people around Bruce, Jen, and me. Every time he catches my eye, and every time I'm startled when my heart rate increases and a torrent of questions floods my brain. What's he doing here? Is he really that close with Jeff and Leslie? Why didn't he ever reach out after our dinner? What if he sees my painting? What if he hates it? Even worse, what if he likes it? I try to reground myself by focusing on Jennifer. She believes in you, I tell myself. She can cover for you if you have to run to the bathroom and throw up. Bruce is talking about tabbouleh now. The conversation has moved on to salads, when a man who must be the host clears his throat into the microphone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here, he booms. There's a smattering of polite applause, and everyone turns to face the dance floor set up at the far end of the hall. I know you've all been waiting patiently for the guest of honor and tonight's activities to begin, so I won't waste any time. Ladies and gentlemen, the birthday girl and the reason we're here tonight, Leslie Barnes. Leslie emerges with Jeff at her side, the two of them arm in arm. She looks so pretty, I can't help but gasp a little. Her dress is calf length, with beaded gold embroidery that makes her eyes sparkle. Leslie's so beautiful, I hear myself say. Jennifer nods in agreement next to me. You're even more beautiful, a low voice murmurs in my ear. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it has the lilt of a southern accent. I whip my head around and find myself face to face with Creed. Again. For the millionth time tonight, my breath catches in my throat. What did you say? I whisper.
Chapter 19. Creed. She looks stunning, simply stunning. I can't peel my eyes off her. That dress, long, ruby red like my ring, the favored color of Inferno. It never caught my eye at the club the way it does against her supple chocolate skin. The way it hugs her curves and flows down her waist has my heart beating faster, and beads of perspiration prick their way across the nape of my neck. I fumble with my collar, anxious to allow more breathing room. Is it stifling here? Or is it just me? Nothing else matters, just this shining jewel of the woman before me. For all I care, everything and everyone else is irrelevant. I can't let her get to me, though. Not after all that's happened, and certainly not after. A memory of my wife floats across my mind, but only for a moment. The pain stings, but I brush it off. I don't want anyone to notice. Not now. Not here, and not Erica. Tonight, I want to bask in the beauty before me. But I'll indulge myself only for tonight. I glance around. Another tray of drinks is heading our way. It gives me an icebreaker as I run my fingers along my collar, hoping I'm not sweating much. Maybe she won't notice. Wine? I ask nonchalantly. I smile genuinely, not because I want to or feel I must, but because I can't help myself. Sure, she replies smoothly. Why not? I grab 2 glasses as the waiter passes and hand one to her. Her mysterious mocha eyes stare back at me, sending tiny shivers dancing through my veins, making the hairs on my arms stand up. Her smile and full lips tantalize my senses, and I cannot help but feel drawn to her. I don't know why, but it feels good, so I allow myself to make small talk. I thought you said you weren't stalking me, she teases, and yet here you are, again. I smile. Well, maybe I couldn't help myself. That's what stalkers do, you know, but you don't seem to mind, so I figured I'd give it a go. Erica laughs, but not the cutesy giggle. No. Erica laughs heartily, like a woman genuinely enjoying herself. You clean up nice, I say. What the hell did I just say? You clean up nice? Really? I'm an idiot. I shake my head and hold up my hand. I mean, you look beautiful. Thanks. By the way, she lowers her voice. You clean up nice too. Her laugh is infectious, and I join her. I don't know whether it's from the lunacy of my own goof at a compliment or her response, but it doesn't matter. We continue with small talk. The woman's got a way about her that I like. Not only can she take a good joke, but she can also dish it right out. I like that. I glance up and notice we're standing alone. Everyone has moved away from us. Jeff passes a few feet away and nods at me, with a stupid smile plastered across his face. He knows nothing, and I return my attention to Erica. "So," I begin, "tell me about this painting of yours." "Well," Erica begins, sounding nervous, "it's a seascape of the Golden Gate. It's a black and white oil on canvas with a little pop of color. But there are so many portraits of the Golden Gate already out there. I'm just not sure anyone will buy it." "Sounds interesting. I don't think I've seen one in black and white before. But don't worry, I'm sure someone will buy it." Erica sighs. "I'm not sure I'm ready for the world to see it anyway." "Why not?" "I need to build my skills more, do better. There are many great artists in Vegas alone, and many who can paint much better than I can." "Nonsense," I say. "You're very talented and paint with passion, which shows in your work. Not every artist produces work that oozes with passion." I think back to the few pieces of work she shared with me during our dinner. "Oozes?" She looks at me questioningly. I shrug. It sounded good at the moment. "Oozes? That sounds good." She laughs. Okay. Maybe I chose the wrong word." "Do you do that often? Choose the wrong words?" She tilts her head slightly to the side. "Only sometimes." I can't stop myself from teasing her. It's fun. She's intelligent, funny, talented, and handles herself well. I like her. In fact, I like her a lot. "Well, regardless, I hope you're right. I hope someone buys it, but..." She shakes her head and glances across the room. "I just don't know." I can see she's nervous. No point in continuing with a topic that might make her worry more. Better to find a way to take her mind off it, at least for a while. Slow music is playing and couples fill the dance floor, but not entirely. I spot a nice place in the corner. I wonder, "Will you honor me with a dance?" I ask, flashing her my best smile and a wink. "I'd love to." I extend my hand. She accepts it, and we make our way to the dance floor. Her hand, soft and warm against mine, feels more natural than anything else. My chest swells, but I can't tell if it's from the pride of having this gorgeous woman at my side or that, for the first time in a long time, I'm happy. Even if only for today. A giant disco ball hangs over the dance floor, sending a swirl of tiny lights across the floor, the room, and the couples who fill it. The rhythm of the music fills us as she awkwardly positions herself a little farther than I'm used to, like a woman afraid to get too near me. Do I make her nervous? Is she afraid of me? God, I hope not. "Are you okay?" "Yes, why?" she stammers. "Do I make you nervous?" I finally ask and swallow the lump threatening to form in my throat. "No," she responds. "I just haven't done this in a while. Danced with someone." She smiles nervously. "Don't worry, I'm sure you'll do just fine." "Besides," I say, "I promise not to holler too loud if you step on a few toes now and then." She laughs and relaxes her body. I pull her closer and place one hand on her lower back and take her opposite hand with my free one. Chapter 20. Creed. Her body against mine sways to the rhythm of the music. The tropical aroma of hibiscus and honeysuckle fills me when she leans into me. It reminds me of my mom's garden. Tropical Texas, that's what Mom called it, with hibiscus, bougainvillea, and mandeville blooming in chaotic intercession. Erica's peachy breath, hot against my neck, sends that familiar aching desire zipping through me like static electricity, prickling my skin with goosebumps. And my heartbeat races within my chest, setting a pace to a rhythm that I have yet to learn. She excites me more than anyone else, and I can't explain why any more than I can slow the rapid thumping in my chest. If this keeps up, I'm not sure what I'll do. Go mad for want? My body aches for her. I barely know her, yet I want her. All of her. I want to taste her skin, her lips, her... I suck in a slow, deep breath and release it. Calm down, I tell myself. You're beautiful, I tell her. More beautiful than any woman I've ever known. Thank you, she says. You're not so bad yourself. Easy on the eyes. She flashes me another smile, and I can't help smiling back. But I notice something else. Her voice trembles slightly when she speaks. And when I look into her eyes, those gorgeous mocha cat eyes with big, sweeping lashes, I see both mystery and pain hiding behind them. Misery loves misery. Like me, she's hiding something. Her history. I see it in her eyes and her smile. I hear it in her laugh. And I see it in how she maintains a safe distance. I know this because it's precisely what I've been doing for years. Once the proverbial wall goes up, it's comfortable, making it hard to tear down, and to learn to trust again, and love again. Yet the more I see and speak with Erica, my body yearns for her. No, I tell myself, I won't do this again. I won't risk the pain of getting close and losing everything again. But that all-too-familiar emotional tingle, that aching need, etches through me anyway. No amount of denial stops it. But I must try. I suck in another deep breath and will my body to calm down, a sort of internal meditation I've practiced for years. Yet I can't help wondering about the questions that plague me about this woman. Is it wrong to feel this strongly, this soon? I shake off the feeling. I can't let Erica get to me. Besides, I tell myself it's just for tonight. Maybe it's the drink, or perhaps it's her. She's more intoxicating than any liquor bottle I've ever been acquainted with. But hell, Mom always said, go big or go home. So I speak my mind. I missed you the other day, I tell her while peering into those deep, dark eyes, searching for anything that hints she might feel the same. But instead, all I see is curiosity and uncertainty. I hope I'm not too forward. You missed me? Her eyes searched mine for clarity, and then her lashes lower in seductive unison. When they flutter open again, her gaze holds a flicker of allure that begs for more. My pulse quickens and wild, Texas June bugs dance across my abdomen. Hot damn! I wasn't so certain at first, but now it feels like she's lassoing my soul, but I like it. Yes, I admit. I was hoping to see you again before you left. In fact, I've been thinking about you for a while. I enjoyed our brief time while you stayed at the condo. Erica blinks. Confusion flashes across her face, but I'm undeterred. At least for tonight, I'm enjoying myself in the company. I'm not sure I understand. We barely know each other. Why are you saying this? Erica curls her lips and furrows her brows. Then, with a knowing smile, she asks her next question. Is this what you tell all the women? I'm unsure how to explain it. Did I misjudge her signals? The eyelashes? The look? Surely not. I decide to try again. No, Erica. This is for you only. Ever since my wife died, I've been angry, lonely, and empty. But the way you make me feel... I pause and glance into her eyes, and again, the zing of two souls connecting fills me. Maybe it's wishful thinking. Look, Erica, I begin. I've had physical relationships before, but there were never any feelings involved. Not since my wife died. So you were married once? And now? You're a widower? Erica stammers. Yes, I reply quietly, letting the answer drown in the music and my renewed self-doubt. How did she die? Erica asks in a small voice, so quiet I barely hear her. It's a painful memory, I say. One I'd rather not relive. I take her hand and place it on my shoulder. Then my fingers absently trace up her arm, wanting to caress her sun-soaked, tropical skin. It's as though they have a mind of their own. I sigh. Go big or go home. The words flash across my mind again, and I steady myself, mentally preparing for what I'm about to do next. I'm already emotionally invested tonight. No going back. Not that I want to. Hell, I'd prefer going forward, maybe not here and now, but... I swallow hard and gently cup her chin in my palm, tilting her face up. Just for tonight, Erica, I whisper. Just for tonight. Then I lean in and cover her lips with mine. The kiss is soft and gentle, and her breath is hot and sweet. Then for a moment I forget myself. I'm lost in this one beautiful and perfect kiss. A gentleman's kiss, I decide. I smile as I release her and pull back, and I hope to God she feels something too. Her still closed eyes flutter open, and then I see it. A smile tears its way across her cheeks. Her eyes are warm and inviting as she peers into mine. But there's something else there too, something I can't quite put my hand on. Worry? Fear? God, I hope not. I clear my throat and we continue our dance in silence. She doesn't say anything, but she doesn't push me away either. For now, that feels like enough.
Chapter 21. Erica. Creed, I begin nervously. Yes? Creed's deep, husky, and sensual voice strikes my nerves in all the right places. What does he mean by just tonight? His words tug at me, and his outpouring emotions pull at my heartstrings. I haven't felt this way in a long time. It's as invigorating as a fresh canvas and a new set of paints. Never mind, I manage to say. My intended words are on the tip of my tongue, but I change my mind and decide to leave it alone. In truth, I want to know more about Creed. There's obviously a much deeper story behind his words, but sometimes it's best not to sour a good moment or mood. I like Creed. He's sweet and attractive, and the song ends and my thoughts trail off. We walk to a table in the corner, my hand still clasped in his. From the corner of my eye, I spot Leslie staring at us and smiling, while Jennifer looks surprised. I pretend not to notice either of them. I just want to enjoy tonight. There's always tomorrow to fill them in on things. Thank you for the dance, Creed says. No problem. Like Creed, I won't deny that I feel something for him, but neither can I delve deeper or get too involved. I've been down that rabbit hole before, which turned out horrifically. In fact, my instinct tells me Giovanni isn't done with me yet, and that scares the hell out of me. Beads of perspiration prickle across my neck, and my thoughts darken. My quickening pulse sets my heart ready to leap from my chest. Why is it suddenly so hot in here? Is it me? Or the thought of my ex getting released soon? My eyes scan the room, and every face within my visual field. Friend or foe? I question each one. It's just a precaution, I tell myself before relaxing again. For now, I'm safe. Creed lifts my hand to his lips and kisses it, bringing my attention back to his deep blue eyes and soft, kissable lips. You keep doing that, and you'll make the other single ladies jealous. I tease him with a knowing smile. You might be onto something, he says. And what about you? I'm not worried, I say. I've got 'em lined up. Creed laughs. Have you now? And where are they lined up? Outside, of course, I say and smile. You've got a line of women lined up and waiting for you outside? Creed asks with a smirk and a raised brow. Kinky. No, that would be the men. I laugh. Well, that's a shame. He chuckles, low and hearty. And what are these men doing outside? Just waiting for you. Nope. They're changing my tires, I say. Changing your tires? Well, that's a new one for me. Creed shakes his head. And why would they do that? Because I told them to, I say with a straight face. A girl's gotta have the right PSI at all times, you know. PSI, huh? Is that code for something? Creed asks, and wriggles an eyebrow while laughing harder. He traces an imaginary line along my wrist. Maybe, maybe not. The night is still too young to tell. I place my free hand over his, lower my chin, and smile. So what do you propose I do about that? He asks, his eyes piercing mine. His lips beg for one more kiss, but I resist. Well, I begin. I suppose you might win my favor by getting me another glass of wine. Done. Creed laughs and motions a waiter over. He hands me another glass of wine and selects one for himself. He clinks his wine glass with mine. As we drink, Jeff announces the start of the auction fundraiser, and nervous butterflies flutter within my belly. Will my painting sell? Will anyone like it? I hope someone buys it. The auctioneer takes the microphone as the first item up is a necklace. Jade? I think that's what he said, but I swear the man's mouth is moving a mile a minute. Before I know it, the necklace is sold. A shame. I liked it. Man, he sure talks fast, I whisper to Creed. Aw, it ain't that fast. I've seen faster down in Texas. That's where I'm from. I glance at him, and he winks as the auctioneer's voice takes off again. The man's words pack more nitrous oxide than a drag racer rocketing down the boulevard. Several more items, primarily trinkets and a Fabergé egg cell before I understand what's happening. Next up, my painting is revealed, and I'm hot and cold in more places than I can count. My painting! I hiss. I can't hide my excitement and motion to Creed, who's fiddling with his cell phone. He looks up and smiles. Why, yes, it is. And a lovely one, too. The auctioneer takes off, and I'm engrossed in the bids. Paddles raise and lower across the room more times than I can count. They like it. Pride swells in my chest. As the auctioneer rambles about a final bid, someone stops him and whispers in his ear. That's weird, I think, but I look on, anxious to find out what it sells for. The auctioneer announces the closing. We have a final bid for $1.3 million from an anonymous bidder. Is this the final bid? Final bid? Anyone? Bid paddles go down, then, sold, the auctioneer yells, to the anonymous bidder for $1.3 million. Oh my God, I say. My voice is barely a whisper. Who would pay that much for a painting? I look to Creed, but only half expect an answer. Don't worry about it. You deserve it. He winks and kisses my hand again. My mind is a blur, a complete blur. I'm so excited about the sale I can't contain myself. I lean over, grab his chin with both hands and kiss him. His lips part when my mouth covers his, and I drink him in a long, sensuous kiss that tingles my lips, intoxicating me with desire.
Chapter 22. Creed. Great party, I say as Jeff and Leslie approach. I see your painting sold, Leslie says to Erica. Yes, she replies, a little breathless. Her excitement bubbles over her expression and oozes down her body. I see it in her smile and how she fidgets in her chair. And for $1.3 million, too, Erica exclaims. Can you believe someone would pay that much for a painting? You don't give yourself nearly enough credit, Jeff says. Your painting was fantastic. Anyway, Leslie interrupts. We just wanted to thank you both for coming. Stay for as long as you like. Jeff and I are heading out early. He's taking me on a second honeymoon and I can hardly wait, she squeals while absent-mindedly rubbing her stomach. That's fantastic, Erica says. But I want to hear all about it when you get back. You got it, Leslie says with a smile. Have a great night, you two. She glances at Erica, then back at me, winks and smiles before walking away. I smile and shake my head. I spy the slightest hint of a belly bulge and secretly wonder if baby number 2 is in the works. But I say nothing. I figure Jeff will tell me when he's ready. So, I say to Erica, lowering my voice, "Want to get out of here?" She smiles. "I thought you'd never ask," she says, lowering her lashes. I shift slightly while my mind conjures the possibilities the night might bring. Images of us together, and what her naked body might look and feel like. I clear my throat and gulp the rest of my drink. We leave the party, music, and crowd behind us and step outside into the heat of the night. My limo pulls up a moment later. Its sleek black body stretches before us, glimmering under the lamplight. I open the door and can't help glancing at her perfect ass as she climbs inside. "This is better than the Uber I plan to take," she admits with a giggle. The interior lights cast a soft glow, and I turn on smooth tunes to set the mood as the car pulls away. Then finally, I lower the partition to signal the driver. "Let's take a nice drive up the Pacific Coast Highway." "Yes, sir," he says before I close the partition, ensuring our privacy. "Want a drink?" I offer and motion toward the bar. "Not right now," she says. "Right now, I'd rather get more acquainted with you." I smile wickedly. This gal is after my heart. "Oh, do you now?" I ask, barely recognizing the huskiness in my voice. "Well, I'm all yours. I'm right here, and I'm all yours tonight." Erica wastes no time inching closer. I take her into my arms, and her tropical aroma intoxicates me once more. I cup the side of her chin in my palm. She leans into me, placing one slender hand against my wall of solid chest muscles. Her mouth covers mine in a moment of bliss. Her kiss, hot and gentle, grows more frantic and enthusiastic. Our tongues entwine in wanton desperation. Sorry to interrupt, but things are getting too hot and heavy for YouTube. Luckily, the full audiobook is available on TylaWalker.com with discount code SAVE40 for 40% off all digital products, including the unabridged version of this story. Thank you for listening to Sweet AF.
Chapter 23. Erica. If you were excited for that chapter, this one is even better. Once again, YouTube just can't take the heat. You know what to do. Head on over to TylaWalker.com with the discount code SAVE40 to enjoy both of these tantalizing moments. 30 minutes later, Creed is snoring quietly beside me. I watch him sleep for a while, letting my sense of reality bubble up. Creed and I may have connected, but we both have a painful history. Problem is that my past still haunts my dreams and may soon invade my reality. This night was fun, but Creed deserves someone worthy of his affection, and that's not me. I'm broken beyond repair, and no one needs that kind of baggage. I ease my way off the bed, throw my clothes on, and quietly slip out the door.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner, because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 24. Creed. My alarm clock blares that I'd better get a move on. I hit snooze, breathing in deeply, and realize I'm feeling energized. Turns out, hot sex with the girl you've been fantasizing about will knock a guy out. I smirk mischievously, recalling last night, and turn to face the other side of the bed. It's empty. Every bit of enthusiasm in my body dissipates all at once. "Erica!" I call out. When she doesn't respond, I don't even try to convince myself that maybe she's out of earshot. She kept her promise. Only one night. I sit up in bed and rake my fingers through my hair, the same way she did just hours before. The hollowness in my chest squashes any enjoyment I might otherwise derive from that image. I stare off into the distance ahead, feeling as empty as the space beside me. Her being gone should make me feel lighter, like a weight has been lifted. I got it out of my system. Instead, the sensation of her absence reverberates through my body, weighing me down. My alarm clock goes off again, reminding me that despite the void I feel internally, I have businesses and ranches that need my attention. I sigh, crawl out of bed, and drag my feet into the bathroom where I turn on the shower. As I let the warm water course over me, specific details from last night come rushing back. The smell of her perfume, the taste of beer on her lips. I'll never get to have that again. Any of it. One night only. The urge to stroke myself passes just as quickly as it came. I squeeze my eyes shut and try to recenter myself, but all I can see when I do is Erica's body writhing underneath mine. I'm not much for cold showers, but I'm clearly going to need one this morning. I turn the temperature down, letting the chilly water bring me back under control. I shower quickly. At least the cold gets me moving. And throw on the first clothes I can find. I don't even check the mirror to see if my untucked dress shirt matches my wrinkled pants. I don't care. I put on the coffee and toss a skillet on the stove to make some eggs. As I reach for the olive oil, another bottle catches my eye in the cabinet. It's a cheap Bordeaux, and I go to reach for it. Unlike my normal behavior, I hesitate. It's almost like I was going for the booze out of habit, and while I might want to numb the pain of Erica leaving so abruptly, I'm not ready to let go of our memory together. I opt for the coffee instead. Being clear-minded feels unusual, but I kind of like it. I drive to work, another abnormality for me, and I try to focus on work. But I can't. I am consumed by her, reliving last night, and then this morning, my emotions yo-yoing. It's still that way when I get home and I manage to get some dinner down before giving up. I go out onto the balcony to watch the city as I sip on an evening drink, the warmth not buzzing my mind but easing my nerves. I sit out there until it's late, and I have to drag myself to my room, where my sheets still feel like her. Just as I close my eyes to drift off to sleep, I see Erica again. She's in her red dress from last night, marveling at the statues in my living room. It's exactly what I need right now as I fade away. My alarm has been screaming at me for 26 minutes. I still don't bother to move. After all, I've been lying here, staring at the ceiling all night. What's another half hour? The alcohol stopped working yesterday. I was diligent about staying buzzed so that I could at least go through my daily routine without turning catatonic. Tipsy Creed is more functional than Hollow Creed. Well, was. Tipsy Creed was more functional. I had some vodka with lunch yesterday, ensuring my blood alcohol level was comfortably above the legal driving limit. But instead of staying numb through my post-lunch meeting, the pain of the emptiness began creeping back in as one of my lawyers droned on about compliance. Afterwards, I made a beeline for my office, desperate to get my hands on that brandy. Maybe the vodka was a bad batch and never really fermented. Instead, I discovered it wasn't the vodka per se. It was me. Everything I'd been avoiding came flooding back. I've been sitting in it since then. It's not emptiness anymore either. Now it's just pain. Last night, I considered drinking enough to force myself to pass out, just as I'd done the 3 nights prior. I wanted to sleep, needing a reprieve from it all. Unfortunately, I'd already climbed into bed and didn't have the energy to get up and pour myself something. Instead, I lay awake, mulling everything over. I'm still here, wondering what the hell is wrong with me. It's been 4 days since our night together. Why can't I let it go? Why can't I get over this girl? Is she feeling this way too? Is it because the sex was too good? or because of these feelings that keep trying to burst out of my chest. I finally sit up and shut off my alarm. I gaze out the window. Early morning sunlight streams into the bedroom. I never did close the curtains. I look out at the partial Las Vegas skyline with a sigh. I can't go on like this. Something's gotta give. Pulling on some sweatpants and a clean t-shirt, I grab my car keys. At least I'm sober enough to drive now. It only takes me 10 minutes to get to the shelter. I'm an eager visitor, after all. As I pull up, though, I realize something is very, very wrong. Right in front of the doors, a man stands. He has dark hair, so greasy it's visible from far away. But what really catches my eye is how he hovers threateningly over a woman. She's angling her body to prevent him from gaining access to the doors. I can't see either of their faces, but I can hear the man yelling. Something about how she still loves him. I park my car and approach the steps cautiously. The glint of grease in the man's hair only grows as I get closer. His menacing frame casts a shadow over the woman's face, but as I near the doors, I recognize who it is. My insides twist and I see red. Erica!
Chapter 25. Erica. My heart pounds in my chest as I'm trying to explain to an angry man at the shelter doors why he can't barge in and that he needs to back the hell off. It infuriates me that he's here, disturbing this peaceful place. All because men like him don't ever get the punishment they deserve. If you don't get back and calm down, I will have to call the police, and they will come to arrest you. Is that what you want? To be arrested right in front of her? I say, warning him. He's a violent husband of one of the women in our shelter, and he's here desperately trying to steal her back. She has to come with me. She has to. If you're not going to let me in, go and get her for me. This is ridiculous. You want to call the police? Fine, call them. When they get here, I'll tell them you kidnapped her. You're holding her hostage from me. She wants to come home. She loves me, I know it. Get her out here right now, he screams at me. He gets close to me as he's yelling, and I can smell the alcohol on his breath. It makes me sick when I smell him. Hearing him scream at me and the smell on his breath reminds me of my ex-husband. I know exactly what this woman is going through with him, and it's devastating. As scared as I am standing this close to someone known for violence against women, I can't let him get past me. I will not let him get her and hurt her. I start to tremble as the man starts getting even angrier. He's pacing back and forth and his face is getting red. I throw on a strong facade as soon as I notice him ball his hands into fists. Push through your anger enough to think of a way to scare him enough to stop. Think, damn it. Think. Sir, you need to go, right now. We called the police, and they'll be here any minute. It would be better for them not to find you here. You need to leave. As I watch this man pace in front of me, I can't help but wonder why he's here now. Every other day, there are guards here protecting us. Bruce has a team assigned to Leslie's shelter to stop issues like this from happening so that we shelter workers don't have to deal with it. Today, of all days, Bruce pulled his men out because his company is understaffed and there is a big event he needs them for. He spent an hour this morning telling us how sorry he is and how much he hates pulling them from us, but he has no choice. What are the chances of this man showing up on the only day we don't have security? Does he know it's only for a day and they'll be back tomorrow? Or am I really this unlucky? Suddenly the man lunges toward me, raising his fist at my face and nearly hitting me. The only good thing about having experience with a man like this is that I can dodge his punch. My legs are shaking as he stumbles and tries to stand back up. My past trauma skyrockets, and I feel a panic attack coming on. I know I have to act quickly, or it will overtake me and he'll get inside the building. I start trying to talk myself down. This man is not Giovanni. Do not let him make you feel weak. Do not let him break you. Fight for the woman he's trying to get to. You have to protect her. If no one stands here blocking him, he'll get inside the shelter and hurt the woman. You have to save them. It's your chance to fight back. I get back in front of him as he walks for the doors, stopping him. The women are watching us from the windows, and I'm trying to act strong for them. I don't want his wife to feel guilty about what he's doing. The cops will be here soon, and you need to leave. You're only making it worse for yourself by trying to hurt me. If you go now, there isn't much they can do to you. Please, for your sake, just go. I say again, trying to stall him the best I can. My words seem to enrage him, and he gets extremely violent. He walks over to the flower beds and grabs a handful of stones from alongside the walkway. I watch his hand fly backward and immediately yell at the ladies behind me to get away from the windows. Go hide! I scream and dodge the flying stones as they shower the door behind me. He lunges at me again, pushing me away from the door so hard that I twist my ankle. I barely catch myself and am trying not to scream out in pain as my eyes get teary. The tendons burn and my foot aches, but I know from experience that I can't let him see he hurt me. I can't show any sign of weakness, or he will overtake me. He turns and sees that I'm still standing. Bitch, he says, raising his arm to hit me. I brace myself for the impact because I know with the throbbing of my ankle, I won't be able to dodge this one. I close my eyes and brace for a familiar feeling of his fist meeting my cheekbone when suddenly I hear someone shout my name from the opposite direction of the building. I slowly open one eye, trying to see who's stalling my pain when I see Creed. He's barreling toward the man like a football linebacker. They crash together with a thud, and I watch them both roll to the ground. Creed is on top of the man in seconds while he kicks and squirms underneath. He's trying to break free when Creed's fist winds back and punches him in the face. Creed, I scream as soon as his fist makes contact.
Chapter 26. Creed. I hear Erica screaming my name, but I can't stop myself. My fist repeatedly makes contact with this man's face. I don't know who he is or what he's doing here, but when I see a man hitting a woman, it enrages me, especially a woman I care so deeply for. Please, Creed, stop! Erica yells again, but I don't listen. This man needs to pay for what I saw him do to her. Who knows what he might have done if I hadn't shown up at the exact moment I did. The man is fighting underneath me and struggling to get back up. He's a large man, much larger than myself, but my rage is enough to make up the difference. He's growing more violent, and suddenly he pulls a switchblade out of his pocket. Oh my God! Creed, watch out! Just let him go! Please, the cops will be here soon! Erica screams. I can hear the terror in her voice, but seeing the blade only infuriates me more. I set my eyes on the man, watching his every move and trying to keep an eye on the hand holding the blade. I finally get the right opportunity to grab his wrists and hold them to the pavement. He's kicking his legs and thrashing around, trying to get me off him. A change appears on his face, and he starts settling down. I mistakenly let my guard down when I feel him settle, and he quickly takes advantage of my lapse in judgment. The hand holding the knife flies toward me and strikes my arm. The blade is exceptionally sharp, and the first hit leaves a deep gash. I yell and grab my arm out of instinct, releasing my hold on the man's other arm, and he shoves me off of him. I'm scrambling to get up when he's back on his feet as he lunges for Erica again. I can feel the blood oozing down my arm and know that his cut got me good, but I can't let it stop me. I lunge for him immediately, grabbing the collar of his plaid shirt just as he's inches from Erica. I yank him backward. His hands fly up, reaching for his throat and trying to undo my tight grip. I rip him away from her, and she runs toward the shelter's doors. Once I know she's safe inside with the other girls, I release my hold on his shirt. Seeing the other woman so scared as they pull her inside hurts me. How the hell does a man like this still walk the streets? Why are so many women living in fear of jerks like this sloppy asshole? The man screams, running toward me and yanking me out of my thoughts. I wait for him to get close and dodge as he tries to make contact. He's angry when he misses me and tries striking again. This time, as he runs toward me, he has the blade out in front of him. I watch it carefully as he rushes toward me. I dodge another one of his attempts to slash me on his way by, and he yells again. He has his back turned in his rage. I take advantage, lunging toward him and kicking him in the back. He falls to his knees and I throw all my weight on top of him. I grab his hands and hold them behind his back. I rip the knife out of his fingers and throw it as far away from us so he doesn't have an easy chance of grabbing it again. Just as the blade rattles to the floor, I hear police sirens and they speed up to the curb. The two officers hurry out of their cars, holding their guns in the low, ready position, and slowly walking toward us. "That's his knife there on the ground," I tell them, nodding in the direction I threw it. I have no weapons on me. I stopped him from hurting her, and he started to attack me. I have his hands if you want to come to cuff him. One officer holsters his weapon and gets the handcuffs out of their case on his belt as he bends down to cuff him. Once they have him and my hands are free, I stand up, letting them help him off the ground. "We'll get him loaded, and then we'll come to get some statements. If you can, just sit tight for a minute," the other officer says, and they haul the man in cuffs to their patrol vehicle. As they're loading him into the cage in the back, Erica rushes toward me. "God, Creed, you're bleeding," she says, carefully touching my arm and checking the wound. The adrenaline still pulses enough that I don't feel it yet, and all I care about is seeing her. I grab her and pull her into my embrace. I squeeze her tightly and sigh with relief as she squeezes me back. God, I can't believe how much I missed her. I can't believe you came at the exact right moment. I was trying to contain him as long as I could, but... She starts to tear up, and her voice gets shaky. "You did phenomenally. You kept him out of the shelter long enough for help to come. You were brave enough to put yourself between a psycho and what he wanted, to protect those women the way you did." The words surprise me, but I find myself wanting to comfort her and wanting her to feel good about stopping him. We stand in our embrace until the officers join us. "Hello, I'm Officer Nelson, and this is Officer Logan. Are you the woman that called us?" Nelson, the officer who did the cuffing, asks Erica. "I'm not. She's inside and pretty shaken up. I was the one standing out here trying to keep him out until someone else could get here," she responds. "Can you tell me what happened?" Officer Logan asks. I interrupt arrogantly. "How about one of you guys take a look at that woman's shelter sign up there while the other runs this asshole's background, and I'll bet you figure out exactly what happened." "Sir, I need you to..." Nelson tries to speak, but I interrupt again. "No, I don't need to do anything. This man came down here because his wife ran away from his abuse, and instead of him being locked up as he should be for hurting her, he's running free on the streets to hurt any other woman he wants to. He came here to get her, and Erica stopped him. She's doing more for the woman here than she should be, putting herself in front of danger waiting for someone to get here and help her." "I know it's frustrating, sir, but there's..." I interrupt him again. I know. There's nothing you can do about it." Both officers ignore me and look back at Erica. "Were you hurt in any way, and would you like to press charges?" "Yes." "Okay, we will need you to fill out a statement. While you're doing that, I'm going to interview his wife and ask witnesses what they observed," Officer Nelson says, handing Erica a statement form. I shake my head as the officers walk into the building, disappointed in the whole situation.
Chapter 27. Erica. Once I finish writing my statement, and the officers grab it from me, they get back into their patrol vehicles. Creed stands with me, watching as they leave. "Come inside and let me treat that wound," I say, grabbing his hand and forcing him to follow me. I take him into my office and pull out the first aid kit from my desk drawer. An awkward silence fills the air for several moments as I prepare to start dressing the wound. I pull up his shirt sleeve, and the skin on my fingertips causes a wave of goosebumps to wash over my entire body. It's like I'm touching him for the first time all over again, and it's exciting. I can't tell if I want him because he hasn't been around for a bit, or if the thrill of watching him fight for me is setting me off. Either way, all I can think about is how good of a brace this desk will make for a quickie. These thoughts bring me back to the fight's events and make me angry. How can he endanger himself to fight for me? Why did he show up in the first place? You shouldn't have attacked him like that, I say, finally breaking the silence. You should have run away when you saw him pull out the knife. He scoffs. I don't back down. Plus, it's only a small wound. I'm fine. My anger is boiling inside at his recklessness. But I can't decide what to say, so I choose to say nothing. The anger comes out in an expression on my face, and I can feel Creed stare as he watches me dress his wound. Who would have protected you or the women inside if I hadn't come to your rescue? He asks. I feel the tears well up when his words make me realize it's not anger toward him I'm feeling. It's sadness. It makes me sad to think of someone helping me, because the last time someone came to my rescue, they lost their lives over it. It's ridiculous that I'm feeling such sadness over a different scenario. I should be happy someone cares enough to risk getting hurt to save me. But I don't know how to let it happen. I don't know how to let someone care about me again, and the thought of it makes a tear roll down my cheek. Creed immediately wipes the tear as it starts falling, calming my nerves. The guards are only gone today because Bruce had to pull them away. His company is short-staffed, and he needed them for a different task today, but they'll be back tomorrow. Everything will go back to normal, I try to explain. Creed frowns at my response. This is so dangerous. Does this kind of thing happen to you guys a lot? I think about it for a moment, trying to come up with a way to answer his question without angering him more. It's been calm for the last month. The men stay away because they know about the guards, so they're too scared to come around. Maybe that man found out that the guards aren't around today, and that's why he acted. I finish bandaging his arm, and then I clean everything up. Just as I start to put back the first aid kit, he grabs and hugs me from behind, stopping me and causing my whole body to stiffen at his touch. What is he doing? Doesn't he know what he's doing to me? My heart starts racing, making me realize how much I have missed him. What is happening to me? I don't know why he's getting me to react this way, and I didn't think my heart had any room to let any feelings seep in. What are you doing? I ask softly. I can't stop myself, he says. I wanted to see you, so I thought I'd try my luck at running into you here. And then it turned out to be a good thing that I came by because you needed help. I turn to face him. Why did you want to see me? Do you think that maybe you have feelings for me? And that's what brought you here? He sighs, and his hands slide off my sides. I honestly don't know. I mean, yes, I know I have feelings for you, but I can't commit to you. I can't commit to anyone. So I don't know why I came. It's selfish of me to be here. He stands up and starts to walk out of the office. I grab his hand. I don't want you to leave like this. I might have feelings for you too, but I'm a broken woman, an extremely complicated one. Everyone has issues, but if someone is important enough or wants something bad enough, you can work past those things. Creed looks into my eyes. Do you think I deserve you? No, I don't, and I never would. The sadness and sorrow in his eyes mirror the same look that I'm sure he can see in mine. He takes a few steps backward toward the door but never breaks eye contact. I instantly decide I can't let him leave and tiptoe toward him. A grin appears from the corner of his mouth, and he meets me halfway. I stare up into his gorgeous blue eyes as he grasps my face in his hands. He leans in, and our lips meet. His lips warm mine and make them tingle. My heart is pounding, and my mind starts racing. Perhaps we're meant to share in our misery. Why does it feel like I'm falling in love with this man? Is he feeling the same way? Why can't we just admit it to ourselves? No easy answer comes to mind, even with the realization. Chapter 28. Erica. Creed's kisses are becoming more intense by the second, and I gladly return his passion. The awareness of just how much I missed him the past few days is now fully hitting me, causing my thoughts to shift momentarily. I'm so grateful for him, but angry at the same time. I can't believe he shows up here like this. Is he falling for me? But does my gratitude mean I'm falling for him? I wonder, but my wondering doesn't last long because he quickly parts my lips with his tongue. My tongue instantly magnetizes to his, and they begin to explore each other. Suddenly, all the worries and thoughts are out of my mind. At least, all but one is. I really want him. Right here, right now. Thank you for reading Sweet AF. Unfortunately, Erica and Creed are getting a little too spicy for YouTube. You can head on over to tylawalker.com with a discount code SAVE40 for 40% off all digital products, including the full version of this audiobook. Now, where were we? So, round 2, he declares nonchalantly. I can't help laughing because I want to spend all day doing this too, but I have to say no. I would love to, but I have work to do. How about a rain check? Creed flashes me a smile, melting me inside before responding. Deal, he says, buttoning up his shirt.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylawalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 29. Creed. I'm zipping my Wrangler jeans as I watch Erica slipping her t-shirt back over her head, and we're still panting from our exertion. Her body glistens with the sweat from our encounter. I decide to break the silence with a question that comes to me out of nowhere. Would you go on a date with me tonight? I ask nervously. She quickly shoots a look at me. My heart sinks, thinking she's going to refuse my invitation. I immediately start to take it back. I'm only asking because I think it would be fun. Whatever we have right now, we don't have to label it. We can just go with the flow, no pressure. It's terrifying to think of us getting along so well. Maybe we can get enough of each other, get it out of our systems, and then we'll be able to let each other go. We can just do whatever we want right now, and then figure it out later. As I watch her finish buttoning her jeans, my thoughts change from gawking at her flawless body. Instead, my heart starts to ache as I begin to think about my wife and the fact that I just had sex with someone who isn't her. She's been gone for years now, but it still feels like I'm cheating on her every time I do this. Maybe it's only because I'm doing it when it means nothing. Perhaps, if one day I find someone who I can love and give myself to again, this feeling will go away. Deep down, I think maybe the real problem is that this is the first time it doesn't mean completely nothing. But I'm not ready to face that yet, and I ignore it. I try as hard as I can to push her from my memory. This is about Erica right now. This isn't about my past. This has nothing to do with how or why she died. I need to let this go for now, and I can deal with my feelings about it later. But no matter how hard I try, I can't help it. My thoughts won't disappear, and Erica's lack of response is not helping. The intrusion in my mind is another form of torture. Why can't I stop wanting Erica if the past still haunts me this badly? Is it because we both have baggage? Maybe it's true, and misery loves company. I awkwardly slide on my boots and prepare to leave without an answer, taking no response as the answer she can't figure out how to say aloud. Suddenly, she steps in my line of vision. Okay, I'll go on a date with you. If you promise it doesn't mean anything. There are no strings attached to it. If you can do this just like you said, let us have fun and enjoy ourselves without labeling it. I'll go out with you. My heart races. Of course, no strings attached. It's how I need it to be, so it'll be easy to follow the rules. Good. When do you want to go? I look at the clock on my phone. Are you busy tonight? I don't think so. What time are you thinking? A grin appears. How about 8 o'clock? She nods. Sounds great. Where are we going so I know where to meet you? I shake my head no. I'll just pick you up. It's a date, remember? Okay. But it's not a serious date, right? So I don't have to dress up? I chuckle. No, you don't have to dress up. You're always gorgeous anyways. She rolls her eyes playfully and I open the door. I walk out of her office and walk to the front doors. As soon as the air hits my face, I see Leslie standing out front. She turns and looks at me when she hears the door. Creed, what are you doing here? She asks in a questioning tone. I asked Erica out on a date, I respond confidently. Her eyes widen. Erica's voice appears behind me and it shocks me because I didn't know she was following me. It's just a friendly date. We're just going to grab some food and hang out, nothing special. It's really not a big deal, so don't look at me like that, she tells Leslie. Leslie laughs. Whatever you say. Have fun and enjoy yourselves. Be safe. She winks at me and grabs Erica's hand, dragging her back toward the door. I know they're about to get girly and Leslie will ask a bunch of questions, so I need to get out of there as fast as possible. I don't know if Erica will talk about our desk affairs, but I don't want to be present if she does. My face gets red at the vision of us on her desk, and I know I need to get out of here. See you tonight, Erica. She waves and Leslie pulls her inside as I walk to my vehicle to drive home. I buckle my seat and adjust my music as I hop behind the wheel. I speed out of my parking space, and my thoughts start racing. I can't believe I came here to see her, and then it turns into us having fantastic sex and agreeing to a date with me. My heart pounds as I think about her sexy naked body on the desk and the noises she makes when I kiss her chest. She feels so good to me, and I can't help but wonder if I'll be able to control myself tonight. If I can't stop thinking about her body and how she makes me feel, how will I get through our date without thinking about it? She wants it to be casual, and so do I. But does it mean we have to behave? Or is it a friend with benefits kind of situation? I guess we'll see what happens tonight, I think, as I make my way home to get ready for our date.
Chapter 30. Erica. Leslie is trying to talk to me about my plans with Creed, and I'm so nervous I can't even answer them. I'm sorry, but I have to go home. I can't even focus. I need to get ready for tonight, I say and walk outside. I head to my house, and once I reach the door, I fumble nervously with my keys. I finally get inside and decide the only way I can get myself to calm down is to do some painting. I walk into my second bedroom and pick up a new canvas. I start painting and have such inspiration for some reason. The paint is flying on the canvas nearly faster than my brush will allow, and I lose track of time. My phone dings, and it's a message from Creed. Remember to dress casually, it instructs. I glance at the time and panic to realize he will be here in 20 minutes. I don't have time to finish my painting or even clean up my mess. I run to the bathroom, comb my hair, and ensure my makeup is still intact. I'm so nervous, I'm nearly shaking. It's our first date, and I don't know how it will go. Dating isn't on my agenda, so I haven't been on one forever. Plus, I don't know what's going to happen. He agreed to keep it casual. But does it mean we aren't touching each other anymore, either? I'm trying to sort through my nerves when there's a knock at the door. I take a deep breath and open the door to see Creed standing in his boots and Wranglers. He's wearing his cowboy hat and holding the side of his buckle. "Ready to go, miss?" he asks. I nod and close the door behind me. I shyly follow him to his pickup, and he helps me inside. I'm buckling my seatbelt as he climbs behind the wheel. "Where are we going?" I ask as he starts driving. "It's a surprise, darling," he responds, never taking his eyes off the road. We sit quietly as country music plays softly through the speakers. Eventually, we pull into a helicopter pad. I look at him, confused. He smiles and helps me out of the truck. He grabs my hand as we walk to the helicopter and helps me inside. He does the seatbelt between my legs, and his hand between my thighs sends a chill down my spine. He smiles again as the helicopter powers on, and he takes off. My heart is pounding. I can't believe we're in a helicopter, and I can't believe he's flying it. The view is gorgeous, and I can't stop admiring the scenery around us as he flies. He smiles every time he looks at me and my expression. Suddenly, a ranch starts to appear in view. He begins to land, and I wonder where we are. It's an unusual spot for a date. "Oh my God, this is your ranch, isn't it?" I realize out loud as we touch the ground. He nods, cutting the engine. What the hell is going on? How do I not know how romantic he is? How does this keep us in the casual zone? He helps me out and walks me toward the farmhouse. As we draw closer, I start seeing all the decorations. Everything is covered in lights, and it's perfect. Why is he doing this? Why is he trying so hard and putting so much effort into our unlabeled entanglement? I bite my lip, trying to tell myself it's okay. I want to let myself enjoy his romantic gestures. Everything inside me wants to appreciate his efforts and allow him to spoil me, but I'm scared. What if I get hurt again? My thoughts are jumbling, trying to make me back out of this arrangement. But standing on his ranch that he used a helicopter to take me to makes it clear. I'm too far into it to go back. He opens the door for me and lets me inside. His house is a gorgeous log siding, and the inside is so well decorated it doesn't look like a bachelor pad. We walk around as he gives me a tour, and I'm in awe at everything he shows me. We arrive in the kitchen, and the smell is delicious. It surprises me to find an already cooked dinner. I wonder where it came from and how it got here. I really need to start asking more questions and getting to know him better instead of constantly losing our clothes. We start carrying the food to the picnic table on the back deck. Once we set everything out, he helps me to my chair. I watch him make our plates and am impressed at the meal. Did he make this? Or even plan it? It all looks and smells lovely. Once the food is on both plates, he gets up and presses the play button on his speaker. Music pours out as he sits back down and pours us both a glass of wine. It feels comforting sitting in his presence. I know it's our first date, but it feels like it's an everyday occurrence for some reason. We talk and laugh as we eat, and it's such an enjoyable meal, confirming how happy I am to agree to this. This tastes amazing. It surprises me how good it is. Based on your food choices in the grocery store, I would not have expected this, I say, and playfully shove his shoulder. He laughs and takes a bite. I can see that. I do know good food from bad, believe it or not. I usually just don't care that much, but I thought it would be worth it tonight. I nod and take a bite, thinking how nice it is to get to know each other better. Once we finish eating, we clean the table. Then we move into the living room, and I sit on the couch. I sink into the cushions and can't believe how comfortable it is. Oh my God! This couch is like sitting on a cloud, I exclaim. He walks past me and chuckles. I'm glad you like it. While you're sitting there, would it bother you if I played you something? He asks, pointing to the piano in the corner behind him. Wow, you play piano? You're just full of surprises. I laugh and sink further into the cushions. I'd love for you to play me something. As his fingers dance delicately across the keys, I can't stop thinking how surprised I am with him. It's so unexpected that a rancher like him can play the piano, and he's confident enough to play it in front of me. Once he finishes a couple of songs, we spend the next few hours talking and getting to know each other better. I make sure and tell him just enough about me to interest him, but purposely keep my past out of it. There are certain things I just can't bring up, unwilling to ruin the pleasant atmosphere.
Chapter 31. Creed. Erica and I sit on the sofa together, talking about our childhoods and trying to get to know each other with as little information as possible. I'm not ready to talk about myself yet, and if we open ourselves up too much, we're going against keeping a distance. It's an awkward balance, wanting to share everything and nothing all at the same time. She's asking questions about my properties and wants to know more about me. I can't stop staring at her lips as she speaks, and I suddenly realize I'm clinging to every word she says. Why am I hanging on to her every word like this? This is the ranch I spend the most time at. The one I most feel is home, I say, trying to distract myself from my thoughts. Erica smiles at me, and I feel a warmth growing inside me. I can't quite place the feeling, but it's weirdly familiar. I can see why this ranch suits you, she says, with the same smile still on her perfect lips. I can't help but wonder if it'd suit me better with us in it together. Stop, Creed. Don't think things like this. It isn't fair to your wife or Erica. Well, thank you. I have worked hard on it, I say, still trying to distract myself from how I feel. Everything seems so much better with her here, but it's temporary. I'll have enough of her, and the thoughts will go away. Would you like some more to drink? I ask. I have some more wine, I add, hoping to shift the focus away from my nervousness. More wine sounds great, thank you, she replies, nodding. I grab her glass off the coffee table and dart into the kitchen. I set her glass on the bar and open the oak cabinet next to the pantry to grab myself a smaller glass, as the wine is not entirely cutting it. I open the wine and pour her another glass before heading to the freezer to grab a few ice cubes. I shut the freezer door and turn to see her standing at the counter, staring at me. I move next to her and pour myself a glass of whiskey, knowing it will better numb the feelings inside of me. Suddenly, an idea comes to mind. I can't fall for her, but nothing says we can't have sex. As much as I know you need to know what happens next, it's a little too spicy for YouTube. You can access the full audiobook over on tylawalker.com with discount code SAVE40. And back to the story. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 32. Erica. Creed drives me home after bringing us back to town in the helicopter this morning. My mind is running 1,000,000 miles an hour. I can't stop thinking about last night. I don't know why I keep letting things happen between us, because I know it will not go anywhere. We're cordial and talk, but it's never about anything important or personal. We don't take the time to talk about our feelings or entanglement and try hard to keep it as physical as we want. But I feel we're connecting more profoundly, and it scares me. I don't know how to stop my feelings from growing because I don't want to be apart from him. But I don't want to lose myself in being around him either. I don't want to get hurt when I start letting in my feelings and he decides not to reciprocate them. I need to get out of this truck and away from him to think clearly. I need to figure out where my head is and what I will do. Do I play it off? Or do I stop this altogether? He finally parks in front of my house, and I feel a bit better. Well, here you are, he says and smiles at me. Thank you for taking me back home, I reply, grabbing the handle to leave. He stops me. Hey, when can I see you again? I sigh. I enjoyed our night, but I don't think we should meet for a few days. He starts to argue, but quickly stops himself. His face shifts to an impassive expression, and he nods his head, reluctantly agreeing to my terms. You're probably right. I need some time to straighten my thoughts, and you got a bad hold on me. He laughs, and I can feel my cheeks heat at the words. I giggle awkwardly with him. You're so dramatic. I jump out of his truck, and he walks me to the door like a gentleman. I grab the doorknob and begin putting in my key to find it's already open. I gasp as the sudden shock hits me, realizing someone's been here. I let go of the handle as if it's burning the flesh of my palm. As soon as my hand is free, visions of the invasion at my other apartment start to fill my brain, and everything starts to go black. No, I'm going to faint, I think, just as I start to sway. Creed grabs me quickly, keeping me from falling. Did you leave the door open when we left yesterday? He asks worriedly. His tone tells me he already knows the answer. I can't say anything, and my whole body feels numb. All I can do is shake my head no. I can feel the blood draining from my face. He studies my expression and frowns. Okay, I'm going to sit you down right here while I go and check things out. He sits me down. A part of me wants to object. I try to stop him from going inside, but I still can't get any words to come out. I watch him walk inside numbly, and my heart sinks, hoping he will be okay. After what feels like hours of not hearing or seeing him, I shakily stand up and walk toward the door. My heart starts pounding when I hear nothing coming from the open doorway. Creed, is everything okay? I call out, wondering what's going on. He doesn't respond. I'm going to look for you if you don't answer me. No, stop. Don't come in here, he says in a steely voice. His tone instantly makes my panic rise again. What's wrong? I ask shakily and take a step forward. Don't come in here, he yells. You can't come in here, call the police. No, wait. Call Jennifer and tell her to get Bruce's ass down here right now. I'm in shock, trembling as he's talking. My mind fills in the worst images I can come up with, picturing the sight of my dead cat from earlier. I hear him telling me what to do, but my body is not moving. I finally shake myself out of it enough to reach for my phone and dial Jennifer's number. I tell her to get Bruce down here. She's trying to get information, but I have none to give her. She finally agrees they'll be on their way. Creed steps out of the door and his face is dark. He walks slowly over to me and grabs my wrists. What's going on? I ask, panic set in. He won't answer me. He just stares into my eyes, and the look on his face scares me. I need you to answer me. What's going on? I continue shakily. Erica, we need to talk. Let's get back into my truck while we wait for Bruce. He walks me back to his truck and helps me climb inside. What's going on? What did you see? I ask again. He stares down at his hands and won't say a word. Creed, I yell, needing an answer. Your place, someone destroyed it. Like a robbery? I ask, thinking about the other apartment, and the officers telling me someone broke in to look for something. He sighs again, and I don't know what he will say. My heart is pounding because I don't know what is in my house. Obviously, it's something bad enough that he's not wanting to tell me what's going on. I'm trying to prepare myself because visions of the damage from the first time are dancing through my head. He turns to look at me. I take a deep breath, ready to let him tell me why I can't go to my house. The look on his face sends chills down my spine when I realize whatever it isn't good, and I feel guilty for letting him go in before me. It's okay, Creed. Just tell me whatever you need to tell me. I won't get upset. I just need you to tell me what you saw, I say, leaning forward and resting a hand on his shoulder. I can feel him shudder under my palm, and he starts to speak.
Chapter 33. Creed. My knuckles are white as I clench the steering wheel, and my face is pale. Erica asks why I'm acting so weird and what is inside her home, but I just don't know how to tell her. I've never seen anything like it, and it terrifies me for her. Why is someone doing something like this to someone so sweet and loving? She doesn't deserve it one bit, and I don't even know how to tell her. I sigh. Erica, this isn't going to be easy to hear. She nods and keeps eye contact, waiting for me to continue. The inside of your house was too violent to be a robbery. What I saw there is the work of someone who harbors absolute hatred for you. Don't ask me why, because damned if I know. All I know is there's no way a robber would go to that extent to destroy everything to smithereens. My heart is pounding as her face grows paler with every statement I make. She starts trembling, and I can see in her eyes that she's not with me anymore, as if maybe she remembers something. I begin to suspect that she knows something she has never shared, because she doesn't seem as startled by the news as I anticipated. I know Bruce is on his way over, so I can take a few moments to work out what's going through her head before I decide what needs to happen. Erica, what's going on? Where are your thoughts? I ask her. She turns and stares at the dash, saying nothing. I know of the robbery from your apartment before. That's why you lived in Jeff's condo. But this is no robbery. This is different. I'm unsure what's happening or who would do this to you. But what I saw differs greatly from what I heard about your apartment robbery. She starts sobbing and my heart instantly softens. The anger from whatever is going on fades, and I embrace her tightly. What's wrong? What's going on? Please tell me because I want to help you. I can't help you if I don't know what's happening. Erica wipes her eyes and looks at me. There's something about me that you don't know. It's something about my past, and I've tried to keep it hidden because I'm trying to move on. Okay? I got married at 19. My ex-husband is an abusive asshole who has been in jail serving a 10-year sentence for murder. My heart instantly drops, and my eyes widen. She starts sobbing again and trying to speak through her tears. I spent years living with his abuse alone, never saying anything to anyone and just accepting it. It was my decision to marry him, and he had brainwashed me into thinking it was all my fault, and that no one would believe anything was going on. My heart sinks from the heartbreak in her voice as she speaks. After a few years of it, I started getting in a bad place, and my parents started asking questions. I finally decided it was time to tell someone, so I confided in them. I told them everything he had been doing since it started. They didn't even question me. They arranged plans and came and got me immediately. She closes her eyes as if reliving it. They took me somewhere they thought I'd be safe. I thought I'd be safe with them. Finally safe after so many years I forgot what the word meant. It felt so good to be away from him. I mean, I was worried about it, of course, but being with my parents really helped ease my worry. Well, one day I came home and found them both. She trails off, her face lined with pain. He had found where I was living and killed them as payback for taking me from him. Oh, I had no idea. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Erica. I can't even begin to say how sorry I am. No wonder you have so much guilt hanging over your head. I don't know how you wouldn't think that was your fault. But it wasn't at all. I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. And it devastates me that you've been dealing with this alone all this time. It makes me so damn angry. I embrace her again, and she sobs into my chest. It feels so nice to comfort her after knowing how long she's been dealing with this on her own, and knowing how hard it must be to tell me. As my heart feels the warmth from soothing her, my mind drifts to the image of what I imagine her piece of crap husband looks like. I start fantasizing about the day he is standing in front of me. I imagine myself walking up to him and beating the life right out of him for what he's still putting her through. In my vision, my hands find themselves around his neck, and I don't stop until I see the life drain from his eyes. There's nothing I wouldn't do for her. I'd gladly serve a life sentence for stopping a scumbag like him. I will never understand how someone gets away with treating a woman so awful for so long. A small sense of comfort washes over me, knowing I'm able to protect her now. I won't let her do this on her own. Not any longer. Erica, I can't even imagine how hard this has been for you, and how scared you have been all this time. But I want you to know that you are no longer alone. I promise you that bastard will never hurt you again. He won't get to you anymore, and I will do everything I can to ensure it. I feel her nodding, but she doesn't stop hugging my chest. It feels as if she's burying herself deeper into it. My emotions are shifting back and forth from the happiness of her finding comfort in me, but anger at the fact that she needs to be reassured at all. She should never have had anything to fear in the first place. She's such a sweet woman, so loving and caring, and I don't know how anyone can hurt her like this. As I'm trying to wrap my brain around someone mistreating her, I start thinking about the woman she is. This all started at 19 years old. The woman curling up into my chest is the sweetest and most caring person I've ever met. I can't believe it after everything. And she's choosing to be this person. No wonder the women's shelter is so important to her. She knows what it feels like to need a place to run to.
Chapter 34. Erica. Sitting in Creed's pickup and crying into his loving embrace feels like the safest place in the world. I can't believe he's listening and believing me, not placing judgment or suspicions. You can tell a lot about a man by his reaction to hearing a woman's story of abuse. If they act like it's no big deal, or they start asking questions trying to make sense of it, it usually means they're just like the abusive asshole, and you need to run. I've had enough of those encounters with men who try to spin the story, try to find a reason I might have deserved it. Men who think the woman always deserves it. But if they listen, apologize, and embrace you as Creed does, chances are he's a good man. No decent man will sit and listen to a story like mine and be comfortable hearing it. I think that's why it's taken me so long to tell him, because many people still don't believe me. Everyone believes the side of my husband that they see. The mask he put on for everyone until we closed the door of our home at night. Then he would take it off and hang it by the door with his coat, ready for his next performance. It feels so good to feel validation, to not feel crazy for once in my life. Knowing he is aware of it now is like a weight lifting off my shoulders. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me, I say to him through tears. Creed looks at me, puzzled. Well, of course. Why wouldn't I? He asks. I sit back up off his chest and wipe the tears from my cheeks. I've tried to tell several people over the years, and you're one of the few not trying to see his side of things. Even several officers I talked to made it seem like I pushed him to be violent toward me. He shakes his head and scoffs. God, that pisses me off. That is exactly why more women don't come forward when this kind of thing happens to them. The system is made to protect the guilty and paint the victim as the problem. It's disgusting. But I'm so glad you could come to me with it. I can't imagine, especially if not many people believed you, how hard it must have been to tell me. I didn't know what your reaction would be, but I thought it was time you knew because I'm getting ready to tell him that Giovanni is out of prison, but I get cut off as Bruce's car speeds in front of us. Not to cut this short, but let's go figure out what we're going to do, Creed says and jumps out of the truck. I follow closely behind as Bruce and his team of huge muscular men walk in my front door. It looks like he brought enough help, so I'll stay with you unless he needs something from me. They'll go look around and then talk to us, okay? I nod, and he wraps his arms around me. I'm shivering as if it's minus 30 degrees when it's not even warm enough to need a coat. I'm unsure if I'm shivering from the adrenaline or the worry of what they're going to find. Maybe both. Suddenly, Bruce emerges from the door with two of his men. They walk up to us, and I step toward them out of Creed's embrace. "Hello, Erica," Bruce begins. "I'm sorry this has happened to you." He's trying to ease into the conversation, but I can't take it and cut him off instead. "Bruce, I want the details, please. What did you see?" I ask. He sighs and looks at Creed for the okay. Creed nods his encouragement. "I won't sugarcoat it for you. It's not good. The whole inside, nearly everything you own, is destroyed. And I mean destroyed. Whoever did this stabbed and threw everything around with a great amount of anger and violence." My heart sinks and my head starts spinning. I begin to fall back, but Creed grabs and holds me, giving me stability as I cling to him. He bends down to my ear as Bruce is talking with his men, whispering. "It's going to be okay," he says. I shake my head no. "Of course you are," he contests, suds. "I'm going to keep you safe from whoever did this." Anger starts setting in, and I can't help my tone. "I know who did this. It's my husband, Giovanni." "What do you mean? I thought he was in prison," he asks, looking confused. "I was trying to tell you right before Bruce got here. Giovanni is out now. I thought he would have let me go by now, or that maybe his powerful family would keep him in line enough to stay the hell away from me. But I guess not. You both said the look of the things in there is from someone with extreme anger and violence. That would be him." Bruce is listening now as my voice is loud enough to catch his attention. "Well, we can appeal to the court. Get him back in prison," he says confidently. I shake my head again. My lawyer advised me that appealing to the court won't change anything. They told me it would only make him angry and give him access to my location, which, by the looks of it, he already has. My voice is shaky as I speak, and my whole body is trembling. Bruce and Creed are asking questions and discussing our options, but I can barely think straight. My words are jumbling because my thoughts are all over the place. Bruce looks at Creed with an expression full of worry, and Creed assures him he'll take care of me. Bruce nods and says he'll call him later, as Creed grabs my hand and leads me away from the house. "Come on, Erica. We need to get out of here," he says. I can't help feeling some relief, knowing I'm here with him and the help of Bruce and his team. I finally have a good chance of having protection. I follow him to the truck, and he helps me inside. Once Creed is behind the wheel, he starts it quickly. We're on the road in a flash. "It's not safe here," he says. His words hit me like a knife. "You're going to think I'm crazy for saying this." He swallows hard. "What?" My voice trembles. "I want to protect you the best I can, and I think that changing your name and hiding any trace of you would be best." He sucks in a deep breath. "So, Erica, will you marry me?" I blink, staring at him. My heart has stopped. "What?" "I can have my lawyer draw up a contract. This way we can change your name. You won't have to put your name on any place you want to stay for a while. All charges can go to me so that there is no way for you to be traced." His eyes bore into mine. "I know that sounds terrifying, given your ex-husband, but I can assure this is only to protect you. We will divorce as soon as he is behind bars. I don't want you to feel like you have to be attached to me." His voice softens. "I just want you to be safe." And maybe it's stupid. Maybe I'm foolish for thinking this way, but I do feel safe with him. His logic is sound, and I would do just about anything to escape Giovanni, and I don't want to leave Creed's side either. "Okay," I whisper. "Okay?" I nod. "I'll marry you."
Chapter 35. Creed. Erica and I are heading out of town, and there's a knot in the pit of my stomach. We finalize the paperwork as quickly as possible. Her name is being changed, and all her expenses will fall on my card, so there is no way for her to be tracked. We even signed a contract that says she can terminate this whenever she wants, and I provide an apartment for 6 months after the divorce. I just want her to be safe and happy. That's why we're leaving town. I know I have to protect her, but I don't know where the right place to go is. I reflect on my options as all of my properties flash through my head. Which one is safest, where no one will think to look? It has to be somewhere I don't go often, and no one will think about it. Suddenly it hits me. Our home. I know where you'll be safe, I say, looking at Erica. But it's a few hours out of town. How about you get some rest, and I'll wake you when we get there, okay? She nods and lays her head back on the seat. I watch her eyes close softly, and hope maybe she can get some sleep as I suggested. Her nerves seem understandably frayed, but I think a nap would do some good. As I drive toward my house, country music plays through the speakers. I sing along quietly as she sleeps, glad to see that she could relax. I glance over every once in a while to ensure she's okay and to gawk at her beauty. God, she's even gorgeous sleeping. I don't understand how someone can hurt this girl. She deserves to have someone worship the ground she walks on, not dominate and abuse her. A few hours drift by, and I see the Welcome to Phoenix's sign coming into view. Erica rolls her head toward me for the first time since falling asleep. Her eyes open briefly, and she smiles at me in a dazed, half-asleep state. Then she drifts back off, her brown eyes fluttering shut once more. I can't stop my own eyes from trailing down her nose to her beautiful set of full lips that I crave. I shake my head, trying to throw out the question of what she's wearing underneath her jeans. This is hardly the time. The thought is enough to jar me into a sudden realization, however. It hits me that she has nothing with her, and I'm not ready to see someone else in my wife's clothes. "Hey, Erica, are you back asleep yet?" I ask. She laughs and sits up. "No, it's been like 2 minutes," she says sarcastically. I laugh with her. "Well, I'm not sure how fast you fall asleep." "I don't think I believe that. You haven't noticed from the times I've fallen asleep next to you?" She looks at me with a seductive grin. Is she flirting with me? No. Creed, get yourself together. She is delicate and you'd be taking advantage. I guess not. I chuckle awkwardly. We're going to one of my ranches, but we're just now coming into the town before it, and I was going to stop for some groceries. I didn't know if you wanted to find somewhere to go while I was doing that to find a few essentials you might need. Or some clothes. She gasps. Oh my God. I didn't even think about not having anything with me. I don't even have any belongings. She pauses for a moment, looking down at her hands. I can almost see the enormity of it hit her, that everything she owns was likely destroyed. "Yes, please. If you don't mind, it would be nice to grab a few things," she responds quietly. Her gaze turns to the scenery out the passenger side window, making it clear she doesn't want to discuss it any further than that. I can appreciate the sentiment and don't push her to think about it. There is a cute little strip mall across the street from my favorite grocery store, and I decide it'll work best. She can get whatever she needs while I cover the essentials for the house. It's been so long since I've been here that I'm sure nothing is left. I never had the heart to sell it after my wife's death. But I never had the heart to come back either. It's just been sitting there, empty and forsaken. So you can wander over and get whatever you need while I'm grabbing some groceries, and then we can meet up here whenever you're done, I say, as I pull into a parking space directly in the middle of the lot. I grab my wallet and pull out a credit card. Here, take this. I hand it to her, and she takes it, puzzled. Are you sure? She asks, looking hesitant. It will keep him from being able to track you if there's no trail to follow. Besides, you've had a stressful day, and I want you to get some luxury things to make your stay at the ranch more like a vacation. She looks like she's going to argue, but I climb out of the truck, not giving her a chance. I walk across the street to the grocery store and wait by the entrance until I can see she's safely inside the department store. I walk around grabbing a few necessities to get us through a few days. I figure we can always run into town later to grab other stuff if we need to. I quickly check out and head back to the truck. I keep glancing at my phone just in case she's called. There's no message or missed calls, and I hope she's doing okay. The groceries are loaded in the back seat, and I'm scrolling through my phone when I finally see Erica walking toward me. I smile as she throws her few bags in the back and climbs beside me. "Get some things?" I ask as she puts on her seatbelt. She nods. "Yeah, I could have spent hours in that store. It's gorgeous." She laughs and hands me back my card. I head out on the road leading to the house. Erica gasps as we pull into the driveway of a beautiful 2-story log home with a wraparound porch. There's a stone walkway up to the steps, and huge maple trees surround the yard's perimeter. I haven't been here in so long that I forgot how beautiful this place is, I think, as I pull the truck into the garage and turn it off as the door shuts behind us. Erica is looking at her lap again as I take off my seatbelt. "Hey, you're safe here, I promise. Bruce and the police are going to work together to put your husband in jail for good, and I'm going to protect you while they're working on it." "I believe you will," she says, and we grab the things from the truck. We carry the bags into the house, and I show her the guest room so she can unpack her things. "I'm going to go put the groceries away and leave you to unpack, and you can look around whenever you're done. Make yourself at home." As I'm putting away the groceries, I keep telling myself this is the safest place for her. No one knows about it besides me and Amanda. My old life here is a distant memory, something I never discuss with people from Vegas. Even Bruce wouldn't know to find me here. I'm working on dinner once everything's put away. After a while, Erica re-emerges. She's walking around, admiring every inch of the living room. Suddenly her expression changes, like she realizes something. "Is this your family home?" she asks, causing my heart to skip a beat in shock. The question was inevitable, but I still feel somehow unprepared. "It is. It's the only place I knew for certain you'd be safe. Dinner is ready," I say, quickly changing the subject. We set the table and have a seat, eating the steak and potatoes I've prepared. Dinner flies by as we're both starving. It feels like the perfect comfort food after a hard day, and she seems satisfied. We quickly find ourselves in the living room with an open bottle of wine. I pour her a glass, trying to lighten her up. She's still looking around inquisitively. She finds a picture underneath the table, and my heart sinks, realizing what picture she's looking at. "Is this your wife?" she asks, holding it up for me. I stare at it, remembering her, and close my eyes as if to block it out, like I can hide from the vision. I still see her, plain as day, in my mind's eye. "Yes, that's her." Erica's voice gets small and quiet. "Creed, what happened to her?" As much as it hurts me to replay it, I know she deserves to know the truth about how messed up I am. She deserves to know why I don't deserve happiness, and why she's too good for me to be with. Maybe she'll hate me after this, making this thing between us easier to let go of.
Chapter 36. Erica. Creed's staring at me with his saddening deep blue eyes. I can't help but find myself drowning in them. His expression tells me he doesn't want to talk about his wife. A part of me wants to tell him he doesn't have to. But another part of me really wants to know. After everything he's learning about me, it's only fair for him to share something about himself, which is obviously still affecting him. He's downing more and more wine, and I recognize his past behaviors. He sighs, drinks the last of his glass, and sets it on the table. Well, I just want to prepare you for what you're about to hear, because it might change your view of me forever. I don't want you to be blindsided. I smile graciously, feeling a bit uneasy. Can it be as bad as he thinks? I appreciate you thinking of me. He nods and begins. She died in this house. His bluntness shocks me, but I don't say anything. I don't want him to stop talking, so I keep my questions to myself. It was all my fault, he continues. I was such an asshole husband, and it killed her. All I cared about was work and putting myself higher up the ladder when I should have cared about my wife more. You never realize what you have until it's gone. Tears start welling in his eyes, and my heart starts to ache for him. It was the night of our anniversary. See, she had begged me for weeks to take her to a fancy restaurant. She kept telling me she wanted to get dressed up for me and be shown off, but I didn't want to go out. I wanted us to have a night of romance and candles in our home. We hadn't lived here long at that point, and I wanted us to break it in, you know. He chuckles, tears still in his eyes, as he stares at the coffee table. His eyes are glossy, and he doesn't blink. I can tell that I've lost him to his memories. I told her she should still get dressed up, like we were going to a fancy restaurant, but that when she was ready, she'd come down to our own table covered in candles and a beautiful dinner instead. I told her everything I would do, the food I'd make, and the romantic gestures I could do from home that a restaurant wouldn't allow. He sighs. She asked why I didn't want to go out, and I was honest in telling her I wanted our anniversary to be getting us used to the new house. She finally gave in and started to get excited about everything I had planned for us. She talked about it for days leading up to it even. I barely paid attention and had my assistant get everything I told her I'd do for her. I couldn't even pull myself away enough to shop for her. He pauses for a moment, clearing the emotion from his throat. My heart is breaking, and he's clearly still so upset. I can see the anguish on his face and imagine how he must replay each one of these little mistakes over and over in his head. No wonder he holds so much blame over his head. He resents himself and the man he was to her. I'm starting to understand all his drinking and anger. He continues. The night of our anniversary, she asks what time she needs to be ready, and I tell her I have to run into town for a work emergency. But I promised I'd be back as fast as possible to start dinner, so she could take as much time as she needed. I remember telling her that we had all night long. His voice starts to shake as he gets into the worst part of the story. I came home a couple of hours later than I meant to. The house was destroyed. I remember thinking at first maybe she was mad at me for being gone so long. Even though that wouldn't have been like her at all, still, I see a mess and picture my pissed-off wife, throwing things in a fit, you know. So I started calling out for her and apologizing, thinking I'm in deep. Creed swallows, taking a shaky breath before he pushes the next part out. But I rounded the corner and found her. She was lying on the floor in a red satin dress, all dolled up like she had been waiting for me to come home. I called for help, but it was too late when they got here. He winces and drops his head into his hands, hiding his expression. I can barely hear his muffled voice. They said she had been dead for nearly 2 hours. That would mean the robbers came in right after I left for work. I left her on our anniversary to deal with something that could have waited, and it killed her. The tears drip from his cheeks. He's doing his best to hide them, but there's no mistaking the little spots of water that are beginning to appear on his pants, giving him away. He stands up suddenly, turning his face at an awkward angle so that I can't see. Then he reaches for the bottle and pours another glass, his hand shaking the entire time. It's so shocking to see this man, who is normally so firm and stoic, truly in love with someone. I never really understood that he had it in him until now. Creed truly loved his wife, and it makes sense now why he acts the way he does, why he pushes people away with smart comments, why he is so closed off and angry all the time, why he hopes every problem has an answer at the bottom of a bottle. She was even pregnant, so not only did I kill her, I killed my own child with negligence. He leans his head once more into his hands, and his shoulders shake as he sobs. My heart is pounding at the sudden drop of news, but I know he needs comforting, so I sit forward and wrap my arms around him. Oh, Creed, I say, hugging him. He grabs me tightly and sobs. I don't know if I've ever held someone crying this hard. My mind reaches for something to say, but nothing seems right. So I just hold him instead. He sobs for several moments until he stops, lets go of me, and sits up. He wipes the tears from his cheeks and looks at me, embarrassed. I'm so sorry. I don't know what just happened. I didn't even cry like that at her funeral, he admits. You have absolutely nothing to be sorry for. I'm glad you told me and that you felt comfortable enough with me to let your feelings out. As far as the funeral goes, you were probably still in shock. I don't think you've truly allowed yourself to pour your heart out like you are right now. He shakes his head no, and tears stream down his cheeks again. I grab him and pull him into me, lying against the back of the couch. He clings to my waist, and I let him cry for as long as he needs to. I'm allowing him to get everything he needs out, and then I want to talk to him about how it's not his fault, how nothing he did was the reason it happened. I'm trying to find some sort of silver lining that I can tell him to give him maybe a shred of comfort. I want to say something so magical that it will help him stop blaming himself for her death. But as he hugs me tightly and my thoughts run wild, we drift off to sleep in each other's arms instead.
Chapter 37. Creed. Rays of morning sunshine beam through the balcony doors like a clumsy spotlight, landing perfectly on my face. Glancing down, Erica lies snuggled against my chest, quietly snoring. I can't believe how much I shared last night. It wasn't my intention. Part of me wishes I would have kept my mouth shut, but I'm glad I didn't. I watch Erica sleep and can't help wondering how I got so lucky. I don't deserve her, yet here she is. I smile and lean down and softly kiss her lips. Her eyes flutter open and she deepens the kiss. Good morning, I mumble. Morning, she says, yawning. I plant kisses on her neck, pausing only briefly. Sleep well? I'll say. She smiles. Don't stop, that feels good. Feeling a little froggy this morning? I smile, trail more kisses across her cheek and neck, and give her earlobe a gentle nibble. Maybe, she giggles. Why? You want to find out? Intriguing. I wink at her and lean in, covering her mouth with mine. The kiss is slow and gentle, her soft lips warm against mine. I pull back just a little and trail my lips across the crook of her neck. She pulls me toward her. Her soft, warm lips greet me and press against mine. Her tongue teases me before she drinks me in. Her kiss, hot and deep, ignites my nerves. Salacious thoughts fill my mind, and I entertain each possibility involving Erica, the sofa, and me. Of course, there's not a whole hell of a lot of room on a couch, but it could work. Sorry to interrupt once again, but YouTube simply cannot handle all this heat. Head on over to tylawalker.com with discount code SAVE40 to listen to every juicy detail of this scene. You're amazing, I whisper hoarsely. We lay together, naked on the couch, basking in the morning sun and the bliss of our lovemaking.
Chapter 38. Erica. Last night's discussion with Creed was heartbreaking. It still wears on me, and I now understand why he is the way he is. The drinking, wanting to be there for me, the whole thing. I get it. And I also get how harrowing a haunting past can be. Of course, unveiling a dark history does something else. It dissolves the wall, separating him from the present, the future, and me. But I can't help wondering whether he is ready to move on. After all, I come with my own baggage too. I love Creed, but I can't tell him. He'll just reject me and break my heart. So I shouldn't get my hopes up. Being with him will have to be enough, I think. I'll probably never have a happy ending with Giovanni out on the prowl again. He'll make sure of that. That is, of course, if he doesn't finish where he left off and take my life too, just as he did with my parents. I shudder at the thought. and try to put it out of my mind. I want to help and be there for him, but I'm unsure how. What should I do? Deep in thought, I absently follow Creed across a field of daisies and more dandelions than I can count. A big barn stands just ahead. When Creed told me about the horse barn, I imagined a big red barn, but this one is brown, made from natural, unpainted wood. So rustic. I think appreciatively, staring at the image of a multicolored star on a white wooden panel hanging over the door. Is that a painting? I ask. Yep, says Creed. Sure is. It's a barn quilt. They date back to Europe about 300 years ago before coming here. Many ranchers and farmers still use them today. Just for art? I ask. Partly, he says. They're also used to distinguish one ranch or farm from another. Think of them like a kind of coat of arms. Oh, wow. So someone painted it? It's not machine-made? I raise my hand to shield my eyes from the sun and stand gaping at the intricate pattern and colors that make up the star. Yeah, my wife painted it when we bought the place. Creed's voice fell short. Damn. Here I am, trying to make conversation and inadvertently reminding him of his wife. I'm sorry, I stammer. I didn't mean to. Creed smiles. No worries. He leans down, presses his lips to mine, and wraps his arm around my waist, pulling me close and deepening the kiss. My mind goes fuzzy, while electrical impulses shoot southward, igniting in my loins and leaving me wobbly at the knees. God, I love his kisses. Creed slides his hand over my ass and gives my cheek a squeeze. You know, he says, we could always stay here and fool around. He wriggles his brows. I laugh. True, but I was really looking forward to riding a horse. I've never been on one. Then a ride it is. He sighs dramatically, teasing me. But we can still fool later, right? He adds, sounding hopeful. Of course, I giggle. And maybe even along the way. Then I think we should get started as soon as possible. He laughs, presses his lips to mine, then guides me into the barn. A couple of cows moo and enter the barn on one side, one black and white and the other brown. You've got cows too? I walk over and give the black and white one a scratch on the nose. The fur is rougher than I imagined it'd be. Absolutely, he said, laughing. So do you milk them too? I ask. Some of them are, yes. I don't do it anymore, he admits. I haven't been here since my wife died, to be honest, but I have a ranch manager who handles the property. He walks over. This one, he says, pointing to the black and white cow. She is a dairy cow, so she gives milk, but the brown ones are beef heifers. So you eat them? I feel instantly sorry for the brown cow and walk up to give it a scratch. Does that bother you? He asks. No, I suppose not. I mean, we gotta eat. I guess I'm just used to getting my meat from the grocery store, so I don't really see the faces of the animals it comes from. Makes sense, he says. Want to see how to milk one? Sure, I say, instantly intrigued. He grabs a stool and a bucket and motions me through a wooden gate, then plants the seat next to the belly of the black and white beast. She won't bite or kick, will she? I ask, a little unwary. Creed laughs. Nope. And before you ask, this doesn't hurt her one bit. I step closer and watch as he glides his thumb and forefinger from the top of the teat to the bottom. A small burst of milk collides with the empty pail. Interesting, I say. Want to try? Creed smiles up at me. Maybe another time. I giggle. He gets up and removes the stool and bucket. Ready to ride then? Absolutely. I allow my enthusiasm to spill out. Good grief. I sound like a kid in a candy store. Creed laughs. After putting the stool and bucket away, we walk to the horses on the other side of the barn. He saddles too and motions me over. After a boost up, I'm sitting in the saddle, feet in stirrups, hands gripping the rein for dear life. Relax, Creed says. Loosen your grip. The horse isn't going to take off running. Nellie's a gentle mare, one of my gentlest mares. Creed mounts his horse, and after giving me basic instructions, we ride off at a slow trot. The ride is bumpy, but I feel like a queen and can't help smiling. Creed directs us on a wooded trail that winds around a pond and opens to a field. After 3 loops, we stop and rest the animals, letting them drink from the pond and graze in the field. That was fun, I say. Glad you're enjoying it. Creed walks toward me, tugging the front of his Stetson hat down to beat the sun's glare. Now, he says, I have something else in mind. Creed meanders toward me. I wait until he's within 20 feet of me, then giggle and run across the field. He laughs and gives chase, letting his hat topple from his head and fall into the grass. When he catches up to me, he pulls me toward him, pressing his firm body against mine. He wraps one arm around me and covers my mouth with his. His breath is hot and sweet, while his kiss is as rugged as they come. His tongue wrestles for control as his hands, firm and gentle, glide up my side and cup my breast. His thumb begins rubbing the peak firm. Find something you like? I murmur. Always, he says. Besides, I believe you like it too. I smile and press my lips to his once more before stepping back. Late afternoon sun dips low in the horizon, and the grasshoppers are churring. I'm already working up an uncomfortable sweat in the sticky humidity. How about going somewhere cooler? I ask. Yeah, we should get going. There's a local event tonight, a little party the town is hosting. I thought it would be a nice change of pace, so we don't want to miss it. He grabs the reins of the horses. Want to walk back, or is this heat too uncomfortable? I can walk, I say. You know, I comment. The pond looks nice and cool. Creed grins. So, you want to take a dip first? Just a short one? It's like you read my mind. I laugh. We tether the horses to a nearby tree, lose our clothes, and jump in. The water is calm and refreshing. I kick around in the water while Creed plays grab ass when I swim past. You better stop, I say, or I'm going to come over there and grab something of yours. Creed laughs. I wish you would. We giggle like a couple of kids before deciding it's time to head back. Rain check? To be continued later? I ask. Definitely. He swats my bottom as we begin our trek back, still laughing.
Chapter 39. Creed. I lead Erica back the way we came. The late afternoon sun descends lazily, but its heat and the humidity still hang in the air, making our travels across the open field unpleasant. I feel like a blob, Erica says. It's so sticky. I can't help but laugh. Her honesty tickles me. I've spent enough time with her by now that I should expect it, but each time she comes out of her shell, something swells in my chest. I like knowing that she feels safe enough to be a little goofy. That's ranch life for you, darling, I say. Finally, we duck into the woods. The temperature and humidity drop considerably. Oh my God, Erica says, obviously relieved. Thank you, trees. I chuckle again. We spend a few minutes riding through the woods in comfortable silence. The horses' footfalls are quieted by the soft earth beneath their hooves, and the trees absorb the cricket calls that would otherwise echo around us. I'm enjoying the peace of the surrounding woods when Erica's distant voice interrupts my thoughts. Creed? I turn around to look at her, and am surprised to find she and Nellie are at least 100 feet behind me and not moving. I turn my horse around and return to Erica. What's going on? I ask as I approach. I don't know. She just stopped, she says, looking at Nellie, bewildered. I hop off my saddle and tie my horse to a tree. I offer my hand to Erica, who takes it and joins me on the ground. "What's going on, Nellie?" I ask the mare as I tie her up. She whinnies and gives an agitated huff, but still doesn't move. I bend down at her feet, picking each one up to inspect them for a rock or some other irritant. Each one comes up empty. "Well," I say, "she's not in pain, just being stubborn." "You said she's gentle," Erica says, confused. "She is," I assure her, "but just because she won't nip at you or buck you off doesn't mean she doesn't have an opinion. Isn't that right, Nellie?" The horse just huffs again. "Should we get back to the ranch? Come collect Nellie later?" Erica seems concerned. "Nah, we'll give it 20 minutes. There's still enough daylight," I say. It's true. Dappled sunlight peeks through the branches, and though it's not bright out, I'd wager we have about an hour left of visible riding. It's only 10 minutes back to the barn from here on horseback, and 20 on foot, so either way, we'll be all right if we give Nellie some time to dawdle. Sighing, I take a seat at the base of a tree a few yards away from where our horses are tied up. Erica joins me. "Horses have more personality than I expected," she says contemplatively. I laugh again and lift my arm, inviting her in. "Yeah, they're persnickety," I confirm as she snuggles up next to me. She places one hand on my chest and rests her head on my shoulder. We resume our silence from before. Her fingers draw slow, absent-minded circles on my chest and her brow furrows. "What you thinking about?" I ask, curious. "Oh, you know, fun things. Abusive exes and the like." I smile a little at her sarcasm. There's resilience hidden in that dark humor. "Care to elaborate?" I ask. She wrinkles her nose. "Not really." I nod. "I'd rather do this." With that, she presses her lips softly to mine. "This is more fun," she says against my mouth. Once again, Creed and Erica are having a little too much fun for YouTube. Head on over to TylaWalker.com with discount code. Save 40% off this audiobook and many more. Thank you for listening to Sweet AF. Let's get back to the story. Chapter 40. Creed. I kneel against the railing of my wraparound porch and watch Erica being followed by the horses as she dances around with a bucket of feed. It's been 2 more days here, and I can feel myself softening to her more and more each day. My smile feels brighter again, and it's like we're forming a life here. The maid that has been working and living at the house for years, Gloria, suddenly emerges from the sliding glass doors behind me and rests against the railing closest to me. When I glance at her, she's smiling at Erica. "I'm happy for you, Creed," she says. It's shocking to hear because she's Amanda's friend. I wasn't sure how she'd react to me bringing someone else here, no matter the circumstances. "I don't think I've ever seen you so happy. Even your eyes are sparkling." She giggles. "I know. It's crazy and it makes me feel so damn guilty. I don't deserve to be happy," I reply shakily. "If anyone would understand, it's Gloria." She turns to face me. "Why do you say that?" "For what happened to Amanda. I deserve to sit and be miserable thinking about it for the rest of my life." "Oh, Creed. Amanda would be so happy that you found a new love. She had always been frail, and she was very sick. Her days were numbered anyways." My heart starts pounding, caught completely by surprise. My limbs feel heavy as I try to process the words. What the hell does she mean? She seems to notice my confusion, and with a deep breath, she gently says, "Creed, Amanda was dying of terminal cancer." Her words nearly knock me over, and I sit in the chair weakly behind me. How did I not know? Why didn't she tell me? I feel even worse now, and she was going through it alone. Was I that much of a failure as a husband that I didn't even notice? "I can see by the look on your face that you're upset with yourself for not knowing, but nobody knew. Amanda kept it a secret from everyone." She frowns a little, recalling the old memory. "The only reason I even found out was because she left you a letter hidden in the house. It was something she intended for you to get after her passing, but she thought it would be the cancer. She had no idea the robbery would come first, of course. I found it when I was cleaning out her things after. My eyes widen. There's a letter? Where is it? Why are you only mentioning this now? I'm starting to get angry. I have a right to know these things, and she's been hiding them. I kept it to give to you, but you never came back, and after a while it seemed like it would be opening an old wound. I thought you had moved on in your new life. Amanda didn't want you to know about the letter if you were already happy. She said there was no need to burden you with it. She didn't know it wouldn't be the cancer that killed her, but she was prepared for everything when it was her time. I'm so sorry, Creed. I didn't know you'd been carrying this burden in your heart, or I would have called you. She leaves the room. A few minutes later, she comes back from wherever she has had this damn thing stashed all this time. She pulls the letter out of the pocket of her apron and puts a hand on my shoulder. I'll let you read it alone. If you need anything, you know where I am. I nod and rip open the sealed envelope with my name in Amanda's perfect penmanship. As I read to my dearest love, I start to sob. It feels unreal after all these years to have something new from her, even if it's a goodbye letter. To my dearest love, Creed, if you're reading this letter, that means I'm already gone, and I'm sure you're wondering how I've kept this from you. I hope you don't feel betrayed. That was never my intention. You were always away with business, so when you were home, I wanted our time together to be special and not focused on my being sick. I'm not saying this to place blame. I completely forgive you for it all. But I just want to help you understand why I hid something like this from you. I tried my best not to show how sick I was, because I didn't want it to distract from our time together. We had a lovely marriage, and I was always very happy with you. When the doctors discovered the cancer at a prenatal appointment, it was already terminal. The doctors told me I only had 3 months left to live, and they weren't sure if I could carry our baby or even deliver it if I made it to term. But I wanted to fight. I wouldn't terminate the pregnancy because I wanted to give you a part of me so badly. I wanted you to have something to fill your heart after I was gone. As I write this, I want you to know that my days are numbered, but I wanted to leave you with something. I want you to know that I want you to be happy after I've gone. I want you to find someone to love again with your whole heart. You deserve to find someone you can spend the rest of your life with. Please forgive me for keeping this from you, and follow my requests for you. I genuinely want you to be happy and fulfill our dreams of filling this house and that huge backyard with children. I love you so much, and I hope whoever she is, she loves you just as much. I promise you deserve the world. Do not let this break you. I have loved you for being a strong man, and that's what I expect of you after I'm gone. Go live your life for both of us. With all my love, your dearest wife, Amanda. I fold the letter neatly in my hands and stare at it for a few moments, processing its contents. Suddenly, my emotions completely overtake me, and I crumple the letter into my chest. I'm sobbing uncontrollably, and it feels like 1,000 pounds of weight are lifting off my chest. Amanda's letter tells me she forgives me and wants me to be happy without her. It's a fantastic feeling. It finally sets my heart free, and I can't believe it. After many years of suffering, I can finally let go of my blame and focus on moving on and being set free.
Chapter 41. Erica. Creed's Bay Roan is nuzzling my cheek with her muzzle, trying to butter me up to give her the grain from my bucket. I have such a love for animals, and it's so awesome to be here with these horses. The stables and corrals are immaculate, and you can tell these animals are very spoiled. I'm losing myself in the laughter of their tickling whiskers when I look at the house and see Creed crumpling into a ball in a chair on the porch. I give the horse a handful of the grain she's waiting for and walk out of the pen. I set the bucket down and run over to him, my feet pounding on the wooden steps as I get closer. Creed, what's wrong? What happened? I ask nervously. My hands are shaking because he's only cried like this one other time. He doesn't say anything, lifts his head up to see me talking to him, and grabs me tightly in an embrace. He has tears streaming down his face. I can feel his heavy breathing as he holds onto me tightly, like he's grasping onto me for dear life. Creed, you're scaring me. What's going on? I ask again. Everything's okay, but I have a confession to make. He starts to speak, but suddenly my phone rings and I have to answer. I'm so sorry. Give me just a second, I say and answer the phone. My face lights up as the conversation ends, and I turn to Creed. The police got Giovanni in custody. They have enough evidence to tie him to a recent murder, which means they can put him away for a long time, I exclaim excitedly. It doesn't matter now if there was nothing I could do about it before, because that idiot screwed up again. Creed's expression changes back and forth from shock to happiness several times before I continue. They want me back in Vegas as soon as possible to give my testimony. I guess I'm a witness for his character or something. Can we go now? I really want to get this over with. He nods. Of course. Go pack your things. And we'll leave as soon as you're done. Gloria can take care of everything else. She's been running this house as it is. I run into the house, throw my few articles of clothing into a bag, and run back outside. Creed already has the truck out of the garage and running. I throw my bag in, and he speeds down the driveway toward town. The hours tick by. I notice the closer we get to town, the more my anxiety skyrockets. I haven't been around Giovanni in years, and having to testify again will be so hard. But if it puts this bastard away for as long as he possibly can, I'll do whatever it takes. Creed turns onto the street, heading to the police station, when my phone starts ringing again. I answer, and it's a woman from the shelter. She's frantic and can hardly speak. I'm telling her to settle down, that I can't understand her, when I finally make out the words that the shelter is on fire. I tell her I'll be right there and hang up. Creed, there's an emergency. I need you to take me to the shelter first. I know they said as soon as possible, but he won't go anywhere. Okay, he agrees, rounding the corner to the shelter instead. I appreciate that he doesn't even argue, just humors me. I explain as quickly as I can what I heard on the phone call, but I don't have much information to give myself. There is smoke boiling from the windows and the roof, and I gasp. I don't think the truck is even parked before I bail out and run frantically to the scene. Leslie is helping pull a woman out, and I start assisting her. Creed is working with the members and volunteers to help get everyone back and safe. I see Jeff talking to the authorities, and everything seems to be going okay. I'm trying to help as much as I can when someone I don't recognize runs up to me and asks for my help. There's someone injured in the back and can't walk. I can't get them out and they can't move. They need help or they're going to die in there. I immediately rush into the building without thinking or using the proper equipment to do so safely. All I can think about is getting whoever is hurt out of this building before it collapses on top of us. This shelter means the world to me, as with everyone inside of it. I will not allow myself to stand here and do nothing. I won't be able to sleep at night knowing I might have been able to save someone, but I was too scared to go into the building to try. I'm wading through the thickening smoke, and my lungs are burning as it fills with every breath. I start looking around and calling for someone to answer me. I can't see much and know I don't have much time in here before smoke inhalation takes over, and we're both trapped. Hello, is anyone here? I call out. Someone told me there is someone stuck back here. I came to try and help get you out, but I can't see very well in here, and it would help me a lot if you could call out so I would know where to go. I can follow your voice if you just call out to me, a noise. Anything would help me. I'm trying to talk to them as if I know they're scared, but explaining why I need them to try. I'm calling as I walk around the lobby, not wanting to enter any rooms unless I have to. I keep trying to find the hurt individual who won't respond to me, but I have to be careful I don't get myself trapped in here either. When I get to the edge of the lobby, I hear a strange noise coming down the hall. I turn and get ready to walk down it when the smoke clears a little, and I gasp as the shock of my life stands before me. My ex is standing before me, smiling with his pearly white teeth. The sight sends chills down my spine. My whole body gets a wave of goosebumps, and I start to feel dizzy. I don't know if it's from the smoke inhalation or the shock of who's standing before me, but the blackness takes over just as I lose consciousness, falling to the floor.
Chapter 42. Creed. I'm rushing around helping the scared women that have come out of the burning shelter. I'm handing out blankets and water bottles and ensuring that if someone needs to be checked out by the ambulance, they get where they need to go. I've never been in a situation like this, and I give my props to the firefighters and police officers for making this a regular part of their lives. I watch them perform their duties without a change of expression, no matter what is thrown at them. They deserve more recognition for their jobs, I think, as I'm wrapping a woman in an emergency blanket. I feel my phone ringing as I hand her a bottle of water, but I ignore it. Jeff is asking for help with things, and everyone's helping everyone where they can when my phone rings for the 6th time in a row. Finally, I pull it out of my pocket, wondering who the hell is calling 6 times. I see it's Bruce, and answer it angrily. "Dude, what the hell is so important you had to call me 6 times?" I ask. "You haven't made it to town with Erica yet, have you?" he asks sternly. Yeah, we're in town right now. We were headed to the police station so she could give her testimony, but before we arrived, she got a call, so now we're at the women's shelter. There's a huge fire, man. I don't know what happened, but we're here helping. I really have to go." I take the phone from my ear to hang up, and he suddenly starts yelling, No, don't go! Creed, the police messed up!" he yells angrily. I bring the phone back to my ear, and my heart is pounding. "What do you mean the police messed up? What happened?" "With arresting Giovanni. That bastard had someone pretend to be him and get arrested. They only just found out they had the wrong person when they finally got around to running his prints. They don't match Giovanni's. I don't know what happened or who the hell this guy is, but Erica is in danger. He has to be planning something if he went to all the trouble of finding a double first." "What? What do you mean? There's no way they could make a mistake that big, right?" "It happens. They were so rushed to get the bad guy, and Giovanni had it set up perfectly to make them think it was him. This guy even looks just like him, which is why they were sure it was. She's with you, though, right? So as long as you don't let her out of your sight, things should be fine. I just wanted to call and let you know." I look around me, trying to process what Bruce is saying, and then realize I don't see Erica anywhere. Panic starts to set in as Bruce's comments ring in my ears. As long as you don't let her out of your sight, things should be fine. Where the hell is she? What the hell is happening? I frantically start running around looking for her, asking if anyone's seen her. No one knows where she is, and it's like she somehow vanished. "Bruce, I can't find her. She was helping, and I was too, and I lost her. No one can tell me where she is. He has to have her. Bruce, he has to have her." I yell in a panic. Suddenly, someone shouts, "There's a man inside the building! He's carrying someone!" But it doesn't look like he's coming out. It looks like he's going farther in. The person's tone is frantic and causes the crowd to gasp in unison. Leslie looks at me from a few feet away and screams, "Creed! It's Erica! I'm sure of it! We have to do something." The words spur me into action, faster than I can even think. It might be reckless, but I don't take time to process. I just go on instinct, already in the process of recovering Erica. Am I going to lose someone that I care about again? No. Screw that. I won't stand here and watch this. What are we going to do? We can't let her die in there. Especially if someone's holding her in there, she won't be able to escape. We have to do something. She's panicking, and tears begin streaming down her cheeks the more she speaks. I barely notice, already crossing toward the building. Leslie yells behind me, trying to get me to stop. "No, Creed! It's too dangerous, and the fire is too bad! If you go in without gear, you might not come back out!" If Erica doesn't come out, I don't want to be standing on this side of it without her. I'm going in. I hug her and sprint toward the burning building. The smoke is still rolling out, and the flames are big enough to join it now, but it doesn't stop me from my mission. Everyone's gathering together, trying to see the woman someone was yelling about, and they're all in my way. They're slowing me down as I try to weave through them. I finally get through and run past them, straight toward the front doors of the shelter. Firefighters are tugging and pulling on my arms, trying to shove me backward and keep me from entering. I push past them all with great force and rush inside to find the love of my life.
Chapter 43. Erica. I wake up to the feeling of my head swaying back and forth and my feet dangling. My eyes slowly open, and once my vision starts to clear, I remember where I am. The shelter, the fire. Oh my God, Giovanni. My eyes slowly look up at the man carrying me, and my heart sinks when I see his face. We're heading down the hallway to my office. No, we have to get out of here. It's going to collapse, I say, trying to scream at him, but it's so hot, and I'm choking on the smoke in my throat. He ignores me and walks into the office, setting me in my desk chair. He's rifling through my desk for some reason, like he's looking for something. I'm busy trying to imagine an escape. Every time I try to move, he grabs me harshly and yanks me back into the position he wants, which he's used to doing. He's a large man who has always been heavier than me. With only one hand, he can make me do whatever he wants, and I start realizing trying to run isn't going to work. If I don't get him to let me go, I will die here with him. Giovanni, I begin to beg. You have to let me go. You have to stop this. I understand if you don't want to take me out yourself because you'll get caught. But if you just let me go, I won't even tell anyone you were in here. No one needs to know. Just let me out. And we won't speak of this again. I want to leave, please. I'm saying anything I can think of to get him to let me go, hoping there's any shred of humanity inside him that will hear my cries and not let me burn to death in here, no matter how mad he is at me. His face turns bright red, and he bangs both fists on my desk, causing me to flinch as flashes of our past start resurfacing. No, I won't let you go. You will get to leave and live your life, while now, thanks to you, they want me to spend mine in prison. So I won't be letting you go. We should burn in hell together, he yells. The fire is burning hotter and hotter, meaning the flames are getting closer to us, and I'm starting to panic. Tears stream down my face when I think of burning alive next to the man who has silently killed me for years. He is the root of all my issues, and he's the man I've run from for years. He's the reason I'm all alone in life, and now I'm going to die next to him too. I make one last attempt to escape, but he grabs me around the waist before I can reach the door. The feeling of his hands around me again makes me sick, and I start sobbing. Okay, I'll stop trying to leave. Just get your hands off me, I yell. He releases me, and suddenly I hear a voice yelling my name from down the hall. Creed? No way. Did he rush in here after me? Oh my God. What is Giovanni going to do if he finds him? I stay silent. I'm unwilling to lead Creed to us, not knowing what Giovanni will do to him. Is that your lover? Giovanni asks angrily. I shake my head no. Of course not. I don't have one. I pray he hasn't found records of our marriage while searching for me. He scoffs and yells out, Hey, we're down here, lover boy. I'm sure you know where her office is. No, Creed, don't come in here. You have to leave, I scream as I hear his footsteps approaching. Suddenly, his face emerges in the doorway. My heart sinks as he looks at Giovanni and then at me with sadness in his eyes. I can tell the flames are getting bigger and spreading quickly, and I can't let him die in here because of me. I start shaking my head at him. No, you have to go. I'm not leaving you, especially not with him, he replies, looking at Giovanni again. Gio's standing behind my chair, holding my arms so I can't move. He's mumbling things and not making sense, and I start to think he's really lost it now. He's always been violent, but he was calculated before. This is just reckless. Creed tries creeping closer to me as he talks, not knowing what will set him off. I'm struggling to get free and run to him. All I want is to embrace him, even if it's for the last time. If I have to die here with Gio, I want to do it in Creed's arms. The thought fuels me enough, and with the last bit of my strength, I throw my head back into Giovanni's. He screams out in pain and releases my arms to grab at his face. I leap for Creed, and he yanks me out into the hallway, just as Giovanni tries reaching for me. Suddenly, the ceiling creaks, and with a sound I'll never forget, it comes crashing down on top of him. Creed and I hug tightly, relieved to be together again as the fire surrounds us. The flames are crackling loudly, and the roar as it eats everything in its path makes me realize we're stuck. There doesn't seem to be a way out, and I don't see a way in for someone to rescue us. I let go of Creed and step back enough to look into his deep blue eyes. My throat burns, and my lungs feel heavy. "Is this it for us?" I ask in a weak voice. He doesn't answer me. He caresses my face in his hands and pulls me closer to him. "This was always real for me," he whispers. "Just so you know, the marriage, I said it was to protect you, but I would have done it for real. I love you." My heart pounds when I hear him say the words, and I feel I love you too, escaping my lips as he reaches down and grabs my hand. Suddenly the smoke takes over, and the blackness surrounds me. Hand in hand, we fall to the floor with our fingers never untangling as we lose consciousness together. Chapter 44. Erica. The bright hospital lights hurt my eyes as they open slowly. I blink quickly, trying to get my vision to focus enough to see where I am. Once my eyes are open, I look around my white room and notice how badly they burn. It feels like there's a film on them as I glance around, looking for someone and trying to make sense of how I got here. I take a few deep breaths and notice how heavy my lungs are. They feel raw, and I wonder why for a few moments. Finally, it clicks, and everything starts coming back to me. I remember the fire and Giovanni tricking me into going into the burning building. Then I remember Creed saving me from Gio just in time. Oh my God, Creed. I frantically look out into the hall for him, wondering how I made it out and if he did too. Suddenly, the door opens and Leslie walks in. She approaches my bedside. "Oh my God, it's so good to see you awake. We've been so worried about you." She hugs me. "We?" I question her. "Yes, Creed is here too. He's out in the hall talking to the officers about what happened. He wanted me to check on you. The officers only had a few questions for him and wanted him to just get it over with." I breathe a sigh of relief after hearing he's okay. I don't know how we're safe, and it doesn't matter right now. I'm just glad he's okay too. I start thinking back to the fire and being in the building and begin to sob. I didn't think we were going to survive. I didn't see a way out, and I remember how guilty I felt for Creed being in there with me. Creed heard Giovanni trick the officers, so he was still out running free. Then we couldn't find you, and someone saw a man carrying someone inside the building, and we panicked. Creed yelled and yelled for a firefighter to go help you, but they were all too busy to listen. He ran inside without hesitation to find you. Creed protected you, and when the firemen noticed he didn't come back out, they risked their lives and went in to save you both. I hug her with tears streaming down my cheeks. Thank you for telling me. I can't believe he'd do something like run into a burning building for me. It's so crazy to see how much different he is than I thought. He's such a good person. Suddenly, the door opens again and Jennifer walks in. She walks right up and joins in our hug. We all cry together as the gratefulness of still being able to do so takes over. They're crying nearly as hard as I am. The only difference is the burning in my eyes, with every tear from the smoke, is something they do not have to deal with. I'm grateful to be sitting here with them. Things are so much better than they would be if Creed didn't risk his life to help me. I sit in their embrace, thinking of his heroism, which makes my urge to see him even stronger. It's such a good feeling to know I went from a man who pulls me into the flames to hurt me to someone who jumps into them to pull me out. It's been such a long time since I've loved someone the way I love him, and it's such a good feeling. His act of heroism is also a huge turn-on. If he were here instead of my girlfriend's, this hospital bed might be used for a different kind of gratitude. Suddenly, Creed burst through the door. The girls let go of me, moving out of his way. "Oh my God, Erica," he says and rushes over to me. He squeezes me tightly, and I want to feel his lips on mine. I pull back off him and grasp his face in my hands, pulling him into me. Our lips meet, sending a wave of passion soaring through my body like an eagle leaving its nest. His skin on mine tingles like a burst of electricity is striking me, and it fuels a fire deep within. I grab onto him forcefully and pull his whole body into mine until I force him to sit on the bed with me. I forget anyone else is in the room and let the passion inside me take over. I'm so in love with this man and so grateful for his act of bravery that I just want to show him how grateful I am. His kissing speeds up to the pace of mine, and a voice emerges behind us. "I think that's our cue to leave. We'll be in the hallway if you need anything," Jennifer says awkwardly, and they giggle as they close the door behind them. Our kissing continues, and I pull him onto me so our chests move in sync. There's a pulsating feeling starting to grow between my legs, telling me I want him. Suddenly, the door opens again, and the doctor clears his throat. Creed jumps off the bed, and we both look over uncomfortably. "Glad to see you're awake and feeling better," he says as he smiles at us. "I'm just doing your routine checkup for the day, and then I'll leave you two alone." He checks my vitals and places a few drops into my eyes. "This will help with the burning," he says. "My nurse will be in before bed to ensure you're all settled. Oh, and Erica?" he asks on the way out the door. "Yes, Doc?" "Him stealing your breath like that isn't going to stop the burning in your lungs?" He laughs and closes the door behind him. Creed smiles at me with a grin I can't resist. His deep blue eyes stare into mine, and I want to feel closer to him. I reach in to kiss him again, but he stops me. "Believe me, I want you too, but the doctors are right. You need to focus on feeling better. They told us if everything goes well, we can take you home in a couple of days. So let's just keep that in our minds for now, okay?" He sits beside me again and wraps his arm around me. I want you to know how grateful I am for you. I want to show my appreciation for saving me. You don't have to show your appreciation. I know you do it for me too. Your heroism is also a huge turn-on. I laugh and lay my head on him. We spend the rest of the day watching TV and eating horrible hospital food together.
Chapter 45. Creed. 2 days in this hospital seemed to fly by, with nurses and doctors constantly buzzing in and out of Erica's room. But I can't help noticing something is different today. It's 10 a.m., and I've hardly seen a doctor or nurse all day. "Is something on your mind?" Erica asks. "No, it just seems extra quiet in here today," I reply. She looks at me and flashes a reassuring smile. "Well, hopefully they will let me out of here today. I'm ready to lay in my own bed," she jokes. I can't help but laugh for the first time in days. "Tell me about it." "That chair is killing me," I reply, with a smile still on my face. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. "Come in," Erica calls. The doctor casually strolls into her room and up to her bedside, looking at her. "How are you feeling today?" he asks while combing through her file. "I feel much better, Doc. I'm certainly ready to go home, though, she replies. My thumb begins stroking the back of her hand absently as I listen to their conversation. He chuckles. I'm sure you are. Everything looks great, so I think it's time for you to be home, too. I'll get the nurses working on your discharge paperwork and you'll be free to go. He walks out of the room and it feels like I can breathe again. It doesn't take long for the discharge process. She signs the papers and they wheel her out front. I walk her to my truck and gingerly help her into the passenger seat. I keep glancing over at her as she's resting her head, making sure she's all right. The drive goes by fast, and we're home before long. We walk to the door and I help her inside the house. I need a shower, Erica says. I suddenly become aware that I must smell pretty awful too. Embarrassment starts to rise as Erica disappears into the bedroom. The shower starts in the bathroom. After a moment, she reappears in the doorway, completely undressed. Are you going to join me or not? She asks, with a smile dancing on her lips. I practically run behind her into her room. Within seconds, I nakedly follow her into the bathroom. Erica pulls back the shower curtain and steps in. She grabs my hand and pulls me after her. I step into the shower and shut the curtain behind me. God, that water feels good, she says. I watch Erica sigh intensely, so I quickly grab her shampoo and lather it in her hair. She sighs softly, and when I peek around her face, I notice her eyes are closed. I'm so glad this relaxes you, I say, continuing to lather. She smiles. I'm glad you decided to join me. I'm glad you offered. I wanted to, but I thought you might want time alone, I reply as she starts to rinse her hair. After all the shampoo is out, we switch so I can clean up. I must stink. I haven't wanted to leave your side, so I haven't showered for too long. I laugh. Erica turns and faces me with a smile, looking into my eyes. Thank you, she says quietly. For what? I ask. Erica looks at me for a moment before finally replying. How you saved me again. I'm so grateful for you. I step out of the stream of water and look deep into her eyes. Of course. I love you and will always fight to ensure nothing ever happens to you, I say. Erica continues to hold my gaze, and as I stare into her mocha-colored eyes, I feel myself falling more in love with her. Oh my God, I'm so happy. I really truly am, I think. Resting my head on hers, I pull her into a tight embrace. Sorry to interrupt again. Our lovers are too passionate for YouTube, but you can find the full, unabridged version of this audiobook over on tylawalker.com with discount code SAVE40. Now, back to it.
Chapter 46. Erica. Creed and I are snuggling on the couch, watching the fireplace and having a glass of wine when the doorbell rings. We look at each other questioningly, seeing if either knows who is at the door. I shake my head, no, and he gets up to investigate. He peeks out the hole in the door. Oh, it's just Fred, he says, turning back to look at me. He opens the door and Fred greets him kindly. Hello, Creed. Hi, Erica, he says, waving to me around Creed. I have something for the two of you. Can I come in? Creed gestures for him to come inside. I sit up straight, watching him walk to the living room and wondering what someone like Fred can have for us. He sits in the chair across from us as Creed snuggles back next to me on the couch. He grabs my hand as Fred stares at the floor. He's twitching his foot and rubbing his knee anxiously. Fred, what is it? What do you have for us? Creed asks in a tone that tells me he's sick of the anticipation. Fred sighs. What I have for you isn't a gift. I didn't even want to have to be the one to bring it to you. I was just given the assignment because no one else wanted it. He's holding an envelope in his hands. Creed stares at it for a while before he finally reaches over and rips it out of Fred's hands. He turns it over, and the word Inferno is written in the prettiest cursive handwriting I've ever seen. I notice Creed's hands are shaking as he tears it open and pulls a letter out. The letter unfolds, and the same beautiful cursive writing fills the page. Creed's eyes scan the letter, and he suddenly crinkles it up, not allowing me to read it. "Damn!" he yells. He looks up at the chair Fred is sitting in, but he's not there. Neither of us noticed his sudden disappearance. We turn around to look behind. The front door is wide open, and there is no sign of Fred. "Creed, where did he go?" I ask worriedly. Creed doesn't seem anywhere near as concerned as I am. He delivered his message and got out before I could get angry at him. "Come on, Erica, we have somewhere to be." He gets up from the couch and grabs his truck keys off the table. I stand up, confused. What? What do you mean? He ignores me and walks out the door. I run behind him and grab his arm. "Creed, what is going on? What did that letter say?" He continues walking out to the truck and opens the door for me, still being the gentleman he always is, even though he's upset. He hops in the seat beside me and speeds towards town. We're riding in silence. He doesn't even turn on the usual country music he plays at all hours of the day. I can tell something's up with him, but I'm almost too scared to ask what it is. I know what Inferno is, but I don't understand why he's so upset over the letter. It appears to be something terrible, though, from the way Fred pulled his disappearing act. I have never seen someone move so quickly or be so quiet. Suddenly, after a length of time passes, Creed pulls behind a building and parks in the dark, creepy lot. He looks at me for the first time since receiving the letter. "No matter what happens in there, Erica, you have to choose me," he says. My heart starts pounding. "What do you mean, whatever happens in there? What could happen there? Creed, what the hell is going on?" He sighs and grabs my hands. "Inferno. This is where Inferno meets. This is where we gather and do all sorts of things, including what they're having me bring you here for." "What? They requested me? Is that what the letter said?" I'm starting to panic, and his lack of information is not comforting or helping matters any. I haven't given you very many details about Inferno because I've tried keeping you out of it the best I can, but it seems that made me forget a crucial part of being a part of it. When you meet someone and they can tell a relationship is forming, they do a test on them. They want to test their members' partners to ensure they are worthy. Why the hell is this a thing? That sounds ridiculous. Isn't it your choice who you're with? I ask. The surprise inside of me is starting to turn to anger as he continues. How messed up is this place really? How am I roping myself into it? Is he worth whatever they're planning on putting me through to test my trustworthiness? What? Do I not seem trustworthy or up to their standards? He laughs. That's not it at all. If I had any say in the matter, we wouldn't be here. But I don't. They want to make sure their elite members are taken care of. It's a form of protection that they've been doing for years. It's a sort of tradition, I guess. As long as you choose me, no matter what, you'll pass, and we'll be fine. He jumps out of the truck and I anxiously follow him. He grabs my hand tightly as we head for the secret entrance. His palms are sweaty, telling me he's just as nervous as I am for what lies inside. But, to our surprise, what we find is no test. All the elite members circle the door as we walk in. Surprise! The group shouts at us. I look at Creed. What the hell? This isn't normal, right? From what he said in the car, this would not happen. I can't decide if he knew this was coming and was setting me up, or if he's just as shocked as me. He smiles at them and pulls me in closer. Congratulations banners surround us, and everyone has champagne. Creed hands me a glass as Fred walks up to us. I was hoping a weird escape would make you more anxious. He laughs. We all wanted it to be a surprise. Creed playfully punches him on the shoulder. It was definitely a surprise. I was sweating bullets walking up here. What's going on, though? No test? Inferno made a decision based on your relationship. They felt you both had proven yourselves and your loves when you literally crossed a blazing inferno to be with each other. They felt that was proof enough that what you have together is real. Fred hugs us both, and everyone cheers again. You're right. What we do have together is real, and I never want to lose it, Creed says. Suddenly backing away from the crowd and me, he gets down on one knee, and my hands fly over my mouth. Erica, you have been my saving grace since the day I met you. We haven't had the easiest start, but I know the last few weeks with you have been the best in my entire life. You've proven to me that I'm meant to be happy and that I can't dwell on my past. Your stories and bravery have shown me that moving on and finding happiness somewhere else is possible and necessary. I never want to lose you. Will you do me the greatest honor and marry me for real this time? Oh my God, Creed. Of course. Yes, I exclaim excitedly as tears stream down my cheeks. He slides a gorgeous diamond on my finger, and my eyes well. He didn't get me a ring when we signed the marriage papers before. I told him there was no sense in it. But now, it's different. This represents more than just us running for my freedom. It shows us both committing to each other, to facing this world together and finally moving forward. He stands and picks me up by the waist, kissing me passionately in front of everyone. The whole crowd cheers, but I get lost in his kisses.
Chapter 47. Creed. Erica agreeing to my proposal is the best feeling in the world. Holding her in my arms and kissing her as everyone cheers is the happiest I remember feeling in a long time. The plan has been circling my mind, waiting for the right opportunity, and I can't believe this is it. The ring has been prepared in my pocket as I've bided my time, wondering how much of this was real for her, too. I set her back down. Through the night, people hand us more drinks, letting us celebrate the passing of the Inferno decision and the engagement. We spend several hours with them, celebrating and talking about our plans. It feels so nice to focus on the good things in life for as long as we can, after so many weeks of bad stuff happening to us. When I'm sick of sharing her, I decide to take us back home to celebrate one-on-one. Good night. Thank you all for doing this, I say one last time as we walk out the doors. Erica waves goodbye to them, and we head back to my truck. I lift her into it this time, trying to up my romantic gestures after such a grand evening. She giggles as I set her in her seat. She shuts the door and buckles as I slide behind the wheel and do the same. I start blasting my favorite songs and speed home to enjoy the rest of our evening alone. When we're finally back home, I sit on the couch as Erica pours us a couple of new glasses of wine. To us, she says, raising her glass. We clink our glasses and she leans in to kiss me. As soon as she's nearly touching my lips, I remember I haven't gotten the chance to tell her about my wife's letter. I feel like she needs to know now before we start the planning. I stop myself from touching her lips and stare down into my glass, swirling what's left of the wine. I can feel her staring at me for a few moments before grabbing my hand that holds the glass. "Babe, what's going on?" she asks. I sigh. "There's something you need to know." "Oh, if the whole proposal thing was just in the heat of the moment, and you didn't mean it, I understand. No pressure at all," she replies. No, that's not it at all. I swear, that proposal and you saying yes means the world to me. It's just... I stop myself again. I want to tell her. I want to show her the letter even. But I'm worried she'll think of me differently or think my feelings are different. It's just what? What's going on, Creed? You know you can tell me anything. She grabs my other hand and pulls me into her. I love you. Nothing is going to change that. Her words soften my nervousness. I close my eyes, reach behind me, and pull my wife's letter out of my back pocket. Gloria gave me this right before we left the ranch. I was trying to tell you, but then you got the phone call, and we got swept up in everything. I just never had the right time. But I want you to know about everything before you marry me. I hand her the letter. She smiles and traces the letters of my name on the front. Is this from your wife? It is. I had no idea about it or anything in it until Gloria gave it to me. I guess she's had it all this time, but when I never went home, she figured I'd moved on and didn't want it. But I told her how much I was struggling with the guilt of wanting to be with you, and she told me it was time to read it. I was hoping you could read it before we start planning or anything. I want you to know everything. I'd love to read it. I'll step outside and give you a few minutes. I stand up nervously and walk out the doors onto the patio. I watch her through the glass doors as she opens it and starts reading. My heart pounds as I see her wipe tears from her cheeks the longer she reads. It worries me because I don't know why she's crying. Does she hate me now? Does this reveal things she didn't know? Is she going to feel uncomfortable? Like she's taking me from her or something? My heart sinks as Erica folds the letter and sticks it back in the envelope. She sits with her elbows on her knees, crying for a few moments before getting up and walking out to me. She wipes her eyes and hands me the letter. Oh my God, Creed. I can't imagine how hard that was for you to read. I'm bawling, and it has nothing to do with me. But it tells me one thing. I look at her, confused. What's that? Your wife was a wonderful woman. She wanted to keep something like that from you so you wouldn't have to carry the burden with her. And the part about wanting to carry your child so you'd have something left of her when she was gone. She seems like she was such a selfless person. I nod. She really was. The most selfless person I've ever known. And I think that drove me to you so fast. You remind me so much of that part of her. I never thought someone so selfless would cross my path again. But here you are. She hugs me, and it feels like a weight lifting off my shoulders. I just want you to know I regret a lot of things, but I will make damn sure that I won't make those same mistakes in our marriage. She looks at me with a huge grin. Our marriage. I love how that sounds. Me too. See, I came home early to celebrate our engagement. Should we celebrate now? If you're as eager as I am to hear every last detail of this next scene, head on over to tylawalker.com with discount code SAVE40 to access the full version of this audiobook and many more. Thank you for listening to Sweet AF. We're panting and holding each other sweetly as we try to catch our breath. Don't fall asleep. I'm not done celebrating quite yet, I say. Then I run to grab our glasses of wine from the coffee table. We have the whole night ahead of us.
Chapter 48. Erica. Standing in front of the full-length mirror in one of the many guest bedrooms of the ranch, I can't help gawking at the dream wedding dress forming perfectly to my curves. It's exactly the dress I daydreamed about. Rhinestones cover the sweetheart top, and the lace train is longer than the whole dress. Today's the day, I think, and instantly my heart pounds. I can't wait to see Creed in his nice black Wranglers and light teal button-up shirt. He's going to look so handsome. And even though I've been wearing this ring for 3 months, it's still hard to believe he's marrying me. Looking at the dress makes me think about how much help Creed has been with the whole wedding, and I love it so much. All the planning and decorations, even the song I'll walk down the aisle to, are as much his ideas as mine. It feels so good to have him genuinely excited and wanting to make our day special. Suddenly, the door opens behind me, and Leslie steps inside. "Oh my God, you look amazing," she says as Jennifer walks in behind her. "These girls are my best friends, and I want nothing more than for them to be here for us. They're going to walk me down the aisle since my father isn't here to do it. It will be so emotional, but I'm grateful they're willing to do it for me." "It's time," Jennifer says, and hands me my bouquet. The 3 of us squeal like schoolgirls, then they grab my arms, walking me out into the hallway. My heart is pounding the closer I get to the ceremony. I want nothing more than to marry him, but it's scary after making a mistake the first time around. We are near the double glass doors of the back deck, and I see the chairs set up on the back lawn. All our friends are sitting waiting for me. I see the teal aisle runner, and it makes me nervous. I take a deep breath, and both girls squeeze my arms. "Please don't let me fall," I laugh, We would never, Leslie says. They laugh with me as the music starts to play from outside. They open the doors, and I step out onto the deck. We stroll down the steps and toward the aisle as the crowd stands. I look out at Creed. He's smiling at me with the cheesiest smile I've ever seen on his face, and it warms my heart. My nervousness melts away, and I want to get to him as fast as possible. I immediately remember why I'm doing this. He's my person, my safe space. You finally found it, Erica. Go marry the man of your dreams. We continue down the aisle gracefully until I meet him. They release me, placing my hands in his. They stand beside me as the officiant tells the crowd to be seated. Creed smiling at me in a way that brings tears to my eyes. I have never seen such a look of love aimed directly at me. It's a fantastic feeling to finally be with the person who loves me the most. The officiant begins. Family and friends of Creed and Erica, we gather here today to celebrate one of life's greatest moments, to unite these two together forever. Marriage is a promise between two people who love and trust each other, who honor and respect each other as individuals, and choose to spend the rest of their lives together. As he's speaking, Creed never breaks eye contact with me. My heart melts with every word he says, and it's surreal to be together at this moment. This ceremony will not create a relationship that does not exist between you. It is a symbol of how far you've come together. It symbolizes the promises you make to each other to grow stronger as individuals and partners. You both have chosen to share your own vows, so I will let you do that now, he says, gesturing for Creed to go first. Creed takes a deep breath before beginning. Erica, I never knew how far our relationship would go. Looking back to that night at the hospital when we first met, I never thought I'd see you again. But our fates aligned, and here we are, standing at the altar, making the biggest promise you can make to someone. He squeezes my hand. As you know, I spent many years thinking I would never find happiness again. But then I met you, and you not only showed me that I was capable of finding happiness, but that I deserved it. For that, I am eternally grateful. I promise to love and cherish you the way you should have always been. He stares deep into my eyes, every word sounding more sincere and heartfelt than the last. I promise to be the man you have always needed, the kind of man that your father would be so proud to see you with. I love you so much, Erica, and I can't wait for our life together, he says, wiping a tear from his cheek. I'm nearly sobbing at his vows, which are so sweet and honest. It's incredible to hear him say these words. He knows how upsetting it is for my father not to be here today, so for him to incorporate that is precisely what I need to hear. Wow, I say, taking a breath and wiping my eyes. Creed, you are the most amazing man I've ever met. After everything you've gone through, allowing yourself to open up to anyone again is a miracle in itself. But I know how amazing it is that you've chosen me every day. I want you to know I will spend forever showing you how much you mean to me and how happy you make me. Thank you for choosing me to grow old with. I love you so much. We exchange rings, and my heart pounds to realize we're one step closer to being husband and wife. Creed, Erica, no matter what challenges you face, you now face them together. No matter how much you succeed, you now succeed together. And the love between you today joins you as one. I wish you both great and utter happiness in each other. And with that, Creed, you may kiss your bride. Creed excitedly grabs my face and kisses me passionately as the crowd stands, cheering and clapping for us. Overwhelming happiness washes over me, and it's the kind of feeling I'll never forget. I can't wait to start our next chapter together.
Chapter 49. Creed. After mine and Erica's first marital kiss, the rest of the wedding is a blur. The best kind of a blur, of course, but I can't help wanting to get her out of here so I can focus my attention on her alone. Finally, the moment arrives. We get into my truck, decorated with cans tied to the back, and just married freshly written on the back window. Thanks, Leslie. We are finally on the interstate when Erica asks a question. So, are we going to the ranch for our honeymoon? I would be delighted having you two myself. I know what she is assuming. We've just left the property that everyone knows about, but she's hoping we're going to our secret place. The place I took her to keep her from Giovanni. The place we truly came together. I smile at her. That's a surprise, my love. She sighs playfully as I'm setting my sights on the airport. Erica knows we're going to get my... Wait a second, I quickly correct. That's going to take some getting used to. Our helicopter. At the airport. But she's clueless about what I'm planning. We arrive at the helipad in no time and quickly get in. You might want to sleep a bit, I suggest to her as the rotors start spinning. She looks at me defiantly. No, I want to see where we're going. 5 minutes in, I glance at Erica and she's dead asleep. I can't help but laugh. I haven't been this happy for a long time. 20 minutes later, we land at a private airport close to the docks. Erica wakes with a start, looking around. My plan is apparent now because of the massive cruise ship looming at the ports. She turns towards me with a gigantic smile. Welcome to the honeymoon, my darling wife, I say as we climb out of the truck. We finally make it to the ship and check in, but it seems like a blur because I can only focus on Erica being my wife. I'm almost in shock. It isn't until we settle into our room that time seems to slow to average speed. Erica sits at the cabin desk and picks up a brochure. Oh my God! The Caribbean and Mexico? How long is this cruise? She exclaims. Oh, just about 5 weeks, I reply casually, trying to hide my excitement. She turns to me with a glowing smile. I even paid a smidge extra to snorkel in the Caribbean. Erica immediately stands and walks to me, kissing me deeply. I love you, Creed. I smile, my heart completely full of joy. I love you too, honey. The rest of the night and the next few days go by quickly between meals and fun activities, including consummating our new life together. But I find myself spending most of my time in admiration of my wife. It's so nice to walk around holding her hand, and she looks proud to show me off. I know I'm certainly proud to be her husband. I never thought I'd ever be happy again. I'm unsure how I stumbled into the best thing to ever happen to me. We're going to breakfast on a cruise ship, babe. Why are you still wearing jeans? Erica's question suddenly interrupts my thinking entirely. She's been joking all week about me never wearing anything other than jeans, almost like she doesn't know she married a rancher. I look at her and smile again. Can't teach an old dog new tricks, honey, I say. A smile breaks across her lips, and I can't help but start laughing. Her laughter echoes mine, and it's genuinely fulfilling. Okay, fair enough, but I'm getting you in shorts and flip-flops by the time this is over, she says, still laughing. I make my way to her, kissing her with my tongue parting her lips. We will see about that. A half hour and some seriously fantastic sex later, we make our way toward breakfast. Suddenly, Erica stops dead in her tracks. I turn towards her, and before I can ask what's wrong, she runs back down the hall toward our cabin. I make it in the door just in time to hear her vomit. Oh no, is she seasick? I rush to the bathroom, grab her hair, and hold it out of her face. She groans. Please leave. I don't want you to see me like this. I smile, and my heart melts a little bit more. There isn't a side of you I wouldn't want to see, sweetheart. Except, of course, your bad side, I say, jokingly trying to lighten the mood. She laughs at my stupid attempt and allows me to carry her to bed. I change her into comfy clothes and help her lie down. Thank you, Creed, she says sleepily. Before I can even respond, she's out cold. The following day, I wake to the sound of her vomiting again. Damn it. I immediately rush into the bathroom and find her brushing her teeth. I'm so sorry I didn't think to ask if you get seasick, Erica, I say. She smiles sweetly at me. It isn't your fault, babe. You wanted it to be a surprise. How does breakfast sound? She says. Well, if you are up for it, I reply immediately because my stomach feels like an empty pit, and I'm seriously lacking caffeine. We walk to the buffet, and I load my plate before pouring myself a cup of black coffee. I glance at Erica and notice that she doesn't get much to eat. Are you feeling okay? I ask her between sips of coffee. The bitterness of the coffee washes over my tongue and quickly refreshes me. Yeah, I'm okay. I just need to find a pharmacy on the ship today and get some motion sickness medication. Besides, I would hate to miss snorkeling today, she says. I smile at her, admiring her resilience. Okay, we can find a pharmacy after breakfast, I say. I really wish she wasn't sick. I hate that I can't help. Actually, I think I am going to go now, she says. I glance at my half-eaten food and push the plate aside to stand and follow her. No. I don't mean to ruin your meal, baby. You can eat and I'll find one. I'll meet you at the cabin, she assures me. Are you sure, babe? I ask. Of course. I want to take a nap before snorkeling anyway. She stands and kisses me. We exchange I love yous, and she takes off. I quickly finish eating. It feels good to have a full stomach, but I can't stop thinking about her. I hope she's okay. I think to myself as I finish the last swig of my coffee. I can't wait to get her back to the ranch and let it just be the two of us. Walking back to the cabin, I suddenly find myself lost in thoughts of the future. Erica has many ideas for redecorating the ranch house. Although I am not a fan of change, I think I can get used to watching her decorate our home. Back at the cabin, I insert the key quietly, hoping not to wake her if she's resting. I open the door and quietly walk inside, kicking off my boots. Glancing up, I see Erica in the bathroom doorway. She appears to be holding something in one hand and the other covers her mouth. Erica? What's going on? Are you okay? I ask, already walking toward her startled stance.
Chapter 50. Erica. I'm standing in the bathroom doorway when Creed and I make eye contact. He smiles at me, looking devilishly handsome, and I can't help wishing I wasn't so sick. Is everything okay? He asks again. I can get us a flight from St. Vincent home if you're still sick. I walk over and sit on the edge of the bed, with tears streaming down my cheeks, trying to hide what's in my hand. Oh my God, I don't know how to tell him. He rushes to my side and kneels beside me, grabbing my hands. I look up at him, and his deep blue eyes meet mine. I know he's waiting for an answer, but I still say nothing. Come on, Erica. You have to tell him. Did something happen on the way to the pharmacy? He asks. My body tenses up at his question, but I shake my head. No, honey, nothing happened on the way to the pharmacy, I reply. I look at him, trying to allow reassurance to show on my face. I can see his body relax a little, and I start to feel better, but anxiety immediately takes over. He wraps his arm around me, and I lean into him, wiping the tears off my cheeks. I'll get us plane tickets, babe. We can always have another honeymoon that doesn't involve boats, he says jokingly, trying to lighten the mood. I smile softly. It's not the boat. He looks at me in confusion. Creed, I'm pregnant, I say, handing him the pregnancy test. I can see him spiral into total shock, not saying a word. My mind races at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Is he going to be okay with me being pregnant, or is it too soon for him? 2 weeks into being married, we are already starting a family. Suddenly, a smile replaces his look of shock. Well, good thing there is an extra room at the ranch, right? He says. A huge grin appears. I'm sorry it's so sudden. Something about the symptoms just didn't add up. So I got a test this morning too, I say. Are you upset? I hope he's not upset at me. I think he'll make a fantastic father if he's ready. No, honey, of course not. I'm going to have a family with the woman I love. How do you feel about it, though? He replies. My grin gets more prominent, And I answer with a simple word: whole. We miss swimming with the turtles and instead spend a few days in bed, talking about everything to come in the future. Our plans of remodeling the ranch house for the baby are all we can think about. I can still hardly wrap my head around the concept of a child. "Do you want a boy or a girl?" I ask him suddenly one morning. His lost expression tells me he's drawing a blank. His eyes venture to me in bed next to him, and his mouth turns up in a smile. "Healthy," he finally replies after a few moments of silence. I peer back at my phone, which is now full of pink and blue items for a nursery. "I love you, Creed," I say. "I'm beyond grateful to be starting a family with you." That night, I can feel Creed unable to sleep. He keeps looking at me, and I pretend to be out like a light next to him. He stares at the ceiling, lost in thought, and I can't help but do the same. For the first time in my life, I feel complete. The pit in my heart seems to vanish. For unexpected news, it certainly didn't put a damper on our honeymoon. I glance at him carefully, wondering what he's thinking about. He looks so peaceful, and I can't help but feel at peace myself for the first time in ages. My mind shifts gears, and I think over our time together from the first night we met up to now. I know one thing for sure: neither of us is the same person. Life has a funny way of bringing something joyous into your world when you least expect it. It suddenly rings true, not only for the baby, but for our marriage. I no longer feel the misery I was bound by. Instead, I feel overwhelming love. I allow my mind to drift off and wander aimlessly over him and the child. He still thinks I'm asleep and leans over to me, whispering, "Little do you know there will be a cute little SUV waiting in the driveway when we arrive home. I probably should have talked with you about buying a car, but I really couldn't contain myself. And the truck won't be practical with a new baby." I smile as he gently kisses my forehead. "I hope our child looks like you," he concludes quietly. He finally stands and paces around the room a little bit, too energized to sleep. He looks at himself in the bathroom mirror and stares at his reflection. I can't help wondering if he's thinking about his happiness. I know he doesn't seem nervous, but I think he is. Maybe he's giving himself a pep talk. Like, "Creed, you did it. You found that you can be happy, and now you have a new chance to make it happen." I smile thinking about it and make a promise to myself. No matter what happens, I'll always remind him that he's the best damn father and husband. I decide to get his attention, and my voice jolts him out of his thoughts. "Honey, come to bed, please." I smile as he quickly heads toward the bed. He glances at the clock on the bedside table. "Damn, 2 a.m. already? I must have been lost in thought more than I thought," he says as he crawls between the comforter and the sheets. He throws his arm around me and slides it around my waist, settling his hand on my stomach. "I love you, Erica," he whispers quietly. "I love you too, Creed. Don't worry, you're going to make the perfect dad. And I can't wait to go home and start getting ready," I say, reassuring him. Before I know it, we slip into a deep, peaceful sleep together, eager to wake up and go home to prepare for our new arrival.